going so poorly? Because normally you'd expect, especially a team like Spirit, to be able to make a comeback.
Yeah, I think this was a really good case of, true tier 1 Dota, where they get this lead, and the way they position around the map, they're literally choking Spirit, is what they're doing. They have just enough heroes to pressure in the right area, and it was kind of like the Earth Spirit, the Timbersaw, and the Dark Willow. They were sort of pressuring this bottom area. Satanic could join at any time, but when he's not, he's just farming away. He's holding a safe lane tower. They're not giving up this tower for free. Every time Collapse runs up to try and contest the wave, they're going to set up and attack him as well. So it just felt like they're literally getting suffocated slowly, and they didn't know how to break it. At some point, they were so upset. I could see them drawing on the map from Spirit's point of view. Like, I don't know what to do, guys. They keep attacking us bottom area, but we can't get anything on the map. I think also Collapse's item build was a little too greedy when he goes Midas with a Drow Ranger on a losing game. So they were never actually able to combine anything together. And the way Vision played was just really nice to see.
It was a chokehold that Vision had over Team Spirit in this first game. We are, of course, hoping for game number 2 to be maybe a little bit more, balanced and competitive, as some might say, but this first game definitely was in their hands solidly, and a large part of that was because of how early Vision started to make moves, and one of those first moves is the one that Saberlight would like to highlight.
Yes, I wanted to highlight this minute 6 first blood. So what a lot of teams will do is that they will go for the 6-minute rune. And I think what Satanic and maybe Notice realized, okay, Clockwork will leave, I can TP in, Sprout and block this Drow Ranger, get a first blood, and pressure the tower. At that point, the Timbersaw was losing this lane pretty hard, but thanks to the Satanic rotation, they were able to get the first blood and pressure the tower, and later on, they got the tower as well. So even though the Timber was behind, he just got to farm, and suddenly they're all farming.
Yeah, and they all farming, they all get big, and Team Spirit, they were farming here and there. Took a little bit longer, of course, but there was a moment, Jenkins, where they had 3 BKBs, and they're like, this is the time, we're gonna try something.
Yeah, this was the timing. We were pretty excited. Okay, here's the comeback that Spirit always, tends to have, but unfortunately, the hero that they do run into is Earth Spirit with the BKB, with the tankiness. They do manage to get a Doom onto Satanic, but once again, just the positioning and then no one kicking him out there. That small play from no one kicking him out means Yatoro doesn't get 1 extra hit on him. And we were looking at his health bar ticking down in the base. It was like legitimately 1 more right click from Drow, 1 more tick from Doom, and Satanic would have died. If you don't kill Nature's Prophet with the Doom, this is like one of the few heroes in Dota that can just get back into the fight instantly afterwards with full resources. And at this point, it's utter devastation of the highest degree for Spirit. They lose almost all of their heroes.
Yeah, I think after that, it kind of sealed the deal. That was like the one fight they had in them, and unfortunately, they mis-executed as well.
Yeah, it was a little sad, that ordeal for sure. And of course, if we talk about this chokehold that Vision had over Team Spirit, a large portion of that came from the Nature's Prophet, and not just the main hero, but maybe also the little tiny treants that were walking around. Let's learn more about that from Purge.
Thank you, Shiva. Yeah, I'm watching these Satanic games, and I'm always like, how does this guy have all of this net worth advantage over all of these other players that are fantastic? And I have some clips to show that to you. I have the example of that first blood gank. Here he goes, getting last hits, TPing into lane, bullying his opponents. Clock TP'd from close to the rune spot to try to defend, and it didn't end up working out. And check this out, immediately after they get the kill, they go to push the tower. Look what Dark Willow did over here on the right. He grabs the creep wave, pulls it into the small camp as well while they're pressuring the tower. Luckily, Clockwork can get the creep wave past the tower a little bit, but this means that the creeps waste less time hitting buildings, which is good for ultimately taking the tower. Satanic can min-max this. He knows he's not going to be able to chase the Clockwork. He focuses his effort killing the tower. And most importantly, check out these last hits. I mean, last hitting tower is a very common thing, but he's getting 300 gold every single time that he gets one of these. He does not miss them, and that's going to start adding up, because what we're really looking at is how much net worth advantage he has over like his Drow Ranger, the enemy Drow Ranger. When the collapse comes to lane, he gets zoned this by Satanic time, normally a squishy hero, not vulnerable when his opponents are low, and they also commit 2 observer wards to the safe lane here to try to make sure he's extra safe, because if he's just constantly hitting creeps, and he gets the TP when it's a good time, it's ultimately going to be very, very good for him. Even when he's defending the tower, he does it relatively safely, pulling the creep wave with treants, waiting to see if his teammates can back him up if needed, and again, harass his collapse to make sure that collapse running him down is just simply not likely to happen. So all very good things, where he eventually TPs again, which is time for the next time to pressure a tower. So he's going to do that, go for the teleport. He's going to pressure this thing. He's going to spawn treants. They don't get there in time. And again, he gets the last hit. Now he's gotten 2 tower last hits. He's now got 2,000 gold, 1,500 gold over his opponent. And Jenkins caught this. Check this out here. 17 minutes in, and he's spawning treants, and he's sending these guys across the map for the goal of blocking enemy camps. And this first one he did, look at this, the exact same time Yatoro comes here to farm, and look where he put these little cheeky guys here. He put this treant down here in the bottom left corner and this one in the upper left, and even with Yatoro looking for them, he didn't spot them in time. As a result, both of these camps get blocked, and that's less gold and a lot of time wasted for Yatoro. These are the reasons that he's getting ahead, staying ahead of his opponents, and making the game easier for him.
Yeah, if that happened in my game, you'd just be like, what a tryhard, he's so sweaty. I guess that's why he's at TI, you know, but that is, I mean, that's just obnoxious. You're gonna see that hero getting banned out. I think that is not normal and too good. Thank you so much, Purge, for that breakdown.
Fish head Purge.
Thank you, Bert.
There is one other hero that we didn't really touch upon too much. A lot of attention in this game is taken away by Satanic, because he is playing a very fascinating prophet, but we also have to highlight no one. In the mid lane, he had a fantastic time. He's the only other core that did not die, I believe, on the side of Vision. And Fly, he made it work so well.
Yeah, I think it kind of is a testament where you just first pick the Earth Spirit. He gets counter matchup on Laurel with the Slardar, but no one's performance was just better this game. He was able to hit the rotations, his net worth was higher, everything he did was just basically better. He had more hero damage, everything worked in his way, and you kind of expect them to be able to play around Laurel, but because of all the pressure they put on this Drow Ranger, I feel like they ended up reacting too much on Spirit, and no one was able to capitalize on that and keep attacking the Drow Ranger. The starter never quite found his footing in the game. He was never able to go to the Doom and combine his hero together with the Doom. He kind of tried to react to what the Earth Spirit was doing, but it didn't work out, so good job to no one.
Good job to no one. I was so curious to find out how Spirit is going to answer this, because this game was, I mean, this is probably one of the most devastating losses that I think Team Spirit has had this entire group stage. So they're in a position that we haven't seen them in yet. We're going to find out how that one progresses, but I'm sure Vision is also very happy with themselves, and they can be proud of themselves. This was a very convincing win against Team Spirit. Before we head into game number 2, though, we are going to find out how Nightcloud was feeling before this group stage even began.
Vision have been widely considered a favourite sport this TI, and I'm here with Mr. Nineclass. Hello. So, do you consider yourselves favourites going into this international?
I think so.
Do you feel like that puts a bit of a target on your back?
I think yes, because now a lot of teams watch our videos and trying to play like that.
So every time you play, you're bringing new ideas?
Right now, not. We're just trying to play good Dota, and if Meta shifting, we're just trying to adapt.
Brilliant, well, that's been certainly working for you. Another part of your success this year, I'm sure, comes from your coach. You're playing with Pucky now. I mean, what's that been like, playing with the legend?
I mean, everyone respect him. He after the top. Everyone listen him. He helping us in game-wise by where we should play, how we should play, and he always preparing to enemy teams, so you can just literally, you can on draft just chill and he will draft good. So it's good, you can just focus on your gameplay.
I see, so he's a very hard-working coach.
Yeah, he always in front of PC, and like you coming to practice, he drafted like tonight.
Wow. Did you have any difficult points this year? Any big challenges?
I would say no. I mean, sometimes maybe on beginning game we was trying really hard to adapt to meta, and we had like a lot of problems in team because we was like starting to learn Dota from zero and again. So it was hard and a lot of stress. But when patch came out and we started to play good because everyone started to play bad. So it patch helped us, and when we start a lot of hard working every day, patch was helping us. So yeah, it was hard.
I feel you overcame that really well, for sure. You're a very creative player, as we all know. Do you have any surprises in store for us with international?
I have one hero, cannot say, like mini hero, which is good now, and but still I like Dark Willow. I think this hero super powerful Rubik.
I want to ask, is there any hero, so some meme hero, which you've always wanted to play, and your team just always says no, you can't play it. You know, it's too cooked.
I mean, I'm trying to ask for patch, but every time it's hard to pick. I mean, I tried for Juggernaut also, but also hard to pick. So yeah, I'm just playing like casual heroes right now.
All right. Well, what hero overall do you think is going to be the most popular hero at the international? Do you think we're going to see something new coming in?
Most popular, I think it should be Lina. But it's not support. From supports, I think some Hoodwink and Rubik maybe. Hoodwink, Rubik, Dark Willow with heroes.
All right. With the international, would anything other than first place be, you know, acceptable, be okay for you, or is that the only goal?
Like last time I was okay to not be first, but now I wanna win TI. I think I'm ready.
All right. Well, Mineclass, thank you very much for coming to talk to me. Good luck at the international.
Thank you.
Thank you.
要和我共舞一曲吗？
Nine Class feels ready to win a TI at his second TI that he has attended. Maybe with a Juggernaut. That would be fun.
That's crazy.
I am so down for that. He did get to play the Pudge in one of the earlier games, so he got his wish there. And I feel like the melee hero that he's referring to, that he thinks will be good, he's like, I think that's the Bounty Hunter, or was that the Pudge?
When he said that, I was thinking that it's Nyx Assassin, because he was playing that on his stream, and like Dawnbreaker was a really popular pick in pro level pubs. Nyx counters Dawn, so, and I know he said this before, and it just turned out to be Nyx Assassin.
Okay, well, not too surprising.
I think that this guy he ruins a lot of Dota for people because he has these crazy ideas, and he can pull it off because he's 9 class and he is one of a kind. It's very rare to have this player that has such a unique view of the game. Maybe Thompson is actually another player that comes to mind. Like, he will pick certain heroes that nobody else plays. He'll find a way to make it work. And then people try to copy him and ruin everybody else's game. So this guy's a dangerous player for a lot of reasons. But I would love to see Juggernaut. That would be hilarious.
I would not love to see Juggernaut. Please, don't let this guy on Juggernaut. Oh my god. I think I've had enough of like Slark Force for like another 10 years. I don't want the Juggernaut for...
Yeah, maybe it wasn't Nyx Assassin. Like, I feel like he wouldn't say that if it was something remotely normal, you know?
Maybe it was like Omni Knight or Abaddon.
You guys think the Bounty Hunter is normal?
Yeah,
Bounty's
like,
too normal. Nyx is
What?
too normal. Pudge is honestly too normal. Everyone expects, like, 9 class is known for his Pudge, right?
He is known, yeah. Whenever he picks it in pubs, he terrorizes games.
He does a cool build. He goes Null Talisman because with Pudge you just end up sitting in lane throwing hooks anyway, like basically for harass. It's good, very good value. You just need the mana for it. So I would love to pull it out against Spirit. You know, that would be really cool. I thought maybe as an answer to Drow it was something.
Well, I want to focus our attention mostly on what Spirit is going to bring to the table in this upcoming game, because we know Vision, solid, you know, they had a solid draft. I'm sure that Team Spirit is going to try to cook something up for themselves. What would be their best strat? What would you like to see in their hands that you're like, yeah, that's how they're going to win this next game and force out game number 3?
I think for me, especially, like Team Spirit is a team that more so than any other team picks Larder and then has a lot of physical damage. And I think Winter Wyvern is super good against that. Not only with the Cold Embrace, like reducing all the physical damage to 0, but also with the ult, that you kind of hit each other and you have a bunch of heroes that deal right-click damage. So I am hoping if they do decide to go for this draw, or like physical damage build, or let's say draft rather, they don't give Winter Wyvern again. Because not only is it good against that, but I think Ducalis also plays the lane really well, and then Vision gets ahead from the lanes, and then it gets really hard.
Just a heads up, it's been a little while since we've seen this. Team Spirit is this time around Dire and Vision Radiant, but with this also the pick order changed. Team Vision will be first pick, so that's again first pick. So one of these two teams is either preferring first pick or, you know, they're happy basically with the pick order that they have here, as we don't see any change from that. We get another Earth Spirit on the board, probably for no one. Maybe still some flex potential there, but the answer is there, this time coming from the Ember Spirit on the side of Spirit.
I think that's pretty good. I would assume, I mean, I saw this picked also on the other stream against Earth Spirit, the Ember into Earth. And then in the other game, I saw Slardar into Earth Spirit. So for some reason, on this series, on all of these series, Earth Spirit's being left through. But, you know, you have a Mage Slayer buyer, that's good against Earth Spirit, who's doing a lot of magic damage. You're building Vessel, that's also good against Earth Spirit, who has a lot of HP. And I would guess if teams are picking it like this, it means Earth Spirit's not very good at going through the shield, which means Ember can probably do the annoying stuff where he's like pulling creep waves into camps and like taking space from you.
It's kind of fun because there's this battle of the spirits, and I think Ember kind of triumphs all the spirits in a one-to-one matchup. So when you see Storm, Earth Spirit, Storm Spirit, you can pick Ember, and usually the Ember will be the strongest in the mid lane. He'll be the strongest at contesting the runes and thus like getting ahead. So I like this more than the Slardar because I think this is just easier to execute. I think the Slardar requires a little more niche things to make it work. So right now, I think they should get strong supports on Spirit side, supports that play with the Ember, and their plan should be to constantly control the mid wave, attack the Earth Spirit, don't let him get runes, and that way you're going to be able to control the tempo of the game. So could be a good time for like hoodwinks, like follow-up, any sort of follow-up damage, I think would be good.
Well, I was just about to say, I feel like with Ember Spirit, I don't mind Emerana. That is like the good old combo chains into arrow. They did ban it, however, that's a very good ban from Vision. They'll have to do with something like Talset, some hoodwink, some nice follow-up for the Ember.
And Willow's not bad either to throw in there. Pretty much all the heroes that 9 Class mentioned in the interview as the top 4 positions.
Yeah. One ban is what Team Spirit gets. The Nature's Prophet, of course, was removed. Any other heroes in the previous game that you'd like to see taken out, or was it just the Nature's Prophet that was like the main instigator here? I'm thinking of the Winter Wyvern that we have seen first phase banned a lot today. I don't know how important we felt like the Zero was. It's gaining a lot of popularity.
I think Wyvern is the support that kind of blackmails you into picking certain heroes. So you pick Wyvern, and now you're thinking, okay, they're not going to pick these heavy physical damage heroes. They have to go for all these magic damage heroes, and it's just a little annoying. That's what it is. So you have to just think about all these factors that go into the game. And we instead see the Largo, which is a very popular hero against Ember Spirit. So maybe this was more of like a, let's just deny pick this. It is a good combo with Ember because you can amplify his magic, and you can also dispel spells from Earth Spirit. So it's not necessarily bad.
Yeah, good against Vessel, good against Silence, Earth Spirit ulti. Pretty nice.
Banning Satanic's Kez in the process there as well, as we get an Enchantress on the board.
Bench is kind of nice against Largo. I'm wondering, do they play Largo on support on Team Spirit, or is it just Collapse Largo at this point?
I think it's going to be Collapse Largo, because they also banned the Kez, which is one of the carries that people like against Largo, as far as I understand. So I think they just revealed what they're doing, and I don't think it's anything wrong with that. I think now Spirit has the information about what Vision is doing. Vision is picking these supports that can actually contest the Ember in the mid lane, because the Ench can come mid, she can take off the Flame Guard, and if she takes off the Flame Guard, then the Earth Spirit can actually fight the Ember. So I would like to see some kind of response to the Enchantress in particular, so they can fight in the mid lane. I think Hoodwink is still not bad, because it's a hero that can kill Enchantress with her ultimate. And then I'm trying to think what else. Maybe... Actually, never mind. I was gonna say Pudge, but it's the wrong team. I was like, that would be cool.
It would be nice.
We do get the Hoodwink now. We just need one more that makes sense. Maybe even a Crystal Maiden could be okay.
You want a support that will rotate mid to help out with this brawl that might occur.
Exactly. I was thinking about Maiden. I just don't know if Rue really plays that hero or likes it.
Yeah, usually when you have like this spirit against spirit matchup, then the early game becomes a lot about runes, like the 6, 8, and 10-minute runes. So you just want to pick supports that complement your spirit.
Why don't you just go for an oracle then? Then you know where the rune is.
True. Well, you already have a perch from Largo though.
That's fair.
Then you're just kind of
Oracle kind of suffers against Ench as well, running the creeps at you. And Earth Spirit backline silence.
Well, if you really want to win the rune skirmish, you get Arc Warden and then steal the rune with the magnetic
The
field.
ultimate, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think it's a bit too late for that in the draft, with having the Ember locked in, but who knows?
Who knows? Maybe it's the secret 9-class hero. He said it's melee, but it's actually just ranged because it's Arc Warden.
I think 9 class might be playing the Willow. But we got Ringmaster. Does the Ringmaster rotate?
I think he's another follow-up for Ember. I don't think it's particularly an amazing Ringmaster game. I don't see anything that box really changes. I don't see the interaction against the Ench creeps that much. Even with the dagger, it doesn't really kill the creep. I think it's okay. I think they just went for comfort. I don't think I've ever seen Rue play something like a Maiden, which would match the Enchantress better. Nothing wrong with it. I think the idea is still there's going to be a lot of skirmishes happening around the mid lane. So, yeah, I think it's okay.
Okay. Let's see what Vision wants to do with their 4th pick. Oftentimes, a lot of teams, especially when they're in the pick position where Vision is in right now, they spend a lot of time thinking about this pick in particular because you can protect it with the 2 bans that follow.
So, Satanic's hero, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if he's gonna go for the Drow Ranger. It's a very nice matchup against Largo, and honestly, it's pretty good against the other heroes too. You have your Silence, you have Ench and Earth Spirit that protect you, and you also steal it from Team Spirit who like Drow themselves.
What about like a Nake's Juggernaut type of hero? Because they cannot really kill Nake's or Juggernaut right now through the magic community. And I think it also pairs well with Ench. Okay, so they go with Nake's. I think
Dude, this guy's good.
Satanic, yeah, he's
He's great. Yeah.
He's so good. I think it makes sense because, again, everything is kind of revolving around this mid lane, and Nake's is a hero that can be left alone.
Yeah.
He should not be under any threat. And throughout the whole chaos that's going to happen around mid, that's what I'm predicting, the Nake's could maybe find openings to infest the creep, maybe gate on Yatoro if the matchup's so good, maybe he can join on mid. So he will have a lot of cool openings in this game that I want to look out for when we're going to watch the game.
Yeah, I love this Lifestealer pick for all the reasons you mentioned. Like, he is just free. And this is where Satanic shines. If you give him a hero that is just totally uncountered and no, pressure on him whatsoever, he will farm the entire map and just be top net worth. So my question is, last pick, Yatoro sees he's playing against Satanic on Lifestealer. He sees that there's going to be all this pressure around the mid lane. Then what is the last pick? Void would have been pretty good. That would have been pretty nasty. Like, ultimate carry.
And so he does get the matchup, right? Like, Vision's going to be picking first.
Yes.
Notice has to pick his hero blind. So Yatoro will definitely try to get some kind of good lane so he can also be left alone, and then ideally a carry matchup against Lifestealer. I'm just trying to think what Notice is going to want to play in this game.
There's still quite a few offlaners in the pool that we saw banned out in the previous game. Big one coming to mind that has been highly contested is the Centaur.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. I think like when you have a blind pick like this and you don't know what you're laning against, I think Centaur is always going to be solid. They already have kind of everything they need from their draft. They have like a way to start a fight, they have scaling with the Lifestealer, they have plenty of damage. So he can kind of be anything. So in that scenario, I think you just want a hero that works in any scenario, and Centaur is probably the best for that. Darkseer would have been very nice as well.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking a lot of the heroes that are like good against Lifestealer and fit Spirit's draft would be countered by Darkseer, right? Like, Drow still in the pool.
And if you want to have a lineup that is everywhere and is able to jump on people, then Underlord is still in the pool as well.
I was thinking maybe Timbersaw could be good again, but okay, Doom.
Timbersaw was already banned, so that was indeed, you're on the same line there as Team Spirit. They also thought Timber would be great. They end up going for Doom. Different route there. What do we feel about it?
It's good. It scales very nicely. Very solid against Largo and Ember. The only thing I worry about is that it maybe gives Spirit a chance to pick the Draw Ranger.
Yeah, that's what I was
It's a very nice matchup against Doom. I mean, I'm very worried about this Lifestealer pick, as in like, Team Spirit has 2 stuns, but none of them are instant, right? The Bushwhack flies, and then same for the Ringmaster. Like, it takes a little bit before the stun actually hits. So it feels impossible to get this Lifestealer before he pops Rage, and you can try to solve it with this last pick. And yeah, they go for the classic, because now maybe you can get like a random silence, and he can't Rage.
This draft has been really fun to watch, because you can kind of see the ideas through both teams, what they're trying to do, how they're trying to respond to each other. There's a lot of like little games happening, and honestly, both teams, again, I think they have both winning drafts. Like, I don't think one team got completely outdrafted or anything. I think I like Vision's responses a little bit more. I think the Enchantress idea was really cool from Poppy and Ducalis. I can see exactly what they're going to do, trying to contest the mid lane. I think there's going to be a lot of space for Satanic to rotate under Draw Ranger throughout the whole chaos of the game. So I'm going to go Vision on this one. I like what they did.
2-0 for Fly. Feels that Team Spirit don't have what it takes. They do, just not in this game in particular. What do you think, Saber?
I will disagree with Tal. I think Spirit will win this, and I think I will be correct and he will be wrong.
you wanna elaborate as to why Spirit is gonna do well?
Of course. Yeah, I like the draw. I think it's very nice. It should be a good lane. Honestly, I think it's a lot on collapse. Like, theoretically, Largo against Nikes is a bad matchup during the game. However, in lane, you have about 10 to 15 more damage. So you should be able to outlast hit him. And maybe if he's able to like snowball it from there, then I think Spirit can get a very nice game going. But yeah, you know, it is against Satanic, so it's not as easy as it seems.
It's not easy. We talked about potentially a lot of rotations going mid, Jenkins. How do you see that going down?
I think it's a really good Enchantress game. He's going to be the dominant one going mid, which should help out in the Earth Spirit matchup. I also think that Ducalis can go through the portal and pressure a Drow pretty hard. But Satanic's the one setting all the records.
Yeah,
you know,
he is.
He was the guy that pressured Drow in the previous game. Yatoro versus Ducalis. Maybe it's a better Drow game for Yatoro because he's not countered by Satanic as much.
Well, maybe the student surpasses the master. Who knows what's going to happen in game number 2 as we're heading over to ODPixel and Fog to find out.
Thank you very much, Yes, game 2 ready to go pretty soon on your screens here between Spirit and Team Vision. Fogged, are we going to get closer to game 2? Some things have stayed the same. We're still getting the Drow coming out as the carry.
Much better Drow game.
That's the thing, right? That last game, it
got
wasn't
hard
really a
counter.
game. It was just a complete stomp, so I could totally understand why Yatoro's like, give me the Drow again. That game, let's forget about it.
And I'll be honest, like, I was looking at things and I was like, when I was talking about it, right, like, even though he died twice early, he was doing okay at keeping up. He just had...
If you ignored all the other profit farm, yeah, everything else, yeah, Yatoro was getting the farm, but yeah, not enough. But yeah, this time round should be... I mean, if it's a stomp at the same level, that's going to be quite something, but it's unlikely, right? Because Satanic playing a very different form of carry, this time on the Lifestealer. Even if they do dominate, you can't really dominate as quick and just masterfully as you can across the map as a Nature's Prophet. It's different.
Also, I don't think that they're going to get into this case where they don't have this offlaner to play around either, because, you know, Collapse, he did go a very greedy build and it ended up hurting a lot. They didn't have that much to play around. It was just Laro who ended up sacrificing himself. This time it's a Largo, right? So he's going to be more involved. He's going to be pressuring a bit more. He's going to be playing with the Ember rotations too. So let's see what we do get. Vision, of course, they do still have a very strong draft, right? They've got the Earth Spirit again, which I believe is 3-0 on now for no one. This Lifestealer pick, also not too many things that can threaten him besides the Drow Ranger in particular. And Noticed, I did want to talk about Noticed a lot because no one is so good, right? Satanic is so good. I feel like this guy goes under the radar of how good he truly is on so many of these heroes. So I'm looking forward to see
game,
his
right?
doom.
He didn't have an easy lane, but he still popped off.
He did. And I'm looking forward to see what build he goes. He's not going to go... You know, he's not going to go Midas. He's going to go much more aggressive type of style build. So let's see what we do get going out here.
So this bottom lane, is there any pressure they can put on Satanic? here to start things off, because last game, obviously, his Nature's Prophet, he had a pretty much, you know, he had very good farm.
Not the easiest to pressure by any means, no. And we're seeing them, they're cutting all the trees as well already, too. So having the preparation to not allow any of these bushwhacks, too. Collapse does have that base damage advantage, like they were mentioning, but Satanic, he's just very good at getting the CS. I don't think I've really seen too many games almost ever where I look and I'm like, man, he's missing last hits, right? He's always able to secure those. And this time they did switch, right? Now Rue is playing the Ringmaster. He's like, move over. Let me try it this time. See if he has more success with it overall with his team. He has easier ways to set up with it this game because they've got the Ember to play around. You know, we did talk about Laurel playing the Slardar, but it's a harder hero to play from the mid lane than any of the Spirits.
See how much more impact he can have this time round. And I mean, overall, do Spirits line up their heroes deal a little better with an Earth Spirit that starts balling at them if he does start to get out of control early, no one?
Yeah, a bit better, I would say. They have the Ember that just has Flame Guard built in. They have the Lick in order to dispel the Magnetizer, protect some of their heroes. So I'm saying all this, but the thing is the mid lane, I don't know, no one, I've just seen him dominate some of these Embers as well.
Sure.
With the Slardar, I feel like actually the matchup is maybe a little easier, at least for Laurel in particular. We'll have to see. With level 2 Flame Guard, that's when you have that, you know, way to trade as Laurel, but I mean, no one is just going for almost the kill here. Yeah. Tower swaps onto him, though. Laurel?
He might have a chance to...
Burning him.
It's going to get him low. Won't quite be able to finish him. No one's fine.
But now no one's going to be able to get that rune that Laurel did walk past.
That's true. Laurel did focus on chasing rather than getting the refill. So both mids will be able to get a water rune.
Top, Yatoro, he is set up for success, at least to farm up here, right? Playing versus the Doom should be pretty safe up here. The Ring, though, can absolutely get caught versus the Willow and the Doom. And if there is going to be that third rotation, you know, we could see that Enchantress send a creep. And that's where really the fear is for the Drow, if they do bring that creep and they bring like the third hero.
Arm so far on the sideline. It's, you know, as you said, it's looking good for Collapse. He's able to easily CS down here against Satanic, so both cores getting something out of the bottom lane.
Yeah, noticed he is getting slowed down again, just like last time. 9 class does have Shadow Realm, will be just fine to trade. Does he get the range creep? He does. Mid disparity continuing to grow, 19-7.
It is, it's certainly a little concerning considering how much no one did do with that early lead last game. He's going to get the chance to do it again.
Catch on to Rue. Got to stand his ground with Yatoro. They've got the mana burn creep, so they're going to be spamming out. Laurel's healthy, though. And overall, his hero, right, he's going to be, again, the dictator of the pace for his team, and he has 2 great supports to follow up with him. And yeah, something about just these Spirits overall looking just, of course, like the strongest mid, so the Slardar a bit more risky. Level 3's been hit for the Edge. Can start getting these big creeps.
They try and set up onto Collapse.
A lot of damage here. The Collis cuts the tree.
Time before the stun comes in. Stun comes out in return, as well as the slow onto Collapse.
Got the lick, taking a lot of damage here.
Can survive, he can. He'll get back under the tower, but taking quite a fair bit of damage there from the 2 of them. You know, that sort of play, if it comes in again, it might just threaten him in the mid.
Blood grenade from no one.
Might kill Lal.
Kill, but not going to be the case.
Does still have Tango and a bottle charge to rely on to stick around in the lane, but will be rather low.
I love when I see mid laners use blood grenade. Trying to be as aggressive as possible. Laurel will be okay. Notice top. They get the connection.
This time they're getting him. Last game we saw Satanic get the first blood. This time it's going to be Yatoro's.
And Notice is definitely struggling. They're actually starting to pull the waves as well, too, because of that. That Drow pick, absolutely seeing why they did go for it in this position now.
A great success with it outside of that last game. Yatoro.
And Satanic's chilling. Sure, we did see that for the first few waves. It's collapsed with that base damage advantage, but now at this point, with the phase boots, Satanic under no threat whatsoever. Yeah, similar to last game though, like you mentioned. Look at the last hits across the board, right?
Very
One
close.
of them is left out. It's noticed again who is the one who is struggling.
Yeah, did a lot with the little last game, so likely that we're going to see the same sort of comeback from Noticed, even though he's having the slow start on farm.
6 minutes. Are we going to see those rotations? I imagine so, since it's both of these Spirit heroes in the mid lane. All these supports rotating over. Level 6 is hit on both of the mids. Down bottom.
Laurel gets going to pick up on it. Ducalis tried to head over.
He's burning.
He's going to die to this. Can't survive at the moment with the early levels of heal.
That's really nice for Laurel. Gets the refill, has the regen, gets the kill, gets some momentum going his way. And yeah, notice, yeah, as we see, not going to go for the minus build. Usually he does it the phase drum kind of style build. I thought that's honestly what we were going to see from last year too, but perhaps felt like he did go for the greed, obviously got punished. Here we go. The lanes are going to start to get broken. They want to contest the Wisdom.
Yeah, they want to see if they can get the steal.
Here comes the Ember as well, too. So they're bringing 4 heroes to collapse over here, but they will probably sacrifice theirs for them.
Unless sort of they want to send the Largo over to try and deal with the two of them, but going for the steal. Vision want to react to this. 9 class.
Very nice.
Get taken out in the combo. They get the Shrine of Wisdom. But indeed, the trade will occur. Ducalis able to get round and take spirits.
Spirit, though, this time, they're the ones setting tempo for now. Now no one finds a connection.
Yeah, straight in. Gets the setup on towards Yatoro. He's going to start ticking down into the magnetize. Get him out of the reach of no one. And at the rotation coming from Lal. Has the chains to hold no one back, but the magnetize continuing. So much damage for such a long time as Yatoro comes to an end.
And he gets out.
And he's able to roll away. If they
Laurel
can find Notice. Get something out of this one. The Brambles are going to hold him back, though. And Notice he's getting out alive. They don't get anything in return, Spirit.
His Flame Guard was running out anyway. It doesn't feel like he could have continued to chase there. Rotation just a little too far forward there on the Drow. The second he shows under the tower, no one just an immediate TP forward and gets it right on top of him. Also almost gets the kill on the Ringmaster with that kick. Very close to getting it. And easier overall, right, for Vision to go for these threatening plays onto the Drow. Going for any plays onto the Lifestealer, I don't know how they do.
That's true,
Right?
but he presses rage.
Got a free game for himself.
He runs away. He's got the extra point ready to spend if he needs an emergency infest.
There really is no threat in the game for him until the Drow shows up with like a gust and potentially catches the death, but that's not something that he wants to do early. So Satanic absolutely set up for success in this early game. Okay.
Got Lal with him.
He was baiting Noticed.
He was, and it looks like it's going to be a success. Flame Guard damage. They'll take Notice down.
They're going to steal some of these stacks as well, too. No one's coming in.
Yeah, he's going to have something to say about that. Rolls in and immediately deletes Not Me.
We need to get these trades. Even though Spirit's trying to make these heads-up moves, Vision is getting trades every single time, it feels like. It did block the camp. So at least the Ancient will be able to get prevented to get stacked again. No one's got magnetized.
The thing is, it's early, but already the Earth Spirit's looking like it's going to be quite the issue.
2 levels ahead of the Ember and also the Drow overall, right? The threat for the Drow is there in this game from not just the Earth Spirit, but even the Enchantress creeps and even the potentially Lifestealer if he does want to use like an infest play and make the move up there too. It's not the easiest, not the safest for Yatoro in this game.
I mean, it really just, that's the difference, right? That you look at what the Earth Spirit can do against the 3 cores of Spirit. You know, once he has this vessel, no one can pretty much go and try and have a kill attempt on any of them. It's just not as easy, not anywhere close to as easy for the Ember Spirit playing into the cores that Vision have.
That's why this Lifestealer pick just seems so damn good for Satanic in this game. He's going to have very good timing on his Relic. Collapse. Continue to get chased out here. High fives going in top. They just want to take out this pesky creep. Was putting a ton of pressure onto the tower there. Power Rune, no one rolls forward. He's able to snatch that one away from Laurel. Gets the invis up top.
Toro is definitely going to have to give some of his best carry performance here to out-carry this Lifestealer as the Drought. So many things he'll need to do in these fights to set the team up with a chance of killing off the lifestealer in the mid game.
Yeah, at least they have the box, right? They have the lick. They have a couple different ways to protect Yatoro from the Earth Spirit, but he can just keep it going, right? That's the problem with this Earth Spirit lately. That's why it's picked in every single game pretty much. How much you can do even if you're playing versus some of these pseudo counters. And just no threat for Satanic. Nothing that goes through that BKB at all in the game either, right? Even in the later stages, he's just going to be able to rage TP out even if he is going for these split pushes. Laurel.
The mid, they'll look for the setup, but he's quick with a slight into the Remnant.
Doesn't get caught from the silence. That's a magnetize wasted, 100 seconds. Ducalis looking to get some damage onto this mid tower here with this catapult. Unless he wants to persist. He's going to take a creep, but Laurel's turned up. But as you said, much closer this game than the last one. A ring ulti will connect, not fully onto 9 class.
And he's dropped the TP, won't happen. Rue still able to land the damage in.
Yeah, much closer this time anyway on the numbers. 5-2. Yatoro keeping up with the lifestealer. Even though he did get ganked the one time. But done.
It's going to be a fast Radiance from Satanic.
Oh yeah. He always gets the weighted dice as well.
Extra little bit.
It makes a difference. It really does. Look how this is what it means, right? This is because of the rage. Look at how far forward he can play. There's just not really.
What are they gonna do?
Walks in, even farms these. I mean, he farms the Largo camps. Like usually these are the ones that the Largo wants to be able to take. He's just taking them away. Radiance plus Magnetize. It's going to be a lot of damage in this mid game. Spirit have to be prepared for this. They do have ways to counteract it with the Largo with the extra heals. They will find his courier as well. Trying to be just a little extra annoying here, Collapse.
I mean, Lyle's coming over towards this bottom lane. But as you say, it's sort of hard to see the play he can make.
Just can't go for the lifesteal ever, and even for Ducalis, it's not easy. You pop your Flame Guard, he just dispels it, pops the heal on himself. He should just be fine even on the Ench.
Super difficult to make moves as this Ember.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why we see a lot of what kind of Earth Spirit being picked up first, but not really a lot of Ember Spirit picked up as early as it was in the draft.
Good answer, though, versus the Earth Spirit in general, right?
Sure.
He can go for the Mage Slayer build. He can start to try to counteract him, but he's not the same beast, it feels like, lately. Ducalis? It's not the easiest for them to just combo down.
Put him in the wheel.
Got an infest.
They're keeping him alive.
He's surviving.
He's gonna live. They'll get a bushwhack off, doesn't matter. Lol's going down, and they can't get the Enchantress. Satanic, he's ready to bail him out.
Every little thing coming into play, right? He has treads, he's got a raindrop. Extra little HP is what makes the difference there to survive. 2K lead now. That's Laurel, that's one of those rotations for him that slows down his
so
game.
hard to be the Ember Spirit. The pressure's on you, but
it really is.
Where do you look? Where do you go?
And all during this downtime, right? Now the Doom is starting to get that full catch-up. He's going to be able to sit back and farm. The Devour's going to start to really add up in comparison to Largo. Radiance, it's done. 3-14 minutes. Does have it finished up.
They're going to try for the Wisdom Steal.
They'll try for it again
They
here.
might be quick enough to get it. They won't be able to stop them taking that one, so they'll be able to at least secure both of the 14-minute Wisdoms. Team Spirit.
It looks like Rue will just be able to walk away as well, too. They don't want to throw a Doom or anything onto him. They want to save it for the next. Ducalis will be able to get the tower denied. Mid lane again. Oh, God.
It's going to be tough times ahead for Lyle.
Or Laurel. Last game also, right? His first two moves, they've really kind of slowed his entire game down. This is the same thing. Those moves just not connecting.
It's going to feel so rough playing an Ember Spirit from behind this game.
Yep.
Now, already, if you're sort of level, even if you're a little bit ahead, it's not easy against Team Vision's lineup. Get behind. It's hard to see what you can do.
Okay, and Collapse is doing this build that I've seen popularized by 33, and I don't know if people have talked about the reason why they do it. You know, if you play this hero, you see the 2-second downtime between singing. He puts it down to 1.5 on top of course, the other abilities being fast.
So you can quickly switch out, get your spells off, but it's a lot. It's a lot of money.
Invested. So I mean, I heard the players talking about it. Sometimes I'm looking, I'm like, is that really that worth it for an Octarine? We'll have to see, especially in this game. Yeah, Satanic, the pacing. And this is a game where you can go back for this armlet, of course.
I mean, I like this.
Lifestealer. I love it versus the Drow, too. This plus armor is super good when you're playing versus Drow.
9 class, they'll catch him out in the river.
He's kind of the only one getting caught, though. Right, 3 deaths now for 9 class, but the lead is just continuing to grow here for Vision.
Toro, you know, he's hitting the creeps,
He
keeping
is.
up on farm with Satanic, but again, as we alluded to earlier, it's going to be a heavy game for your Toro to carry.
And just for Laurel, right, there's just a lot of different ways that he can get caught still. Yes, there's a lick to protect him, but that doesn't mean that, you know, they have to sit right behind him until he's got the Mage Slayer.
Yeah, and then if these two sort of cores are sick by one another, they're
Feel good.
not going to be climbing their way out of this bottom spot of the core net worth.
He just gets caught into a silence, and then just a Willow follow-up, he will just get brought down on that, on the Ember, very likely. 4K lead. More efficiency around the map. Even the supports, right, getting that much more, especially the Enchantress in this game, just using the creeps to get that extra. He wants tower.
Oh, that's an easy tower last hit there.
They did get the deny on the mid one. I believe Vision was also the one that got the deny on the top one, so tower denies coming into play here. Yeah, Yutaro, as you said, he's keeping up, but much more vulnerable in this game in comparison to a Lifestealer. So many different things that get on him. Yep, farm efficiency, up to 5K now.
Not quite yet at the levels
感谢你
of
完成。
game 1.
No, not yet.
So, yeah, improvement.
Okay,
Teams
so-
got there in this game 2 in this matchup, but
So Noticed is doing the build that I actually thought Collapse was going to do in the game, because this is the one that I saw him popularizing. The phase drum, you get the shard, you hope you get a black dragon, and then you're pushing lanes invisibly. You use the fireball from the tree lines, and then you can farm jungle constantly with the cleave. So this is essentially like a mini Midas in a way for Notice, just to be able to get that extra farm and pull ahead of the Largo. I hadn't seen anyone do it in a while, though. I've been seeing that Radiance more coming back, but I'm happy to see him doing this. Because, see, look, you just, every time you don't have to show yourself in the lane, you just use that fireball. Clears the entire one of it.
looking pretty nice for him. I mean, all 3 cores of Team Vision in a very solid spot.
Laurel does have the Mage Slayer done. See if they want to look to smoke up with that timing. They will. These 3 together, very strong.
Maybe. If they
can find
catch the
connection,
Doom,
that's the question, though.
you know, out of the heroes, that's probably the one that they're most likely to be able to take down out of the cores.
And ideally, wanting to get these kills before BKBs. I mean, if they just sit back until the BKB comes down in the Doom.
I mean, they've hit him with the scout.
And the Earth
So
Spirit.
they're going to come this, you know, right round here, look this deep for Notice.
This is pretty deep, though, and they're pinging. They seem to already know this move is
He's
happening.
a step ahead.
No one was pinging it before they even showed in any way, so they knew that move was happening.
Just unfortunately wasted time there for Spirit.
The Infest is ready here now, too.
They've hit the scan. Well, you saw Spirit weren't successful with their attempt. We'll see if Team Vision are.
If Vision's able to get these double BKBs plus the lifesteal rage, there's just nothing that goes through it.
No one's in. Collapse straight away.
Use the lick as well.
Immediately on top of him, collapses. Very likely dead. TPs are coming in. Maybe they get to Carlos with the break hit from the sharpshooter. They will. So if they can get more, no one's going to be able to kick back. Lyle still wants to chase on forward with the Remnant. No one's got a shield rune up. They will be able to block off the roll. Satanic and 9 class watching from the side. Get the Wheel of Wonder down. They'll be able to catch no one. That's a big kill. They put an end to no one.
Nicely done. Good reaction. Immediately porting. It seems like they also knew that that move was coming as well, too. It took them a little longer to bring down Collapse. Much needed kill onto no one.
So Satanic watching at the side there, making the correct call not to try and get involved after that initial.
Yeah, I didn't have the. See, if he didn't use the initial infest for the, for the kill, could have potentially gone for some type of safe play, but not being the case. Now Yatoro's able to actually show up, hit a tower here, so nice little move here from Spirit, knocking back.
好方便啊！
And important for them to make this move, as I was mentioning, right? Not letting them just sit back and get these BKBs. Because if no one in the Doom get the BKB, then there's just so many limited moves that Spirit are going to be able to do on the map. I could see Notice buying this BKB before the Blink Dagger. This counters pretty much all of Spirit, besides that Drow. Oh, gets the rune.
Kenapa?
And the nice thing for
What's
Laurel
up, what's
also in
up?
this game at
Welcome.
least is going to have the Croak. in a lot of situations in
Selamat
this game.
siang
Green is now finished up.
menuju sore. Sambil lincir,
Titanic, though, still
No threat.
sambil misi,
cannot be touched.
sambil nonton turnamen.
It's gonna come out pretty soon.
Streamnya game,
Take some
streamnya
sort of big
yang
mistake
Dota apa
for
Genshin nih?
him to die this
Streamnya
Especially
Genshin,
with the Manta,
tapi
right?
nontonnya
Like,
sambil nonton Dota nih.
With the Manta, he should be pretty free to just survive in most
Jadi aku sambil main sambil nonton TI.
Increase that much more, Spirit is slowing down Vision.
你知道这是什么地方吗？
Biar rame,
But there it is. That's that BKB.
mengeramein sendiri.
BKB soon on the horizon for no one too, and that feels like when it's going to be the case they really
Jadi rusuh.
on the side of Vision here. Because, as we said, he's been quietly farming. This Aghanim is very strong if you're able to get it. That undispellable grab onto a target.
super annoying for heroes like the Ember.
Yeah.
Jadi ya hitungannya stream semuanya nih. Genshin stream, nonton TI juga di stream.
This Axe is very powerful.
Cuman ya kalau nonton turnamen mah nggak fokus-fokus amat lah. Kan ini sambil mainnya yang
Do
di
like to rush it.
lebihin.
It does two different things, right? That's a nice thing. Having the double creeps as well too, you're putting so much pressure on the map.
Kayak ini aja, aku sambil main sambil ngeradio.
Different spirit, they're ready to try and get Yatora
Habis itu lihat
once more.
screen
For the BKB on no one, it's
turnamennya.
important. If they can kill no one once more here, could lead them into getting a Roche. Because they do bring it down very quickly. Oh, that's a nice rune too. Able to find an amp damage for the next move.
I mean, with that, maybe they can have a chance for
Look.
Satanic.
Perhaps. He's still not the easiest.
Perasaan
fight.
kemarin nggak ada
They do catch him off
di
guard.
scene.
A lot of time spent to look for
Mana
this
ya?
move though.
They need to find something with this.
And especially before his BKB comes out. If he's able to get the
I mean, they're heading the opposite direction, unfortunately for themselves. They'll settle for a Tormentor by looks of
Oh, suruh lawan.
it. They will find nice and easily.
At least something gained out of all that movement. Brew will get it. Not the best shard in particular, but at least it's something. Yeah, Satanic just going for that plus armor. Since he's playing
Yes,
versus
this
the Drow, to get that AC online, it's going to be very beneficial for himself as in his team.
等等，那个蓝色
看来我们得先想办法。
Ini karena main Genshin aja, nyantai kan, jadi bisa sambil nonton.
They'll look towards it.
Kalau main game lain agak bisa.
Off the rage.
Pretty much all they can do. Just look at this life stealer right now. They can't go on him.
And there's that BKB. So they've got built-in rage from the life stealer, double BKB on the course, and there's just not
Buset,
that much
kenapa nggak bisa
experiment that
jatuh?
goes through
Kita
it.
bisa jatuh nggak?
It's the Drow's
Wih, bisa.
damage that's going to be going through.
Yeah, any fight that
Oke.
Yatora gets jumped and taken out of, it's going to be a
Kita bisa jatuh nggak?
pretty
Wih,
rough
bisa.
end for Spirit.
This could hit really hard here. Spirit, let's see if
Kok
they can
tadi
avoid the
nggak bisa
fight as much
dijatuhin?
as possible.
Kurang banget.
Just let Root die. Get everyone else out of there. Nobody else wants to be a part of this if you're Spirit.
Roche is going to start getting poked though, and you do not want to give up Roche to Vision when you're the
I
line.
might just have to though. Can you really try and take the risk around the Roche pit?
Definitely don't want to be giving it up to them though, but with 20 seconds down still on the ring, they're positioning themselves.
Kalian ini apa?
to wanna get
Speedrun.
I mean, maybe Lal can go for some sort of crazy play.
Not me. Caught immediately.
They're holding
Jadi
away.
ya apa? Dotanya, Dota, Genshinnya sambil
Fight chains on and on. They'll
progress.
force the BKB out from the Spirit pretty early.
Good. That's pretty solid there actually from Spirit.
I might give
Kalau
them
Dota,
a step
kalau main
towards
Dota kayaknya nggak bisa
deep for Vision.
sambil nonton deh.
Gonna start to fall back a little bit after the BKB is used.
Immediate smoke here from Spirit to look for the fight, forcing no one's BKB. They're pretty massive. No one
They nearly got him with the slight chains.
gets the disengage.
Spirit.
I don't know if you want to go for
Carlos. Yeah, that's a bit of an annoying one.
Doom's on the Largo.
Notice he's going to go straight over towards Collapse Satanic as well, pushing him with the rage. They'll have the box to bail him out a little bit, but as soon as he's out of it, they still take him down. The
Wih,
Brambles are going to catch
baju
up.
baru nih.
Root. As Root will try and hide here with
Wih,
the impact.
lagi nge-war lagi.
The sharpshooter able to shoot down.
Banyak sekali kejadiannya.
Both teams just very good at
Ini ganti
disengaging.
baju,
See there.
kostum baru.
Vision's ready to go.
Di Dota lagi nge-war.
They're trying to get a positioning here since the
Oh,
motion's
tapi
shifting. How long on no one's BK because he had arcane boom when he used it, so it's
not
gonna
long.
come up pretty quick here. It might catch him off.
wow. Wow.
No, it just does have
Keren
to
Jar. Bajunya si Lumine.
So if they get on top of Yatoro,
This could be so dangerous for me.
oh, he's around, they're gonna see him. They're on top of him, he'll try and slide away, go for the TP out. Is there anything to stop it? There's not. He gets out
Wah.
alive.
Apa ini?
Yatoro survives. Lyle's gonna try and battle on. But he's surrounded by the four of them. He's going to have to put the BKB himself.
Prince
He starts to
Life.
back away. He cannot do the damage to get any of the kills. Rue's going to
Klik
get picked up
kanan,
on the side
hold
by
to
Noah.
enter aiming.
Heads up from Yatoro. I think
Reload.
that was- he survived.
Mending yang kiri ya?
He's still having to just run away from
Kanan
Vision.
apa lah ya? Switch aim mode. Wah susah ini kanan.
Gonna be able to respawn with the heroes to try to contest it.
Iya mending gini aja. Wih gila.
Oh, that was mean.
Iya impresif. Main tembak-tembakan loh. Bener. Kita main PUBG. PUBG Genshin.
Under 700 gold off it.
Bentar. Ini nonton Dota. Main Genshin. Modenya FPS.
Will hurt.
Tambah gila.
Closer and closer to having a Shivas, he'll have that plus
Rusuh
armor, so
banget
perhaps
kali
the
ini.
situation won't feel as forced to
Ada aja.
soon. Just that much quicker on these items coming out of it, and
Big chance that they have the AC on Satanic for the next team fight.
Latihan dulu.
Toro, if he's able to get the
Oke,
butterfly,
lumayan.
that's going to be a pretty key timing for him. It's just the other cores again, they're falling behind just like in that last
Kita banyak
one.
kejadian ya
Toro versus
dalam
Toro
satu
versus
ini.
Toro.
Ngesep gimana ngesep?
Blink
Nggak bisa
also
ya?
for the Willow, so just more gap closing.
Oh, kayak gini.
They're gonna go again.
Tah.
Serrated Shiv as well, Satanic.
Oh, he did.
Oh, 2 kali.
Move as well.
Pencetnya 2 kali.
Are
Boom.
they ready for this?
Ini apa lagi? Oh, reset ammo.
JB is
Oke.
so powerful for Vision right
Tah.
now. Not much that Spirit has that bypasses them.
Hampir ya. Tutorialnya menyesatkan Jan.
Straight away on and on. Managed to get the doom down on the Lyle. So
Ada war.
BKB and
Mereka
Red.
war.
Not me will be dealt with slowly
Whoa.
by 9 class and no one. They're still trying to run here on Lyle. He should be alright.
He's okay.
He's gonna live.
Ya,
So at least they'll
mate.
get Lyle out of there despite being doomed.
That was very close to being brought down.
beres. Oh, sambil kali ya? Ambil aja kali.
Spirit looks like they are just gonna wait for that butterfly, right?
Eh.
Not looking for the fight themselves. They weren't
Masih ada yang hidup.
immediately just start to disengage when the fight does kick off. 28 minutes, Wisdom. Willow in position for the steal. Laurel's in the air.
Gila. Seru banget nih mode ini.
We'll be able to push him away. There's that Axe. Extra bit of lockdown here. Keeping themselves that bit of head, right?
Ganti
Level
senjata.
3 or level 18 on all 3 of the cores.
Oh.
For the side of Vision.
Oh,
And there's the AC finish.
oh ini nge-stun.
A lot more of an increase
Oke,
for Satanic for himself, but also protection for his allies.
udah beres.
24 armor in the Doom. That's
Udah beres.
now at
Udah kelar, Jar.
9. Your Spirit as well is going to be pushed up a lot safer too. Butterfly's done.
They're gonna get the catch on and on.
Eh.
They tried to mess around with the Enchantress there, but Dakalis was ready to turn and the
Waduh.
lockdown.
Yatoro's going to do a lot of damage here.
Apa
Though.
ini?
He does have that butterfly finished.
Oh,
Comes out from Satanic.
It is armor though. Brew will get brought down. No one will be able to find him on the sidelines here.
I think they can maybe catch
Rajas
the field from
ambil.
the side.
Heal, ammo, reload dulu. Udah kayak main Resident Evil nih.
So much physical resistance that they're going to have here for Satanic. So the butterfly, it's going to give him good damage, but more than that, it's going to give him some of that extra protection for the Lifestealer until that MKB does come out. Dakalis
Should have a good shot.
Lurus banget lagi.
Him down with the 3 of them, Yatoro.
Tapi nggak apa-apa sih.
Damage to take him
Harusnya
out. So
nice kill.
ini mah nggak terlalu fokus game tembak-tembakan.
Perhaps if they want to start to threaten it, it is
Yang penting have fun aja sih. Modenya lumayan.
It's risky.
This is because surely Team Vision are going to have something to say about this.
Oh, for sure.
I think you
class.
get away with this one for free if you're Spirit. They're definitely trying their
Waduh.
best to.
Ngepot terus nih.
Yeah, 10 seconds until it moves.
Toro's committing for it.
And he's getting close. He's kind
Wih,
of doing it here with the damage that he has.
jangan kasihkan ngepot.
He's ready to move in. Roshan falls, but Yatoro gets the kill and he gets the Aegis. He'll succeed. Can they take the team fight?
Lagi nguar.
As
Di
Vision are
Rosan.
ready to fight on. turn. They commit with the BKBs.
Hmm,
Just been dropped
Doom
down to
keluar.
bounce, you'll back off. Spirit, they'll take that. They get the roast, they get the Aegis, and they don't lose anyone.
Oh, Spiritnya ngambil Aegis.
30 seconds to do it.
Well, that was
gonna fly to the last tick of the doom. Actually does end up dying there. Very smart call though, right? They get just a kill on Enchantress and it's enough for them to go for this type of play.
Right, yeah, Yatoro might just have it in him to make the calls to turn this game around.
Nah, ini biasa kalau aku lihat stream Dota nih, kalau lagi mode story kita udah nggak ngikutin aku.
Much more of a chance here in game 2, Team Spirit.
Ini apa lagi?
What an exciting game that we've got going on here. Solace? Feel good? Something looked like there for a second here. Do get the Aegis. Don't get out fully cleanly, of course.
Kita suruh apa deh?
Their Largo. But they'll take them.
They'll take that. Yeah.
Taking away an Aegis
Oh.
and a Roche kill from a
Oh,
defender.
oke.
Carl again though.
Ahead.
This time he does get hit.
Yeah, there's no way out of this one.
He's got to be more careful how he's playing on these lanes. He's got to have the defensive remnant down instantly, and even then, it's very unlikely to save him. Vision still feeling strong enough to just
Buset, amonya banyak banget. Nambah lagi. Oh, max-nya 2000.
Gonna dive in.
Kalau dari chest ambil aja dah.
Very easy kill against not me.
He's gonna have the MKB pretty quick to answer that butterfly. And yes, Yatoro is strong, but as we keep a little, the other heroes just feel so weak. It's
Soalnya
really
nih
just
tim
Yatoro.
favoritku semua aja.
Do it all here. This game, Yatoro.
Lagi battle mereka. Si
His positioning
Satanik
in these
sama
fights has to be perfect.
His data
Ya,
list is
Toro.
gonna be very important for him as well.
Sama
To
collapse
this
terus.
timing. He's all the damage for his team, it feels like at this point. Vision, all 3 cores continue to get this scaling.
Time
Got
round,
positives on the
yeah,
numbers, though.
the GPM and the last is much closer as opposed to what we saw last game. I think what last game.
Jadi keinget ini Jer, apa?
30K gold
Main
for Team
Strinova.
Yeah, actually.
Spirit definitely able to
Baru
get
kemarin
much better
denger
shot.
lagu Strinova.
Still
Still a hard one.
quite the struggle.
Full Shivas now for the Earth Spirit, just buying all this plus armor. Natural build, of course, for him, but excellent versus the Drow Ranger, of course.
Eits,
Lotus now.
kemarin baru denger lagu Strinova, tiba-tiba main Genshin. Modenya kayak mode Strinova.
This game into his hands.
Boom.
Lead does just continue to grow up to 10 or 11k now at this point. And as soon as that MKB is out, no longer is Yatoro really that safe. He just gets got on top of again. He will get brought down very fast in Satanic.
Apa lagi nih?
Left on the stages. Not able to do too much with it though. Not even really looking for a fight. Not able to touch a tier 2 still. If they're a bit afraid on the side of Spirit.
Aduh, apa lagi tuh?
Tormentor though.
Oh,
Able to get again.
stun.
Nice little shot there for Yatoro. So that timing on top of getting the full daedalus. Yatoro might just be able to do it.
Lumayan.
That the MKB done.
Yaudah,
I believe
berarti
it
kita
is
lanjut.
finished up here for Satanic.
Ada lagi. Ya udah tuh.
Drows be able to do it. If Yatoro can with this one. Tier 2 is falling. 90 seconds
Yaudah,
left
berarti
on
lanjut.
the stages.
Mana nih?
Vision's looking for the move. Class looking for the back line.
Hebat. Apa? Wis. Wih, muar tuh.
They managed to catch him. They'll be able to bring him down to the low ground, slide him out of there.
Still has ages for a minute.
Gila,
but they're
rusuh
afraid
banget gue.
to reset their position and claim a high ground. No one drops dangerously low. Still has the BKB at the ready though. and
Lagi
knows
ngeluar di bawah.
Oh, that's a big rune bomb.
Ya apa nih?
Amp damage.
Jatuh.
About 40
Hampir.
seconds here.
Not going to want to
Hampir
fight into
jatuh.
this.
Tapi emang harus jatuh nggak sih?
Earth Spirit's
Oh,
farm
jalannya.
just continues to be pretty ridiculous in comparison. He's gonna have the Octarine finished up soon.
Lagi farming tuh. Kita
Yet to die.
Satanik.
Yet to really feel that
简直就
pressure.
像是要把我们留下来一样。那边的车厢和平台全是丢了魂的
On
愚人种
both，
突破他
games,
们。
the carry pick they were able to get for Satanic seemed pretty Pretty spot on.
And overall, the offlane position that they've put Spirit in both games too. Like Collapse having a pretty quiet series, I would say.
Class
for the steal play, but dodges it with the illusion there, Rue. Nicely done. Will secure the wisdom.
6-7, 6-7 damage.
He's got the control, and with the wheel down, 9 class.
They got him.
Not going to be able to run.
Nice play from Rue. Beautiful usage of the... I don't even remember what that one's called, the illusion thing, though. Funhouse mirror, is that what it is?
Yes, it is.
It is, right?
That is the
Damn,
one.
I can't
Brings
remember.
out the funny illusions.
I can't believe I remember that. Oh, Bloodstone. Sorry for the Spirit.
Nah,
Apologies.
senjata baru.
So extra sustain that he's going to have.
He's got the
Punya
Bloodstone.
weapon.
Satanic's got the Nullifier.
Got the Cloak of Flames as well, too. He's going to be doing absurd damage in these fights and healing a lot, too. Aegis is gone, Vision. They're looking for the move here now. Carl again, careful.
Spirit do have the numbers. They're actually going to try and get aggressive on it. Was no one.
Force the BKB, immediately reset.
It's a pretty early BKB, so he'll back out now, no one.
Very smart.
Oh, Alfie sama S.
Shield rune also spawns bottom for Laurel. He'll be happy. They've got a gem on both sides, so not that much vision really on either of the sides.
Ini makanya main Resident Evil aja.
It is shrinking a bit. Laurel topping net worth. The Ember starting to catch back up as well too here. We definitely have a game on our hands, Owen.
Really do. Thora has managed to carry Spirit through situations like this many times in the past.
Yeah, Laurel has actually gotten to that next item. I was worried that he wasn't going to be able to really start to break out. Now he's got the Aghanims. Speaking of the Aghanims, though, noticed also having one picked up for himself on the Doom. Probably means, hey, does he want to go look for the creep? You know, the congregations that we do see them usually get when they have the Shivas as well. Probably going to be the case soon. I know still farming with the Fireball, though. And it's Lincoln's, but yeah, he does have that Aghanims already for the Doom, so does have the way to go for him anyway. Not me. Dukin hiding.
That could be fine.
Good to get away again. They're not hemorrhaging nearly as many kills as well. This time Spirit
Kelar dari jauh.
all over the place.
Ini reloadnya kenapa satu-satu dah?
That much more elusive.
Nah, gitu dong.
Still want to try and chase on for not me this time.
He looks pretty caught this
He's
time.
not going to be able to hide.
Make him work for it though.
总觉得周围是不是摇晃的有点厉害？
看来这边的人正处于
Ah.
沉入水底。出口就在这里。
出口就是这个，是个奇怪的气泡。
Mantap, Jir.
Also
Mantap.
close to these level 25s that are pretty
这种时
absurd.
候就该直接上手。
The Light Split and the Earth Spirit having some pretty strong ones, but also Yatoro getting close to his.
看来我
Roche, perhaps that next point of contention, though 40 seconds until we do find out
Alloy.
what's on.
Namanya Alloy.
Neither team's going to let that one go.
Neither team really having that much vision, though, as we've been mentioning. Gems haven't taken out most of these wards, so just one ward on both, or actually 2 wards right now for the side of Spirit. Tense game.
Step up a little bit. Notice the swinging round ready to join Satanic.
Roche coming up very soon. Smoke up. Spirit looking for an
人鱼
angle.
居然直接出现在了铁轨上，这可是非常多亏有
Oh,
神器，
Aliosa
我们才能
namanya.
画下
Kirain Aloysa.
Start this one.
在
Would
罗
be
德
pretty,
卡莱
any
图
kill,
瓦
right?
'Cause
Can
it's
see-
Takalis. It's not a bad catch here. They're going to have the sharpshooter hit. That's going to be Takalis dead.
现在请
谢谢眼镜了。你
Start poking the Roche with that kill.
They
They certainly
28
can.
seconds, no
They
enchantress.
kill it pretty quickly with Yatoro.
Vision is gonna go in for this play, though. They're looking already.
Spirit's respecting this, knowing that Vision's going to try and take this fight 4v5.
Not starting the roast just yet. 30 seconds until Edge does come back. So they are a bit afraid to just tap it. It's a similar situation where it's 30 seconds until it's about to start shifting. Looks like that was not enough for them to even start to
I mean,
hope.
last time they did clean it up in sort of the final 20 seconds. They'll be tempted to try again.
This time because of the roar, right?
That's true. It's not happening. They
can't really just commit.
I mean, I say it's not happening. They're tempted to try and see if they can do it. I mean, they do it very fast with the drought.
Where's the roar?
Surely, at this point, they're going to have to let it move to the other side of the river. I say that 5 seconds. Torres says,
knows it's super fast.
I'm going to give him my best shot. He's going to back off now. There's Vision. Make the jump forward.
Roche is going to start moving. Pass.
They've been hunting for him. Gonna have Shadow Realm up in a second.
He's burnt down. They're gonna look for the jump though. Yatoro has to be careful with his position.
They know that he's trying to make his way over to the other side of the river to get towards the Roche pit. They're gonna try and block him off. Notice, Tim with the blinks is gonna get the catch onto the supports here. Satanic takes out Not Me.
Vision so quick to claim that high ground there. It's gonna give time for 9 Class to respawn here. Not much committed. They just jump in, able to get the hoodwink, and this Roche, it's very low. They could just sneak in and kill it themselves also on Vision.
Not quite as easy for them to hit it as opposed to obviously Spirit having the drought.
Yeah, drought kills it in like 3 seconds at this point, at this HP. Gonna start doing it though. Force the roar. Full Abyssal coming on the courier. Satanic has spent the gold.
So somebody's able to get him in on the front lines, whether it be the Doom or the Earth Spirit. The Abyssal Nullifier, he's killing any of them.
Any target that he gets on will die. Notice is in.
He's in. He's going to look towards Large, got the AoE Doom off. He's going to stay on top of the Ember. Satanic moves across, brings in the damage. That's going to be Lyle gone. The buyback comes in from Rue. Lyle does have buyback available. He's going to use it. Comes straight back in with the Remnant over towards him, but the Doom's still there. He's got to be careful, Lyle.
Run.
And no one, and Satanic is bullying back the rest of Spirit. Yatoro's gone. Lyle will finish off. Notice, but the carry's dead. Collapse is going to try for the TP up. The Abyssal's back up. Puts a stop to the TP.
Satanic just too big, too many wins.
And they could turn back over towards Lyle now. He brought back for this fight. Can he get out of the route? No, the silence is up for no one as a die back on Lyle. Spirit, they tried to put so much into that. They could not succeed. They lose Lyle twice, and they also lose Yatoro and Collapse on top of that.
The fights for Spirit are just so complicated for them to do. They're trying to protect Yatoro, they're trying to protect Laurel, but it's just
is he stuck?
Doing so. It looked like he was. But
No,
I don't think so. Yeah, they're just thinking on Yatoro can't get the liberty to attack targets. You can see he started for a second there, but then as soon as like his Lincolns gets popped, it's
And
just
now,
too much.
I mean, no mid now for 90 seconds nearly. Team Vision know that they can do the damage. Coming down the mid lane.
And we're truly seeing what the difference that we were saying, right? The Earth Spirit versus the Ember. This Earth Spirit is just running the train. He's just getting on top of any targets, 9, 1, and 10. No risk for no
And just the difference in vulnerabilities of the carries, right? You know, Yatoro, for all the farm that he's had and how carefully he's played this game, it's almost impossible in these team fights to avoid everything, whereas Satanic, with the build-up that he's had and as a lifestealer, they can't touch him.
Just the dream pick, really. Sneaky spot here by the
He's still chilling in on me.
He's trying to steal this rush.
That would be insane.
Might be able to.
There's no way.
He's done it before.
There's no way.
He's done it before.
Oh my good.
He gets 9 class. I thought he got it.
Oh, if he got away with that one. There's something pretty crazy about this lad, but this time he won't quite do it. Great effort, though. Great effort.
I mean, this guy is making such a name for himself, though. In just like half a year, everybody's gonna know him. That was such nice plays. Nice attempt there. Knows he has to do something desperate. Laurel, as he said, die back, losing all of that gain that he's had. And Owen now, right, level 26. The absurdity of the Earth Spirit. Even go for the Aghanim so they can have further saves and protection. And just a quiet series from Collapse in particular. Sure, as Largo, it's hard to be really that flashy in particular.
That's true. It's probably the least flashy of the offlane heroes right now.
Yeah. Just kind of sings a song. Just kind of exists. This Lifestealer pick did just seem like the absolute perfect pick for them too, and he's
Doesn't do anything about it.
He's played it to perfection as well too. 0 depth so far, always getting on the right targets.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like both games, you know, we've pretty much seen one of the if not the best carry at the moment in the tournament, on the best hero for the moment, right? The last game on the Nature's Prophet seemed amazing. this game on the live stealer also seemed amazing.
Just counters everything, right? You can't make moves to gank him at all with this rage. He's got to break the 1000 XPM again. Not the 1000 GPM, but the XPM for sure. And now he's got the Ags already consumed, so just harder and harder for Yatoro to be able to have the success. It's just Yatoro now at this point to be able to go for any type of kills here. Level 25 has been hit for him, but the base push is coming in.
Can Yatoro somehow do it? They take down Satanic. That'll be quite the reward for it.
That's the question. Are they even going to bring him down to once in the game? Doesn't look like it.
Wait inside the base here, Spirit.
Trying to think of these ways for them to go for these wrap. It's just they're too tough to kill. They're very tanky on all three cores as well too, is the issue. And they have nothing that goes through BKBO, and it's just the drow. So they can pop those BKBs, disengage in most scenarios, as we've seen. Level 25 for Notice has been hit.
And they just can't get him off the barracks.
Quick little infest, able to disengage. No one even there, just in case. Looks like he was trying to bail out his buddy, if anything, but Satanic, more than safe enough. He just hangs on to this dragon the whole time. Didn't end up switching the neutral creep at all, just really likes it. It does make you farm absurdly fast with the cleave, so can't blame him. Also still has plus armor, right? I think, right? Does have like that little bit of plus armor, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I am. Oh well.
Spirit.
Trapped in the base.
See if they can pull together some sort of defense here on the top side.
Satanic just walking in.
Look at the bushwhack onto him. With that Aegis, Satanic not breaking a sweat.
Rage is just the answer to everything. Really does, I mean, it feels like it's almost getting to territories of Rapier for Yatoro, I'm thinking, but he just doesn't really have the slots to be able to go for it either.
It's not, yeah, it's a bit awkward to sort of fit into the build as a drow.
Maybe eventually for the Lincolns, but it feels like he needs a Satanic instead still.
Roll for no one.
Magnetize.
Gonna get the silence onto the two of them. Turn with the chains and the wheel, but he's still able to get the BKB and the Bloodstone off. No one's fine, and Spirit, they're just getting bullied back to the fountain.
Be ready for the 1 minute duration Magnetize at the least. He's gonna continue to keep it spreading. Maybe he'll stop it here for now, since they don't want to keep pushing forward.
Aegis is about to expire.
They'll reset, wait for the cooldown again. This guy's farm just continues to be absolutely crazy. He's getting tankier and tankier by the minute, right? He's getting all these extra last hits. 709 now at this point for that extra HP. Smoke up, Spirit. Looking to try to catch Vision off guard, because I think they're just knowing, right? If it's just going to be these 5v5s, there's just no way that they can do it. They have to do something to split them up. But again, just so difficult for them. They just can't threaten these cores. No real disables to keep them controlled.
想好要去哪边了吗？或者找块草坪休息一会儿吧。
All starting to come out on the bottom lane. Eyes on not me. No one. The silence and the kick.
Push coming in toward top again. Satanic. And they're just farming the whole map.
Pretty much farming their sort of 7 items, really.
Pretty much already at this point. Looks like they'll find the Enchantress. Taking them some time, but they will get him. Are getting punished a little bit for being fully split up here.
Not me.
Also gets caught. Just trying to get out on the map, Spirit. Trying to open up extra farm opportunities for their cores. No one did see Yatoro for a second there, but not going to be able to just push forward for him. Panic. Wants to look for the infest. Noticed a Wind Waker also picked up now at this point.
Incredibly comfortable spot here. Team Vision, not really a whole lot they need to do apart from just ensure that if anyone heads out the base on Spirit, they don't get back home alive.
They have a clear path to success, while for Spirit, it's an incredibly complicated one. Aeon Disc even being picked up for the Earth Spirit. They've got a lick to get rid of it, kind of, but yeah, BKB plus Aeon, 5,000 HP. Good luck bringing him down. Only been able to do it once this game.
Or considering his next time, probably looking at the Satanic.
Yeah, I guess that is going to be it.
Or you just get rid of the Lincolns for the Satanic?
I mean, it has to probably be that, but... Does he need a second life is the case, right? I just feel like they need more damage, but I don't know.
There's still a chance. I mean, there's still a chance that that does get replaced with something else.
He also can just die, right? Like, so easily. So maybe he just needs a Satanic, too, because the Magnetize could just, like, tick onto him forever and bring him down, too, so probably wants that extra protection. It's hard to say. It really is. Roche, it's up. Vision in a very good position to be able to go for it here. And yeah, he's just going for this. Being safe. Satanic, though, as you said, his 7th item. The Daedalus.
Yeah, Daedalus, he's ready to put the phase boots in the backpack.
Now they actually have a way to catch. I was waiting until somebody bought it. They have a Hex now on the side of Spirit. Before this, they've had like no way to actually stun and lock down the target. Maybe this will be that extra thing that allows them to maybe go for one of these cores.
Stopping this Aegis Lifestealer, though, from taking a base.
Yeah, and there's only one Rax left. Refresher shard as well, too, on the Earth Spirit, so infinite magnetize.
Even more stones, even more magnetize, yep. Gonna go throughout the duration of the fight and more.
Look at this wraparound they're looking for here.
No one's ready to go in, get some information. It's gonna start things off, making the jump over towards Not Me. They get the close on towards the Ember Spirit. Lars out of the fight. He's got buyback back up.
Wrap around.
Indeed, they get the wraparound over towards 9 class. Will manage to take him out. Yatoro's in a pretty decent spot to start doing the damage. He's going to look over towards Satanic, but Satanic's able to jump in towards him with the infest. The bashes come out. There's Yatoro surrounded and in trouble. The box comes in. They're trying to get Yatoro out of this, trying to keep him alive, but no one rolls in with the BKB. Yatoro's gone. He has got buyback. He's going to almost certainly have to use it here. Root dead outside of the base. Satanic back onto the barracks.
It's just too much for them to
They have got the Hex on a notice, but the infest comes in, be able to heal him back up.
Got the cheese as well, too, if he feels necessary to use it.
Back up to full HP. The buybacks come out for Yatoro. Look at the Satanic. Satanic still with the Aegis. The Hex is there. They will take him out the once.
No one's back in.
They're up against the Mega Creeps now, Team Spirit.
Magnetize spreading.
They're having to get back over towards the Fountain Collapse. Will be able to take it off the two of them. Notice still in with the jump. Another lick to try and get Lar back to safety, but the Root catching on him. He'll get the Slider Fist off. He'll remnant away, but there's an impetus chasing on forward. Lar's gone for good. Dead for the 2 minutes. Down to the 3 of them to try and hold back against Satanic, but Satanic moves in, tears apart Collapse. As this game, this series, it is over. GG is called. Team Vision today turning up and getting the 2-0 against Spirit. This game 2, Spirit able to give a little bit more of a punch back, but barely still. They drew it out to the 53 minutes, but my goodness, Team Vision, they knew exactly what to do against Spirit today.
On top of just playing so perfectly, right, this pick for this Lifestealer is just so insane, and honestly, this Earth Spirit, it's got to go from no one. You can't be giving it to this guy.
Yeah, well, Team Vision, my goodness, what a show they gave us here. Spirit could not quite keep up with them in either of their games. It's a 2-0 here for Team Vision.
And with that, they are the first team to get their place in the main event of the International. Congratulations to them and to having such a clean road to make it there. This was spectacular stuff, and against Team Spirit to do it like this as well. Yes, Game 2 was more competitive than Game 1, but still very much in the hands of Vision for this one. Saber, what do you feel about Team Vision? This is, I mean, they're just a step above the rest, I feel.
They are. I don't know. I don't know how they do it, especially against a team like Spirit. It just feels incredible. So obviously not only Satanic, I think no one showed up in a big way, and also no one did, you know. They all did in a way.
Yeah.
Yes, his Earth Spirit is incredible. The supports, they're always like enabling them in lane. They're always winning lanes. It's, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and speaking of lanes, there's one moment in the lanes that was already kind of like, we kind of knew what was going to happen potentially. You wanted to take a look at that.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight, you know, usually I personally don't care about my support's life. This Eng is dead if I am on the screen. However, that is not the Vision way. They bring everybody, they infest, they help him, and after Spirit bring heroes, they bring the Ember Spirit and waste so much time trying to get a measly Enchantress skill. They can't even get that, and Ember dies instead.
Ember dies instead, and I mean, that was already pretty bad because Ember was already down on that bottom lane for quite a while waiting for an opportunity. Luckily for Team Spirit, there was a chance for them to be a little bit more on the ball and on point later down the line, as we are going to take a look, Jenkins, at what happened at around minute 19.
Yeah, this was pretty cool. I mean, you can still see the Team Spirit magic in this game, at least. Like, Game 1, in my opinion, was way more of a stomp. There was no chance for them whatsoever. Spirit was at least, like, clawing back in this one. You see the double remnant block from Laurel onto no one. Like, this is the sort of gameplay that you have to do to stop no one from rampaging you on Earth Spirit. I guess we can kind of angle it like that. I agree with Fogged and my boy Saberlight that I don't know if you can play against this team and give the dude Earth Spirit again. Not just because mechanically he knows how to play it so well, but also because his team is super capable of playing around it too. Like, they use him to the highest degree possible.
Yeah, and after that, of course, it was a little bit back and forth, mostly fourth, though, in favor of Vision. But there's one deciding fight where we're like, okay, you know, it's time to pack up for Team Spirit. Towards the later ends of the game, 42.
Yeah, this was about the second Roche fight. I think there was a lot of cat and mouse kind of gameplay going around the Roche, moving around. It was really cool. And then what we realized is, you know, this is a Drow lineup. And how do you beat a Drow lineup? You get position on her. So Notice gets to jump in first. He goes on the high ground. Drow is immediately forced to low ground, trying to run away. But the positioning is already compromised here because you need to be able to stand and hit people. But as soon as the Doom does that with the Aghanims, the fight is just chaos, and when there's chaos, the Drow Ranger is going to lose. So this was a really nice way of taking command of the game, getting the second Roche, and from here on out, it's just about closing out the map slowly.
I want to have a special mini shout out to Not Me, who was trying a little cool play there, of course, cool. With the Hoodwink, trying to sneak in a Roche steal. You gotta try it in moments like that. You gotta, I mean, Saber, you try out, and successfully so, Roche steals frequently.
I love stealing the Roche, but not in this way. This was incredible. Like, abusing this little pocket of vision. I feel like after this, Valve is for sure fixing it. Even though he didn't succeed in the steal, I just think it's incredible that this is his first TI and he goes for plays like this. And yeah, he could have easily gotten it, and then maybe this game looks completely different.
Yeah, we went for the MVP on the Earth Spirit for no one. Yes, the hero is very strong, and I'm sure we're going to see it addressed in many drafts in the following series to come and in the main event as well. But on top of it all, he was just everywhere, and he was playing it to perfection, Fly.
I think it was very well deserved because both games he got his hero first pick. Laurel gets a counter pick. In both games, I actually felt a little bit like of a mid diff, you know, which is pretty rare to say. He won the lane, I'm pretty sure, and he got most of the runes from the 6, 8, 10 runes that we were talking about. He made better rotations. He forced Laurel to go to one lane, then he attacked the other lane, and just a stellar performance from no one, really.
What is the counter to Earth Spirit? Because on all the streams, we're seeing Slardar, we're seeing Ember, and watching these performances, I don't feel like these did enough. Is it really just mid-diff? Like, is it a skill thing between these two players right now?
I mean, from my knowledge, this is supposed to be Ember favored. Maybe not a stomp, but just slightly Ember favored. It could be a lot of different things. We also saw the Ench rotating a lot, trying to help out. So maybe it came down to the supports. There was a lot happening in this game. So, you know, you'd really have to break it down. But I do think no one just overperformed today, for sure.
Do we feel like there should have been more rotations going into the mid lane? Because we talked a lot during the draft about there needing to be rotations. More?
I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to rotate against Ench. This hero is very strong on runes, and the problem with this Ember hero is that you have your E spell, your Flame Shield, but you need to press it beforehand, and it's just gonna get perched. There is no point saving it, like some other spell, because sometimes, let's say like a Quap ulti, right? You'll just save it for the moment where it's needed. Whereas for a Flame Shield, you just you pop it, and then it's dealing damage over time. However, then the Ench can just choose whenever to purge it, and your entire kit is just gone.
I do wish they played a little bit more around the Drow Ranger, because Yatoro won his lane really hard, which is what should happen against Doom. But as soon as they made that rotation to the Lifestealer and it failed with Floral when we saw the highlight, I think that actually completely cooked the game. It seems very minuscule, but those types of things actually matter so much in these high-level games. That gave Doom so much space, it made Lars' game really bad. All of these things combined, they did not recognize the correct pressure points for themselves.
Yeah, and that is just slowly, it was Vision taking the lead, keeping the net worth gain and lead the whole game through. And they take it and they get themselves to the main event. And we are going to find out how they're feeling right now as we head over to Nomad.
I'm here with Ducalis from Team Vision, and you have just qualified to the main stage of the International with a 4-0 record. How do you feel?
We are feeling good, but I think we still need to improve some stuff because we start playing better from start of the tournament because we was kind of jet lagged and we was having really hard trip. But now I think, improving from day to day.
I mean, if you're looking to improve from here, then, I mean, you're going to be unstoppable by the time the main stage comes. But I want to talk about the series versus Spirit. I mean, game one kind of looked like everything just went to plan for you guys.
Yeah, I think game one was kind of easy because we got a Furion and he threatened them on map. Like minute 5, he TP kill draw tower, so they are a bit lower on map, and we have like kind of unkillable heroes everywhere. I'm playing Wyvern, they have Slardar, so they doesn't have that much amplification for physical damage. And Edgar devoured all the vision, so yeah, I think we was just doing everything well. Yeah, we could like pressure more, but yeah, it just 5 or 10 more %. Yeah.
For real, I mean, that first game was really, really solid. Game number 2, also very good. They pushed you a little bit later, though. How were they able to do that?
I think we just didn't hit our smokes, and like I think we was a bit as well not good on the buttons. Like no one said after the game that he a bit mispressed BKB, so if he like don't do it, we could kill them all and all the stuff. So I think yes, and I think also I died quite times, like 2 or 3 times on important objectives where my team could take fight if I'm alive. Like first rush, I think we lose because I died. So yeah, I think we just a little bit was not on the like proper state to like destroy the game, but we still win. Yeah.
Still win, still win. I mean, there were a few Roche moments that game. Also, when Not Me suddenly comes out of the cliff, seemingly from nowhere, and bushwhacks you and almost takes that Roshan, which would have been a disaster. Didn't quite get it, but what was the team's reaction when that happened?
My reaction was like, oh fuck. Because like against this team, if you're not ready, they will always try to steal Roche. They will like, I don't know, force stuff, steal with chain, fist, steal with like hiding in the broken spot, and like it's insane to be true. I mean, they are good in it, but I think like it's one of the key thing. If they don't steal your edges, they are not like that good on map. Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, there were some really interesting moments in this game, but also Satanic. I mean, this guy is just playing absolutely insane. Every single lane, it feels like he's coming out ahead. How are you managed to achieve that in every single match?
I think it's because he's very young and very talented, and like it's half of the thing why he's like this, and I think the other half is Papi, because he teach him a lot how to play Dota, how to play aggressively, and they are talking a lot, and I think that's why he also improved. And I think one more thing, it's like the atmosphere that we try to all bring. Sometimes we don't do it. Like sometimes we have bad days. I mean, I think every team has a bad day. But basically, I think when we coming to the official, we are all in good mood and we try to cheer up each other. And yeah.
Certainly working out for you guys, absolutely. I mean, was there anything in this group stage which caught you guys off guard that you had to adapt to?
I think first match was really hard because of jet lag, and I think Team Resilience is a really good team. I am waiting them to go to playoffs. And Falcons played well. I mean, I kind of fucked up third game with Falcons, and because I feed on Titan on lane. And first game we was also kind of winning. I think Team Resilience was a really hard opponent to beat. Like I believe they're really good.
Yeah, I'm excited to see more from them as well, to be honest. But now we're through to the main stage. How does this change things for you guys going to play in that arena?
I mean, we are really appreciated to have this opportunity to play in front of Chinese crowd. And I wanted to say sorry one more time, guys, about last year. And I'm waiting you to come. And I'm like really sorry. So come, cheer for us. We will try to do our best. We love you.
All right. And any words to your fans out there watching from home as well?
Yeah, and I can say it like on my language. Спасибо большое за поддержку, друзья. Приходите болеть за нас. Я знаю, что здесь будет много русскоговорящих фанатов на стадионе. Мы будем стараться, ребят, для вас. Спасибо.
Brilliant. Ducalis, thank you so much for coming to talk to me, and good luck at TI.
Thank you.
That was awesome. I loved hearing Ducalis talk about the atmosphere that his team is going through, and that it's just a happy, positive atmosphere. And I think, Jenkins, we can feel that. They're just very comfortable playing in this group stage.
Yeah, I'm glad he talked about it. This is something that I heard from no one, where he said that, Satanic in particular, this guy had a lot of like intuitive feelings on the game, and, would take a tower because he's just really good at last hitting, gets the advantage in lane, et cetera, et cetera. But a lot of the time he didn't really have like theory on why these various things were good. And it was a little hard for them to get through to him because he's just so good setting all these records, right? But then Puppy comes in, one of the Dota legends of all time, and also, with the machete, he's able to actually get through to Satanic, and now we see, like, this kid is on another level, dude. It's like Satanic is an S tier, and everybody else right now seems to be A tier at best.
Yeah, it's super impressive. Also, already talking about, they just won. No one hasn't died a single time that game, Fly, and he's already, guys, I mispressed my buttons here. That also is, it's hallmark of a stellar player.
I love the mentality, because even throughout this entire interview, Ducalis is just pointing out all the mistakes he's done. So they're just clearly just thinking about all the things they could do better, and they're not that satisfied with, what seems like kind of a really great win over Team Spirit. And I can definitely sense their expectations as a team. Like, he didn't seem overly excited or anything after, making it to the main event, but they're expecting more. They're expecting to win the whole thing, even from 9class's interview earlier. And it's cool to see that just resonate, within.
Very true. There's, of course, a flip side to this story, because we knew that in this first half of the day, we would have one team making it to the main event. But we also knew that during this time, there would be one team that would be eliminated, and that has happened. Huligani has taken leave of this group stage as the first team to be eliminated from the international. And for some final words, we're going to head over to Pyrian, who's talking to Uigyuh.
I'm here with Sayush from Team Huligani, who've just been eliminated from TI-15, our first team eliminated. Sayush, commiserations. We're very sorry to see you guys go home. Talk me through that series. What went wrong from your perspective?
Олег, выражаю тебе свое сочувствие в связи с вашим поражением. Расскажи, что не так произошло в этой серии.
Да на самом деле, что разочаровываться? Впереди еще нас ждут очень много крутых игр, да, мы вылетели, но это еще не повод расстраиваться. Впереди еще целый сезон, этот сезон закончен. А в этих играх первую... Что там произошло не так? Первую нас закрыли на линиях, то есть у нас и по пику было плохо. Ну, то есть первую мы плохо сыграли команду. Вторую, как вы видели, мы победили, то есть мы там сыграли лучше линии, у нас лучшая стратегия. А в третьей, мы ошиблись по героям. То есть ошиблись по героям, ошиблись вначале, мы хотели убить Энигму, чтобы лучшая линия была, из-за этого легкая линия пошла хуже, и поэтому у нас в боте начали сильно давить, а у нас была надежда, что дровка у нас будет большая. И, как-то все нас засноуболили, мы не смогли собраться, мы пытались, держались, у нас был план сидеть от ХГ, но по итогу не получилось.
not many commiserations are here. This season will be long, and we are looking forward to the upcoming games. And as for this particular series, on the first game we failed in terms of drafts and the strategy for the game. The second one was the opposite because we had everything done great. And for the third one, we focused on dominating Enigma, and that's why we lost the initiative on the bottom lane, in the easy lane of our team, which resulted in a snowball which we didn't manage to cope with.
Wow, thanks. Great analysis there. You've got quite a, first of all, first time at this tournament for your organization. You've got some newcomers to TI as well. Do you think they've learned a lot playing against teams at this standard, and do you think that they've improved as a result of playing at the tournament?
В команде есть ребята, которые до этого не выступали на интернешналах, молодые игроки. Как ты думаешь, многому ли они успели научиться за то время, пока вы выступали на TI?
Да, безусловно, это большой опыт для ребят, для которых это первый интернешнл, потому что так или иначе здесь собираются лучшие команды, которые показывают за весь год очень хороший результат, выигрывают турниры, занимают высокие места. Поэтому я думаю, в первую очередь, это очень большой опыт для ребят, которые впервые. Это также пища для размышления для опытных игроков, для нас, там, для меня, для респекта. То есть этот интернешнл, я думаю, нам даст в будущем очень много.
Of course, it's a great experience for such newcomers because the best team are being represented here at TI. And for the old guys such as me and Corrupted, this tournament, of course, became a reason for a lot of thoughts moving forward to the upcoming season.
Okay, well, we're sorry to see you guys go. Do you have any words for the fans out there who are cheering you on? A lot of people love to root for an underdog. Do you have anything you'd like to say to the fans?
Есть ли что-то, что вы хотите сказать фанатам по итогам своего выступления?
Спасибо, ребят, всем, кто поддерживал хулиганов. Да, мы попытались захулиганить на интернешнле, чуть-чуть не пошло, где-то могли чуть лучше сыграть, может даже побороться за плей-офф. Но в любом случае результат хоть и грустный, но все равно спасибо, что за нас болели, поддерживайте в дальнейшем. Всем спасибо, всем всего хорошего.
Thank you a lot for cheering for us. The result didn't end up the way we expected it to be. However, yeah, we tried to hooligan up the situation a bit, but we failed in a way. But thank you nevertheless for supporting us.
Great words, and thank you to you for competing. We wish you all the best in the future. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Aperian and Uigyuh. I mean, it's tough getting eliminated, being the first team to be eliminated as well. And I'm sitting here with two teammates that have been also eliminated by Huligani from the qualifiers. Does this bring extra feelings, seeing the team that eliminated you getting eliminated as well, Fly? I feel like I have to ask it.
Yeah, why you gotta do us like that? No. It's you know, it's a bit unfortunate to see them go out this way. I would have hoped they would had a better fighting chance. Reality is they did get outclassed, and it is devastating. You know, you put your entire season in hopes of making it here, which they did, but then you also want to perform. You don't just want to come here and end up losing. So hopefully it is a good experience for a lot of their players, since it was a lot of their first times at TI. So yeah, just use this and come back stronger in the future.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about that, Saber, about how important it is to just, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you gotta win TI, but to be there at least once, you know, to have to know how to deal with a tournament of this scale as a player. Do you feel like this is a team that will take a lot of lessons from something like this?
Yeah, I think it's for sure helpful to, you know, bang it out for the first time, and then unless you're not me and you're just cooking every single game.
There's exceptions to every rule.
It's a good experience, and I'm hoping that they had a good time despite the losses. Yeah, it's kind of bound to happen. A smart man once told me that he really appreciates or admires Dota players because there is 16 teams, but only one of them will win.
Yeah.
So there is only one winner and basically 15 losers, and yet the Dota players, they do it again and again and again, and that's just kind of the life, and you sign up for it, and someone has to be in the last place.
Was that Insania?
It was actually Dr. K, the Dota psychologist. Well, gamer psychologist. Very cool guy.
I mean, to be fair, I think throughout a career, you're going to lose way more than you win. Like, that's statistics, right? Make sense?
Yeah, that's true. And I think one of the beauties of Dota, but the curses of Dota as well, is that a lot of the time, the losses feel so much better than the wins. Like, the wins are just kind of relieving, you know, and you lose and you're like, oof, that's rough. But I feel like it's probably a motivating thing to get back to the tournament, though. You're like, all of these things that I could have done better. I have to get back. I have to get back. I have to prove myself. Almost more than like never having gone there in the first place.
It is a bit like madness. Like you end up losing, and then you watch the other teams competing. You watch somebody win, and then you have this like fire that comes within you. Like, I want to be there. You know, I want to have another chance to compete against these guys. I want to be the one lifting the trophy. So I totally understand.
Yeah. Now there's gonna be more series coming our way today, and there's 4 teams that will, because we saw Uigyuh today. They played against OG. That was the 0-3 versus 0-3 matchup. OG is now 1-3. There's 3 other teams that are 1-3, so that makes 4 teams that are 1-3, and they're going to go up against each other, and 2 more teams get eliminated. So I'm going to tell you guys those 4 teams in case you are not aware, and I would love to hear you guys' thoughts on how this will go down. So, of course, we got OG that was able to beat Uigyuh this morning. Other than that, we got Gamer Legion Fly. I'm sorry. Resilience that we heard the callers talk about just now. And extreme gaming.
That's crazy. That's a crazy one.
I mean, all 4 of them, you can make cases for them to just make it through because they have taken games off the best of them, but 2 of them are going to get eliminated. I need your thoughts on this. We don't know the matchups yet.
I hope it's not Team Resilience because as we heard Ducali say, they took a game of Vision. They took who did they beat today?
They took a game of Yandex.
Yes, Yandex. So that's like 2 incredibly talented teams, and Resilience was so close to beating them both. So I really hope they make it through.
They also took a game off of LGD.
Yeah.
They 2-0'd OG already earlier on. So
there's also this like trend of the 3rd best Chinese team being the one that like clutches it out for the last couple of years. I remember it was always like, you know, 2 Chinese teams, whether it was LGD Extreme, and then Yakult would always be the team that would pop off in the tournaments and be like the team to look at. So I'm kind of getting those vibes from Resilience a little bit, and it would be nice to see that actually happen.
I'm with you guys. It would be really fun to see Resilience do well. Of course, I'm also rooting for Gamer Legion. Just, I really think they have it, you know, like they have a chance. They just had some really hard matchups. Got to root for NA, so I would look out for those 2 teams personally. I just want to see them do well. You can make a case for OG, you can make a case for Extreme, but I'm going to go for Resilience and Gamer Legion.
But also, since Shiver said that Resilience and OG already played together, does it mean there's a high chance that Resilience will play either Gamer Legion or Extreme?
Oh, well, let me just say, the wait, you know, for the matchups is over. We can take a look at what's coming your way. Let's take a look at there's 4 streams again, so we're gonna go down the line. So we're gonna start with Stream C. So our upcoming matchup is known. The other ones we don't know yet because of some teams still playing, but we do know the series playing for elimination. OG versus Gamer Legion there, Fly?
Yeah, so, well, I'm actually sad about the coin flip of this. It's 2 Chinese teams, but we'll get to that in a second. So OG versus Gamer Legion, I don't even know if they faced each other anytime recently. Again, I'm rooting for NA here for sure. Hard to say who's going to win. I thought Gamer Legion looked more promising throughout this tournament. I think OG looked a bit shaky. They did look a little better today with their win, but I think Gamer Legion had more impressive performance so far for me.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, I look at OG and I see the team that kind of set a lot of the meta for this season of Dota. And then after everybody caught up with the things that they were doing, they've fallen behind and they haven't really gotten back to that point. Whereas I feel like Gamer Legion is cooking a lot of new and fresh stuff, and we're even seeing them do it in this tournament. So I would have a little bit more faith in them being able to pull it out here.
I'm also leaning towards Gamer Legion. Not only because of, I agree with what you guys said, that they do seem to have a little bit better grasp on the meta, but also from the insider info I have from OG is that I talked to Yopash today at breakfast, and he didn't even smile at me.
Aww.
He's such a cheerful... Okay.
He is a smiley guy.
He gave me like a...
No.
And we all know Yopash. He's a cheerful guy. So I just hope that, you know, it's always very taxing to play at TI and to take these losses.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know, if he doesn't hit me with a full smile, then I'm just worried about him.
On the bright side, OG did just come off a win. And that means that maybe momentum has shifted and they're happy and jolly, and we'll see how that series goes. But as Fly already alluded to, that means on stream D, interregional elimination. And it is sad. It is LGD Vici Gaming. My bad, team. That's
yeah,
a different one.
I was looking at it for a while.
Technically speaking, it is two Chinese teams. Technically.
My brain just melted a little bit there, but this is two teams that are 2-2, so this is happy times. This is fine. Nobody's going home.
Well, okay, hold on a second. Hold on. I'm not happy about this.
Oh.
I want both of these. I have both of these teams in my
No, that's fine.
top
They still
eight.
can.
I know they can, but one of them is going to be some. I just wish it was easier, you know, for my predictions. I wish LGD just did what I said they would do, 4-0, and Vici would, you know, at this point have some team that they could stomp, you know. But this is going to be a close one. At least LGD looked really good today. If Vici has looked really good, you know, we started this whole narrative of like, oh no, the Chinese teams are getting knocked out, whatever. Not Vici. They're just doing solid. Like Vici looks like Vici, and I think they're matching the expectations going in as the strongest Chinese team. But yeah, I mean they're playing against LGD and Thompson. Like,
here you go.
You do.
And now we got the resilience.
Now we can be
XG.
depressed.
Yeah.
Which is sad. It is sad to see a Chinese team have to leave us this early, and you know, I would wish both of these teams make it through. I think Ame with the stat earlier that he's made it to top 6 every single TI. This looks like his hardest road yet.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure.
It must be.
It's possible, but I actually would not mind seeing resilience going through and you know, some new faces out there. I also, after Ducalis hyped them up, I'm even more excited to see how they play, because if Ducalis says that these guys are good, like, you know, these guys are beating everyone in Vision, so.
But I'm very interested to see, because I feel like Resilience are probably doing a little bit better this TI than Extreme. Like, I think if you watch their games, they're probably a bit more cohesive. However, these like China against China matchups, it might be completely different. I think Extreme, they're probably much more confident in like their own play, especially against another China team. So I don't know, they might just be able to like roll them with their confidence.
I think for the most part, inter-regionally in the tournaments throughout the year, that has been the case. Like Extreme beats the Chinese teams for the most part, maybe barring the last part of the...
I thought earlier this week, I heard someone say that Extreme actually normally does better internationally, but not as good regionally.
It's flipped. The curse is flipped then.
I don't know who said that, and this could just straight be, you know, lies and all that. But I mean, we're gonna find out. That's the thing, right?
Yeah.
That is the thing. Either way, heartbreaking for one of these two teams, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. I mean, 3 teams total have to be eliminated today. It also means 3 teams total have to advance today, and we already got 1 on board. We don't have the rest of the matchups yet. There's still a series going on as well. So I would like to speculate a little bit though on who we think is gonna make it through here, as there are still quite a few options. But we got 2 teams that we know guaranteed are 3-1, and that is, well, 3 teams actually, because Spirit just joined them. Aurora, my Galaxy, and then Spirit.
NGX. That's cool.
I didn't catch their games really on NGX, so it's a little hard for me to say how they're doing, but if they're 3-1, they're doing well. I think Lorenov has probably been popping off.
Yeah.
That sounds like, you know, up his alley. Like, he's been playing amazing throughout this whole season, mostly as a stand-in, but now here.
Where did you guys put them in your predictions?
I put them either winning the tiebreakers or in the 4-1.
The elimination phase?
Yeah, like they would win the elimination phase, yeah.
I had them in the 4-1s, but I was doing it like emotionally based on what I wanted. I wasn't doing it based on what I thought as an analyst, if I'm being completely honest. I think I put Liquid in the getting eliminated because I was like, well, to have NGX up there, I gotta put one of the likely teams down, you know? So I was like, yeah, Liquid's gonna choke, NGX, they're in.
It's funny because Liquid is playing against Ironwing right now. I had Ironwing choking, but
that was gonna be my other choice for choking.
It's funny because you have to put other teams down in order to push teams up. I had Vici Gaming up. Nick My Galaxy still had down though, so I was wrong on that. We'll have those series later. We'll have those matchups later. We'll get all the information to you when we have that. But of course, you now have seen what is coming your way. We are going to have Extreme Gaming taking on Team Resilience. Before we get there, we're going to hear from two separate players from those teams. We're going to have YSR, but first we are going to listen to FY, who's talking to Tsunami.
FY, you're a legendary player, but we have not actually gotten to see you at TI in quite a while, not since your fourth place on Azure in Seattle in 2023, so I want to know, how does it feel to be back?
我觉得重回赛场和以前差不多吧，就是给我带来一种很熟悉的感觉。
So I know that in your past TI journeys, a lot of fans have looked at your path as coming close but not quite getting the Aegis, but I know there must be happiness in those tournament runs, so I'm wondering, what is your personal favorite moment from a TI?
对我来说，最开心的 TI 应该是 TI 4吧，因为当时是我第一次去参加这么大型的一个比赛，就当时自己
看，吃东宝就在眼前了，
很兴奋吧，然后也很激动，就后面就还好。
Do you miss that feeling of the anxiety and the energy? Because now you've been to so many big lands, I'm sure it's not as intense as it once was. Or do you like that you are now more calm coming into events?
肯定会怀念以前的状态吧，就是我肯定希望我每一场比赛都会很兴奋，但是现在DOTA和以前DOTA不太一样，就是以前的变数很多，但是现在的变数很少。
Okay, so I guess the game has changed, but maybe your competitive spirit still remains strong. While you have been competing for many, many years, you have had the same teammates for quite a bit of that run. You've had history with Ame, Nothing to Say, X-Nova. I was wondering that over the years of playing with them, has your dynamic with them changed at all?
感觉我的队友都跟以前差不多吧，就大家可能几年没见，然后就再见的时候，还是会自动回到以前那个阶段，就回到当时的做队友啊或者做朋友那种阶段。
So it's almost as much of a friendship as it is a teammate relationship.
对，朋友和队友5-5开吧，就是各占一半吧。
Nice.
你说的那是兽怪和矮人。
My last question is, I saw that you got 16K MMR recently earlier this year. It is rare to see support players that high on the leaderboard. I wanted to know if you had any secrets or advice to give.
专注好每把天梯吧，然后其实比我高的辅助有很多啊，就感觉自己的分其实不是很高。秘密的话也没有吧，就是认真对待你的队友。
Okay. That's something that most Dota players do not do, so it'll be a hard road for them to follow, but FY, hopefully that respect carries you far here in Shanghai. Best of luck to you in Extreme Gaming.
Thank you.
左侧是位于芦灰区的市集，东西很齐全，而且经常能找到实用的小物件。
Welcome to Shanghai, and you're bringing a new team to the international team Resilience. You guys found success quite quick. You guys formed, and then immediately reached the final of ESL ACL Challenger. Did you know, like right away, that this team was something special?
没有吧，就单纯大家在一起比较熟嘛，可能有点化学反应吧。
How long have you known some of your teammates?
都大概长的可能4-5年了吧，短的2-3年吧。
So you've known them for quite a while, but still, in terms of TI attendances, you're the one with the most experience. Do you feel more responsibility being the biggest veteran of coming to TI?
不好说吧，主要现在确实那个国外队的水平普遍强一点嘛，就还是多学习，自己肯定要多进步才能打得好一点吧。
How are you dealing with that regional difference? Obviously, the past few years at TI has been quite Western dominated, but we're here on home turf in Shanghai. Do you feel more pressure, or is it exciting you?
能在上海办肯定是比较开心的嘛，就因为毕竟干什么都挺方便的，就差不多。
不愧是志东宝。
How about making it through the qualifier? I'll admit, I was surprised to see you guys take the first slot. but it seems that you're not really underdogs within China. You're quite strong.
我们算是比较有特色的那种吧，就有的时候我们也看不懂我们自己，但就是赢了。
Wait,
so are you saying that even like the heroes you're picking, the strategies you're running, you don't really pay attention to the details, you're just along for the ride?
也没有吧，就是选点大家都
我也放心多了。
大家打得好的嘛，然后组在一起发现，哎，有点像国外这种那种出发吧。
Do you think part of it working out is this patch favors your team and your players especially?
也没有吧，感觉就是可能就在我和我兄弟不见的几年里面，大家的理解都进步了吧，然后就打到一起了呗。
I was going to ask, have you filled out your predictions in the game, and if so, where did you place Team Resilience in the group stage?
我填在那个淘汰赛胜出。
Okay, why not 4-0?
哦，就是在这边被其他队虐了。
Okay, taking a realistic approach. Well, I hope your prediction comes true, at least making it through to the playoffs. Erica, YSR 04E, thanks for joining me, and good luck here in Shanghai.
Yeah, thank you.
向着星辰。 感谢你完成了。向着星辰。
We're halfway back for day number 3 of TI in 2026 here, and of course, getting a little bit of insight before TI started from both the two teams that we're going to be seeing right now. It's Team Resilience up against Extreme Gaming, and joining me here on the couches is going to be none other than Lacoste, Gunner, and Monkeys Forever. I was starting with you, Gunner. I feel whenever I do my introduction. So how are you feeling?
I'm doing good. I'm excited. I'm hoping for a long day of Dota.
Yeah.
Yesterday wasn't long enough for me.
Oh, right. Sorry, the 9 hours that you had just wasn't enough.
No, I want some 60-minute games. I feel like yesterday was a bit lacking. I think the average game time went down like, a minute or 2
minutes,
so
yeah.
Yeah, so let's just bring that back up. Maybe we get towards that 60 minutes tier.
I was
tier
hoping 70 actually.
Ooh.
I think 70, 72 would be my preference.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's good for me.
What about yourself, Lacoste?
I mean, excited. Like the last few days have been amazing with the Dota, with the picks. Like teams are crafting new ideas. For some, it's working out. For some, it's not working out. But they will have to dig deep. They will have to bring their best strategies here, especially in this series.
And Monkeys, I would ask how you're feeling, but I know early today, unfortunately, your dark horse Gamer Legion of the tournament ended up not getting the dub against Falcons.
I mean, as far as teams go, for them to lose to Falcons maybe was a more expected result. But I mean, hey, they took a game off of them, so I definitely look. Nothing to feel bad about, in my opinion. Definitely showing promise.
Of course, the pushing them to the limits. We can have a look, though, at our Swiss bracket so we can see how all of our rounds have been shaping up. Because as fun as day 1 and day 2 were, day 3 and, of course, tomorrow is where we're starting to get to see our teams qualifying. Teams eliminated. Already one team qualified today. That was in Team Vision. Hooligani, unfortunately, being our first eliminated team there. But there's still so much more on the line. 2 more teams to qualify today. 2 more teams to say goodbye to today. And this is how it's shaping up. Our 3-0s having played. Our 2-1s still having to decide for themselves. Our 0-3 there for that 0-4 unfortunate elimination we talked about. But it is also down to round number 5, where we look towards those 1-3s, those 3-1 teams, where you're just on the verge. Yeah, you might not have been necessarily the best in groups, but you're right up there, Gunner.
Yeah, and you can make it through, you can not make it through. I think the exciting ones are all the teams at 1-3 is the scariest, because you're so close to just having that extra chance of extra life for that elimination or going out today.
That was what was said, YSR, Erica, however you would like to call him or remember him there, was we put ourselves in the elimination round winners. He knew that they weren't going to be off to a strong start, but I have full faith in a roster that's willing to believe in them powering up through the learning stages of a TI group stage.
I think this team is definitely better than what the score says. This is the best team, even when you look at the score, because right now they're 1-3, but they're also 5-6. And this is also a team that did manage to take the game off Team Vision, showing the strength of the team, but I feel like they just needed that extra bit of oomph in some of these situations. They also got stomped, like they lost in 17 or 18 minutes. So definitely a team that can look really good, and sometimes they can look really bad if things don't go their way early on.
Yeah, by no means has their run throughout the group stage been easy. It's Vision, LGD, OG, and Yandex for the Monkeys. When we look at it, a lot of these teams are either coming in as the hot shots or have proven themselves in the group stage as being hot shots.
Yeah, I mean, like as Lacoste said, I mean, taking a game off of Yandex and Vision, I mean, like, you know, the 1-3 definitely doesn't reflect Resilience's potential.
Oh.
or resilience, yeah, that also works. But, you know, definitely, I think going against Extreme here, Extreme kind of, they've been trying a lot of new things, I feel, this tournament. You know, we've seen a Tinker mid, we've seen an IO carry on Ame, we've seen a Mag mid as well on Nothing to Say. You know, I feel like Extreme are they're kind of testing the waters, it feels like to me, at TI. It hasn't exactly worked out for them. You know, I think a lot of their tests have kind of gotten punished more so, but it will be an interesting matchup to see, because I don't believe we've seen either of these teams on the A stream yet.
No, we haven't really gotten to follow them too closely, and that was the rough thing, I think, about Extreme Gaming ending in this 1-3 slot for themselves, is that previous series up against LGD, they had a great performance in game number 1. Game number 2, you could chalk it up to, okay, this one's rough, but we at least can still learn a lot from it. But in game 3, it felt like there were more question marks, Gunnar, around what exactly they wanted to do for themselves. Because as Monkeys mentioned, trialing out that mag in mid, yeah, that's worked in previous patches, but for now, that easily could have been a better mid matchup for them.
Yeah, I would definitely prefer them. They had the Tinker game for Nothing to Say earlier in the tournament, and I thought they lost, but it looked promising. I want them to go more towards more comfort. Again, the IO carry did not look that good for them. I would like them to, Nothing to Say, play like his Ember, his Tinker, his Puck, the stuff that over the years has been his bread and butter, and then Ame again to play his bread and butter. I think both of them have kind of tried to do something new, something special, and has not had the results yet. And you know, maybe there's something we don't know. Maybe the scrims have been good for them, but it's hard to argue for scrims when it's not working in tournaments.
One good thing for Extreme Gaming is they have been known to play longer games. This is how they played them. They're meta that, you know, the average game time is around 50 minutes right now, so this is their territory. If the games are going to be going late, I think this should be the upper hand, because a lot of the times this is the team that, you know, when it comes down to team fighting, the spell casting, they're very, very good. A lot of the times in the early stages of the game, against some like these European powerhouses where the games go like relatively quickly against team like Boom Boys, Team Vision, then can close out the games, and they're focusing heavily on the lanes. They might struggle against some of these teams, but maybe against Team Resilience, I would say that their chances are definitely better, but also do not underestimate this team, because if you look at the names on the team, I think for me at least the one that stands out the most is Neo. He was the one who got a really high placement at TI 2023. He got a 3rd place with LGD, and he also, you know, he was kind of missing in action. He was the assistant coach for Team Tidebound. He was the main coach as well, but really glad that he's back, because back at that TI, he was breaking some records. He was always in like top 3, top 4 when it comes down to all of these major stats.
It's crazy to see this team be team comparison right now for their showing in group stage for the international. Their average duration, very similar. Shortest duration within a couple of minutes. Obviously, their longest duration is a bit of an anomaly there, but their heroes played as well, having such a wide hero pool. Sometimes that's a big detriment to teams when you're trying to fit in too much, that everyone is out of kilter. Everyone's just trying to experiment that little bit. But both of these teams fit in similar columns of that. And so now it goes, okay, you rein it in, you lose this best of 3, you're out. You win, you get to go to the elimination round, you get to have that extra chance for yourself. So how much experimentation, Gunnar, are you hoping comes out, and which roles would you want it to not be in?
I remember back long time ago, years ago, 7 years ago.
Whoa.
Last time TI was in this very city.
Whoa, showing your
I was playing with Mark, and he told me this quote. He said, "You only need 5 heroes to win a tournament." And so for me, I've always thought that
per player. Okay, I was
not as a team. Not as a team. Like, yes, obviously a team has 5 heroes, but each player kind of needs just a 5 hero pool that they're kind of experts at. And sure, maybe you have like one guy who is going to play 15 heroes. Like you have some random carry player who can just play everything, but if the majority of your team, even all 5 players, if you just have that very limited pool, you just know what works together, what you need to fill in the draft, how you need to play the games. And again, for me, you look at a lot of these top teams, sure, again, you can see like Satanic, like, oh, Satanic can play everything. Why can't we? But you look at the rest of their players, and they have such a consistent hero pool. They have like 3 or 4 different heroes that they get every game, that it lets that final guy fill everything. And again, for these 2 teams, sure, they're experimenting as teams, but when you don't have the results to follow up that experimentation, I think it's just better to just be like, okay, guys, these are the top 3 heroes for us. Let's just try to get these heroes and have really solid drafts with them, and not have to worry about our drafts. Just have to worry about the gameplay, have to worry about the stuff in the game that we can change rather than the stuff we can't out of the game.
That makes a lot of sense. When you said that quote, I thought it meant, you know, you only need 5 heroes to win it. It was more about these 5 heroes that get immortalized every single time.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Win with. But, you know, March definitely had good reasoning when it comes down to picking, because this is exactly how it works for the most successful teams.
We're also seeing more predominant heroes coming out as the group stage develops, and that's the thing. Everyone starts with a wide pool, a big net. You try and catch as many fish as possible, as many wins, and now you just got to narrow down to focusing on ensuring you take out what has been giving success not only to your team, your opponents, but other teams there. So Earth Spirit being taken out, Shadow Fiend as well, Giant Protector. None of these are big question marks at all as to why they fit into that first phase. Bands there, and we're going to have Extreme Gaming with the first pick too. So we'll see how they would like to end their ban here and set themselves up for a good foundation.
Yeah, earlier today, it was the second game in all of the first series of the day. It was a Centaur in every single game. Yeah. And then in every single game, I believe there's also Marana. So those are the heroes that have just been popping up a lot, and they're slightly flying under the radar because they don't necessarily have the strongest win rate, but you can consistently just get them in any draft at any point in the game, and it's like, okay, we're moving past. Because a lot of drafting is not necessarily, every pick can't be broken. You can't just have every single one of your 5 picks be like, this is the best hero in the game, we're winning because this hero. Some of the picks are, we just need a way to have something that's solid. Like, it's okay if it's not the strongest, but it gets us past, and I think that those heroes, Undying, has kind of...
I was going to say Undying, that's the one for me.
But even for me, I feel like that guy's more in the S tier, like, broken supports. So I think that one's likely getting banned, but if not, yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see him.
I'm really glad you mentioned Centaur, because looking at the Extreme Gaming, they're the team that they haven't played Centaur. XXS,
really?
He's been notorious to play Centaur, what wasn't really a Centaur meta. And if you look at the games that they lost to, they lost all 3 games that they played against the Centaur. So I don't know if this is also on their radar, because I would definitely love this hero to be potentially either banned by them or picked by them, because they are the teams that have been known to utilize this hero really well.
I also really wouldn't mind to see a Nature's Prophet right now. That hero has been a standout hero for me this tournament. I think it currently is at an 8-1 record. So I think Nature's Prophet is one of those heroes that just provides that tower push. It provides that kind of more aggressive playstyle. It allows you to, you know, move around the map and connect a lot of heroes. And I think that's just a hero that could really work for. Well, honestly, I believe either of these teams are able to play it. It just hasn't quite come out yet.
It's also pretty cool. It fits in this like tower carry meta of being that guy that just stands there and right clicks. But he has, because he has this global teleport, he can teleport on top of the enemy ranged carry and out right click him. So it's this weird thing where he's like he can set up his turret wherever he wants in the fight, whereas ever the carry, you think of like a Drow, it's like, this guy's got a Shadow Blade, find the right position to get these right clicks in. And he's like, oh, no, I'm right on top of you. I'm with my mid laner. My Earth Spirit just rolled on you. I'm here. You get the kills. But as of now, that Invoker, that's also been pretty popular today, paired with the Centaur, getting picked up.
This is, I think, the joy of getting to look at some Chinese teams is that they don't open like everyone else.
No.
Like, a broken leaner is still in the pool, whether you want to talk about that Centaur as well that teams like to open up with.
This is why I always love Chinese because they always had their own ideas, you know,
their own identity.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think because they have the pick out of the phase on side of Resilience, I would love to see either Centaur. I would love to see maybe Bane coming out. I think this hero, not going to say has been forgotten, but this is the setup like we've seen. If you have a guaranteed Sunstrike, it just automatically wins you the lanes. Like, it's like, oh, you're getting this pure damage on the side lane, any kind of a setup like we've seen other teams go for, like Shadow Shaman. It was popular more in the previous patch because the hero was better overall, but we'll have to see. The Centaur gets banned and removing Invoker because, you know, this is a bit of a tougher matchup for Invoker.
I would be worried at the Bane here. For me, when you pick Invoker, you have to ban Puck. I think that matchup's super bad for the Invoker. But then now if you pick the Ringmaster or the Bane, you set up for the Ringmaster. which is a terrible matchup for the Bane because you can always just remove the Grit no matter what, and it is pretty nice to protect your teammates from the Invoker combos with all the magic resistance. So
I don't think they need to necessarily like pick it out of the phase, but to just later down
I think
the
later
line,
if they can get
yes,
a Bane,
if they see a second support already picked by Extreme Gaming, it would be pretty good. They could go with a position 4 here, and or if they can find, you know, maybe something for the off lane, because we are seeing a bit of a different picks coming out from these Chinese.
I mean, I really wouldn't mind like a Bane plus Piranha or Shadow Demon plus Piranha, because I think both like the setup works. Well, Undying, you know, we were just talking about that here too. One of the better pause 5s. It can flex the off lane. We haven't really been seeing much Undying off lane this tournament though. I think part of that is just there's so many, you know, just solid offlaners right now. Yeah, I feel like typically teams are looking for more of that, like either really high like burst damage out of the offlaner, like a Timbersaw, or more of that, you know, stun setup as you were talking about earlier.
I think you definitely want physical damage now for this at extreme. I was thinking Slaughter or Pango. Slaughter is more of an Invoker response, and Pango is a bit more of an Undying response. The Swash kills the zombies, so it kind of helps in these like either the lane or the team fights. It pairs really well with the Hoodwink if it ends up being offlane, so it's like a bit of a flex. And then now probably you just want to pick another lane securing 5. I think Mirana for extreme is good. It's fine versus the Undying. You get right click like attack speed from the leap, and you don't have the greatest arrow setup, but we've been seeing people just pick Mirana, you know, for
value
fun.
Mirana highly because of the 2-minute smoke for free. Like a lot of the times, every single time this ability is off cooldown, you use it, you're getting something out of the map, and they will get the Rubik. Not the best abilities to steal in this game right now. Like stuff from Undying can be good with the Soul Rip. This is going to be the setup for them on side of Resilience. With the Axe, they don't see the carry-to-carry matchup. They have a bit of a soft save later on with the Rubik. You have like the roll. These heroes can build into Yule's Scepter to try to remove some of that damage, but once Axe goes in, but I don't feel like... I don't know. I'm kind of digging what Team Resilience have at the moment.
Yeah.
I would really like Slaughter for extreme. I think it's you have the detection versus Mirana with the ult. You have the minus armor that pairs with both the Hoodwink and the Pangolier. It's a good matchup either mid versus the Invoker, or it can even lane off lane into the Undying. And not many carries have been banned. It's just like the Shadow Fiend and the Lone Druid. So Ame's hero pool is still kind of going to be there on this 23 pick, on the next pick of their draft.
I think I want to see more of a Dawnbreaker. I feel like this hero has been underutilized. It's also a save once Axe goes in. It's one of the stronger laners, depending on the matchup, but we have seen so many games, maybe not so much in this patch, but in the previous patch, in the previous tournaments, where Dawnbreaker's like top network. She's the lane bully as well, but this is nasty. We've seen some 18 picks Phantom Lancer, and against Axe it can be, you know, tricky, but I've also seen PL experts pick Phantom Lancer into Axe.
It's good versus the other 3 heroes. The Undying, Mirana, Invoker are pretty sad against the Phantom Lancer. Invoker, in some situations, like pretty cool versus him, but most of the time he just runs at you and you get hit by like a Scotty Organ, you die in the Invoker. So pretty good game for the PL. It definitely is a bit worrisome to play into the Axe, but again, you know, we're talking about these world-class players. They definitely have the potential, and like he has the understanding of what he wants to do in the draft.
I'd be okay with Sven. I've been very impressed by Sven performances so far in the tournament, especially with the Alacrity. They have no BKB piercing abilities that once he goes in, like he can also kill Pango with the call on the edge. You have the setup, and I think all of these heroes are kind of just straight up dying to him. That's one of the reasons why they are removing Tiny.
Just a small little, you know, the hub gone there, but the picks are still all there, guys. The extra bands that have come out now, Tiny and Slaughter, and it is up to Extreme Gaming to give their final ban there. So you can just use your imagination, pretend that the profile pictures of Tiny and Slaughter have been slotted in there.
I will also say the Axe versus PL matchup, I think Axe does scale really well against this hero into the late game because of Ags, because that removes the counter helix cooldown, and it can cause PL to, you know, burst himself very, very quickly if you're ever able to Berserker's Call the real one. And also, obviously, I do think PL is good against Invoker, but Invoker does have that all of these AoE spells, and you know, it's definitely a hero that can do the damage against PL if needed, and like as the game goes on.
Trying to think if there's any particularly good mid or offense, because the Pangolier can still flex. So they have a lot of different options. They're going to take the Timber Saw, which to me is pretty good. I think it's good for seeing Undying the Axe. It is scary sometimes into this last pick, but again, the Shadow Fiend is the biggest one. That's out. You would think of Luna is another popular one with the Timber Saw, TA, and those heroes you don't necessarily want into the Phantom Lancer. So it's kind of cool that they're protecting each other with these last two picks for Extreme.
One final pick to come out for Team Resilience here to try and answer that, to feel that they are going to have the carry-to-carry matchup, not going to put themselves on a timer, even though you want to close out a game faster against Phantom Lancer.
There's no way they pick Faceless Void, right?
You say that, but you've been calling for it for a while.
Yeah.
I think I picked earlier today as well.
Okay.
Did you see the game? It was Game of Legion up against Falcons. It was pretty good.
It's pretty good.
They also have the Invoker combo with it, with Cataclysm.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, that's the main reason
opposed
why I
to
think about it. It's decent with against Timbersaw, because all his damage, at least on the lane, is like single burst, and you can just heal it back up with your Q.
Do you still feel too volatile about the hero?
Yeah, it's just worrisome.
That is not a convinced interesting.
It's a very not convincing interesting. I worry about the matchup versus pretty much all the cores. Like, sure, it's extremely good versus the Pangolier, but Timbersaw completely doesn't care about the Ethereal. He'll just go through it. PL loves buying Bloodthorn, loves buying Nullifier, just being able to burst the Necrophos anytime he walks in. And I think Invoker wants this carry to use Alacrity in the mid to late game.
I was about to say the same thing. Like, who are they going to Alacrity? Because Axe doesn't get it, Necrophos doesn't get it. Maybe it's Mirana. She starts to scale all of a sudden.
Well,
I've seen that before,
if we go the Monkeys route and the Axe does get Ags, I believe you get the spin counters every time you right click.
Okay.
So if he does go Ags on the Axe,
is this like we want to rush Ags now? We're seeing the vision come to light.
Yeah, I'm thinking like maybe you go Helmdom Ags, stack for yourself so you just get the most farm on the map.
Right. Reminds me of that old Axe build where you go Manta Silo.
There was the, I think it was Aurora the other day who did have it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they did have it.
Not so old after all, huh?
Yeah, they too. I don't know. I gotta say that didn't expect these two last picks to come out. A little bit of a different draft. That's what we have been seeing. Maybe this is the reason why these teams didn't have the greatest success. I did really like what Resilience has up until like Necro. He can be okay against PL. He's definitely great against Pangolier. But the problem is they don't really have ways of just going in and closing out the game because there's literally no tower damage.
I worry about it being, sure, maybe Extreme has a rough early game per se, or the mid game is rough, but I don't really see Resilience closing the game out with this Necrophos for me. Maybe the Invoker does pop off. He goes to the super scaling hero and he has a Meteor Hammer. He can take 50 minutes to end the game, but in my opinion, I think it's going to go a bit too late, and Extreme's going to have a good time in the late game.
What are some of your final thoughts, Monkeys? Who are you hoping to see come out on top with their lineups?
I feel like I have to lean towards XG. I think this PL, like, even though the Axe can get that Ags and have this decent matchup against it, I think this PL is going to run rampant, and I think the game will just get harder and harder for Resilience.
So I'm going to read between the lines. It's Extreme Gaming with the caveat that if this Axe goes for an Agnums, then we're going to see Monkeys change his mind a little bit there. Maybe. He's still hesitant there, but we're going to take away that hesitation. We're going to jump on into game number 1 of this elimination best of 3 between Extreme Gaming and Resilience with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. Oh my God, I can't wait to see the PL. It's so exciting. Trent, we've got a great game here. It's elimination time. Elimination. Oh my goodness.
Finally.
I can't wait. But yeah, an Axe gets taken, a little bit of some strange picks as we're already into the game, some Sunstrikes being thrown. Was there anything that really stood out to you in the draft that the panel didn't cover that you really wanted to highlight here?
I mean, I'd say they kind of hit all the notes. This is one of the better drafts Mirana-wise, I'll say, for having some friends. I feel like the Miranas have been kind of missing some of their buds for the arrows, but they got, got the Axe, maybe some Invoker set up a little bit. That's kind of nice. The constant maneuvering across the map, and I think they need that maneuvering across the map because I think the strategy must be good for, as the panel said, I think their draft looks difficult to execute on the side of Resilience.
Yeah. Execution is always a bit of a trouble, and with Sunstrikes, with arrows, you want that extra setup. And to me, the main thing I'm seeing is just the first way in is either Necro walking into people or an axe call.
Yeah. So some drafts, it's like, oh, like how do they end this game? This draft is kind of like, wait, when do they end it? When do they get their big lead? Like all the little windows seem quite small.
Arrow goes out from behind, finds the Timber Saw, a tricky one to kill, and Sunstrike, oh, comes in just a second too late. X-Nova gonna draw first blood. ISR also gets that other kill there, and a 1-for-1 exchange as they also take out that ward.
Yeah, the Necrophos was a bit of a showstopper there at the end of that draft, huh? I mean, obviously, you might be watching and be thinking like, oh, well, I mean, Necrophos is in like half of these games. Isn't the hero really good? Well, yeah. But typically, the hero is picked on the earlier end, and maybe you wind up in a game where the matchups look kind of weird. This is such a late Necrophos to be looking at a draft and being like, huh, Necrophos. It just means that YSR is hoping to hit some big sites and essentially roll with the team into an early advantage, I would think, onto the other side of the map. But I think the panel bringing up Mew and his history at TI and the strength that he has shown before when the games really matter, if he can harness that power on the axe, Ags or not, he does have a way to help carry this game because of these Sunstrikes. Like he's essentially a like a bonus axe when you have Invoker on your team.
Sunstrike lands onto FY. Uigyuh trying to chase down there, realizes he's not going to be able to make anything else happen, and so FY will, for the moment, be able to TP out of there. But you can see how much pressure this Undying is already just putting onto this Timber Saw.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't get the kill, but then he kills the Courier, which forces his FY to TP all the way back home.
Right.
And he gets to just still stick around right now.
Menace.
We love a good Undying 5. One of the best position 5s this tournament for sure, especially out of the melee heroes, so don't expect to be running out of this hero anytime soon.
All right, but back to the axe, the thing that I was thinking about with it too is it's very much like a TI hero. You know, when all the chips are down, when there's a big moment happening, you try and go for that big call to turn it all around or make a kill happen, and we've seen it many times before. You know, no.
Yes, that'll be the next one.
Not today. Doesn't hit the same. I don't know why.
I don't know. Planet gets taken down there. Behind the tower. I mean, shenanigans abound, of course, to try and get your axe set up for a good lane. Once the levels start to build up on the axe, once he's a little tankier, he can do a little bit of creep cutting himself. Wouldn't be surprised if we started seeing some stacks getting built up as well here on this Radiant side, as Planet's first action upon respawn is to immediately arrow one of the creeps.
Yeah.
Typical Mirana player.
I mean, you know, you want to get your mana back. That makes sense. FY rejoining the lane, likely going to go stack right now for his Timber Saw. Well, see the mid lane matchup, Pango versus Invoker. A tale as old as time. So far, by the way, it does look like Necro's having a really good time out of this laning stage.
I mean, think about the space that ZZQ's been giving him.
Yeah.
He is chilling. Timber Saw can't really, you know, I mean, he's starting to get some levels to be fair, but he spent so much of his mana on the Undying that a lot of freedom's being given to YSR. And now they're going to drop the Tombstone down bottom. Wow.
Back down, forcing everybody away from this area and keeping the pressure on. Now, there's still a ways away from another creep wave coming in, but XG are going to need to deal with this. Otherwise, there's going to be zoned completely off of a wave. Another double decay there. And yeah, this wave is going straight into the tower.
That was a crazy
I mean, look at this.
Back.
They're bullying him all the heck.
Dynamic duo of green. Lean, mean, green fighting machines.
And you got a salve up from FY, but that entire wave, they're almost being pushed. Like, it's out of XP range.
Yeah, to be clear, they're fully out of the XP range of that wave, which means they're getting 0 experience from those creeps. And XXS is back at the neutrals.
This is crazy. And I don't think that they can stop this. I think this just stays. Like, they need more levels to be able to come and contest.
Tombstone's back up in 18 seconds.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay, problems in the bottom lane. So that's what we're deciding right now.
This is how you win with Necrophos.
Yeah.
In their eyes. This is what they foresaw, and they appear to be quite correct at the moment.
The freaking ghost zombie lane.
Do you see a line was just drawn by XXS?
Yeah.
For FY, he's like, bro, FY, I know that this wasn't from your era. I need you to go run in circles with a creep wave. It's this new thing we do.
Yeah. He's like trying to queue up boots right now, and now the tombstone is down. XXS trying to stay survivable here. He cannot afford to lose another wave to this. And now the Sunstrike gonna be a little bit off the mark, but it almost doesn't matter as XXS is just gonna die. Back behind the tower, they're dropping tombstones. Nobody here to help. I mean, FY is grabbing that wave, but
no, he's not. He's grabbing bounty rune.
Oh no, he didn't get the wave.
No, he did not go for the wave. He started moving towards mid, and now he gets scanned out coming mid.
This has to work. You gotta find a kill on the Invoker.
But he got scanned. He's out of there, man.
Yeah, he's gone. Jeez. What an oppressive lane.
Well, FY's taunting, so he can't be feeling too bad at least. That's a good sign.
It's the smile through the crying behind the mask.
Exactly. Yeah. That's how you know someone's still having fun.
Oh no. Yeah, that tower is about to go down bottom.
Yeah, that is insane. Catapult was doing some work here, and of course, a Necrophos this far ahead of you as the Timbersaw means that he can just threaten with scythe for such a long time. And then if Timbersaw doesn't get to like live on his lane with the threat of I have level 6, so no one can come that close to me,
right?
Then he's not really a hero.
No, I mean honestly. The tower going down now means that Timber can maybe have a little bit more of a lane. Necro is going to be incredibly farmed hitting jungle camps, but he'll at least be able to farm and get experience under his tier 2.
Yeah, now the question becomes, what power do you have as Undying in terms of lane bleed? Where else can you go on the map now with this upset balance in the bottom lane that you can further improve your team's chances?
And look at this now, going immediately onto mid, seeing if they can find that kill, and indeed, they will.
I mean, while we've been going crazy over this bottom lane, the Invoker, he's got the same last as the Timber. Now that being said, the Timbers are neutrals, so it's a little bit worse. But not having a fantastic time mid here. He's doubled up by nothing to say.
Second leap away, FY spots him out. Again, everybody's so low HP that it doesn't really work. Now that is going to be a boots kill, but they're setting up for this. Like, you're going to need to bring numbers if you want to secure this wisdom. And they need at least one.
He gets canceled.
They're not
here.
Gonna get it.
Yeah, he was trying to TP into the tier 1 there, and Next Nova kind of walked on in, so. Alright, I like this counterplay from the side of XG. Seeing how poorly things were going, they just immediately forced stuff mid. They slow down that Invoker, and so some equally frustrating cores here.
I mean, the flip side, though, is they did get double wisdoms on Resilience.
That's true, yeah.
And Timbersaw, I mean, I guess he's getting some levels now for XSS. He's getting closer to 6. It's just a big hill to climb.
Oh, wow. Q coming in here. He just drops the Tombstone. They're going to farm up the Dire Ancients as they lose
Planet. So that's enough to bring him down. New making the rotation. Nothing to say. Lifted up. They have any way to kill him off here, though. Not an easy one.
And YSR, as you can see, yeah, he used the Tombstone to farm for this big stack that was in the Dire jungle. They can't commit for the Ancients or anything because they just don't have the damage or the efficiency for it. And ZZQ wanted to come join mid. FY. Well,
he took that from him.
He did. Rune gone. Planet returns. All right, Echoes. What's the plan here? Trying to get in towards the good old-fashioned Meteor Hammer. It needs a little bit of space, some breathing room here.
Right.
XG. Sad to see that they have lost the stacks they were prepping.
I mean, yeah, you do see that on the one hand, yeah, Timbersaw is definitely behind. Invoker also hurting, but it's just how far ahead the Necro is. The real story for me. Like, yeah, Ialame is going to come online, but if you see a Necrophos, YSR gets into like a Radiance early and starts keeping that pressure. I mean, he's already got the Talisman, 2,300 gold.
Yeah, this might be the fastest Radiance for a Necrophos this tournament. I would not be surprised with how this is going. But, you know, typical XG fashion, we all know what we're waiting for.
Yeah.
You know, the big show, the ringmaster himself, Mr. Ame. You know, we gotta wait to see when the items come out for him, when he's gonna get to that big carry mode that they're so well known for. They're so very good at playing around, you know. They have two states in their game, getting Ame there and then playing around Ame once he gets there, you know.
I see, yeah. That's an interesting way to think about it, because it's definitely true. Like, if there's a hero that you would want to have him on, it's one of these like late game carry the game type of heroes. The Phantom Lancer, if you can get to like 3 items or something, is going to be a menace. And probably you could end up seeing like a decent time nullifier on one of these heroes. And this is another big kill to get. They try and bring down New, will manage to finish him off.
XXS was so ready on that TP too. He really wanted to be a part of anything that went down near a tower to try and boost himself back up. So, I mean, he's now ahead of the Invoker.
Yeah, no, it's true. Timbersaw playing catch up. ISR very uncontested though. They are letting this last pick just sort of get what he gets, and I think that's the right decision, because honestly, there isn't another way to do it.
Yeah, it would take too long to try and contest him. Obviously, your position 1 can't do much, and nothing to say he's not at the point yet to help out, because he's gone for the 4-4 build on Pango, so he doesn't have the ultimate, and obviously, Pangolayer's ultimate is not that effective versus Necrophos in general, because he can just resist, or well, rather be immune to all physical damage.
Right. Well, and I'm sure at some point in this game, they're going to try and go for an all-in play onto the Necro. Is FY in trouble? Sunstrike lands, the zombie man is going underneath the tower and will kill off the Rubik.
Moonlight Shadow They're trying to moonlight their way over to Ame. This is a very hard move to make, though. All right.
Hey, nothing to say. The hit isn't enough. Not quite. He manages to get out of there, and now maybe an overextension.
Oh, wait.
Oh, a chance. Ghost Shroud, fine for the moment. Ame, in the meantime, does die to the Sunstrike.
Oh, yeah, dude. They were making plays up top.
Can they get anything here? The follow-up, if they can bring him down to YSR falling. So it's a 1-for-1 exchange, and ZZQ going to be the last one down. XXS, a little bit of redemption.
Yeah, so there was a lot happening here. So during the interview with YSR, he talked about how, like, sometimes we make these plays, we don't even know, like, how they're working or why they're working. I feel like this was kind of one of those moments, because they went for the Moonlight Shadow. While they were making that play down bottom, they were setting up on Ame in the top lane. They get on top of him with a bunch of illusions. They go, once he starts the TP to try and join that fight, he was already on top of him, invisible, call. That's where the Sunstrike went. Which meant that, you know, you're not using the Sunstrike to help out with that big play that YSR is doing, because you're thinking, yeah, I'm going to have Scythe and Sunstrike.
Yeah.
You know? And then we can connect on anything we want. So maybe doing a bit too much at the same time here.
Oh, an important moment right there in the game. Still shutting down Ame, but losing YSR. At the very least, he was able to finish off the Radiance, is now queuing up into the Boots of Travel. But you can see, like, you know, 1,066 HP. This is still a very killable Necrophos.
It's true. Just it's finding that damage that they need. A little bit difficult. And Mew already has Blade Mail and is halfway to a Blink Dagger. So we're going to have Scythe, Blinking Axe, and Sunstrike. That is a horrifying combination to have in a game like this, especially because you're talking about, like, the HP of the Necrophos. I mean, this PL has, like, less than 1,100 HP as well.
Yeah.
They're both 1066 right now. So, pure damage onto the Necrophos, very good. If he doesn't get a chance to heal. Pure damage onto the PL, very good as well. And we got our 2 pure damage heroes that are relevant right now.
But I think it does speak to the thing you're talking about, which is that, like, for resilience, the axe is the difference maker.
Yeah.
If he's able to get that Blink Dagger online, get into some early fights, there isn't sort of an equivalent hero for XG. You know, Timbersaw can run in and just sort of go ham, but oh my god.
That's tough.
Oh, that is frustrating. Where'd he go?
And they're on Ame right now, too.
Oh, this is the perfect Sheever line moment. Oh, no. Ame running. He'll get away.
Ame's farm, not bad. I mean, the hero that needs to make stuff happen, it's got to be nothing to say on the Pango. This is always one thing on Pango that I think is difficult, is when you feel like you're really forced to make a bunch of moves. It can feel very telegraphed, I feel like. You know? Like, a Pango who gets to follow someone, like, pushing a tower feels very good. You feel like a tower pusher in your lineup, and Pango just shows up. Like, towers feel like a great place to fight. Rolling around, the TPs are coming in, and they just can't contest you. Because everyone who TPs in just instantly gets rolled on top of. Trying to, like, find a random hero to go for a gank on this, on the Pangolier can feel pretty ugly sometimes. Like, he's just been walking back and forth down here by this tower.
Yeah, he's hoping that somebody's going to make a move down because they saw the zombie man go through briefly. That's why Hoodwink is sort of posting guard over the gate. And now Hoodwink will go through as Ame pressures forward. Blink Dagger, just a couple hundred gold away. And with bots, this could potentially be a moment. I mean, again, you really want the Blink Dagger for Axe before you go for that.
But even starting a fight right here as XG is dangerous versus the Undying if he gets off the tombstone.
And in fact,
and now
he
there's
does
no
get it
steal.
off. And now the move, he steals Decay, not good enough. ZQ very low, ooh, burning down to the urn. He might be brought down eventually, but they will take down FY.
那是他在进行招待客人的工作，他手里得自力更生，为自己挣点猫粮。
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's very difficult to get the tombstone from the Undying because he can just like pop his ulti as well, you know? Like, he's gonna play around that constantly.
Yeah.
Ame back to the jungle. Almost has the Manta style done, but this is the first big test. As it's the TP down bottom, they're kind of gonna try and chase after Nothing to Say here. Oh, yeah, that's easy.
Jump in, Sunstrike, good damage. Is it going to be enough to get him killed, though? It does not look like it.
No scythe available for this one, so... that was a test run, you know?
Yeah. I mean, that's a pretty good dodge there for him on XG. It does also mean, though, that now they know no Rolling Thunder is available. So this smoke up with Mirana Axe gives you a little bit more inclination about where they're going to try and go. And they're in the Ancients right now, wrapping around towards Pango. Now it looks like they're going to start heading back down south. The only hero in this area is the Hoodwink and the Rubik. And as Axe runs down, looking for the big jump, finds him immediately. Arrow follow-up dead. FY also in the grave.
You can kind of feel that the XP supports are just trying to like push this game further and further away from their base and their tower. To try and give this space to Ame and XXS farming, trying to get to a really relevant part of this game. The best place for XG to fight is going to be their own structures or any sort of an objective. Because Pangolier and Timbersaw, they don't have the best ways to start these fights until you're going to have a Blink Dagger on Pango, but Nothing to Say is going Diffusal into Ags. So they need Resilience to go for a play, and they have to be counter-initiating for something good to happen. Right. That's pretty much the only way it's going to go their way.
And I mean, at least for now, until Ame comes online, is the goal. No, I hear you there, and I think that, well, actually, it does look like they're going to smoke out now, maybe thinking there's only a couple of heroes here, but there are many. New blinks away. Like with that Moonlight Shadow, do they think about re-engaging? Claw's in the area. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing, right? Is sort of Panel was talking about this too, this like lack of push coming out of Resilience that they have, and like kind of being on this ever-present clock, which is why the Necrophos pick works so well when they take that early tower. But what happens now? Like this stall that happens, it's looking good, and these kills are so important to keep that momentum, but then we got to turn into objectives.
Yeah, they have to keep these things going. We did just see a crippling crossbow picked up here.
Oh, yeah.
From FY, so he got the greedy on it as well. Very nice. And that could be something that catches him a little bit off guard, perhaps.
And the reduction in healing coming from the crippling crossbow against these heroes, very important.
Yeah, trying to maybe surprise the Necrophos when YSR is trying to play on that edge.
那是他在进行招待客人的工作。
You just looking for the consistency of a BKB to cover himself when he jumps in. Likewise, for Echoes, like getting their BKBs, getting the big objectives of Tormentor and Roach. They just want to check those off the list, and then they want to close out these tier 2s, as many as they can with that first Aegis. Obviously, not a massive Aegis lineup here. Doable. Yeah. It's not super simple.
A lot of heroes waiting nearby right now to help in case there was a jump. Again, it's like, how do you really even start the fight, though, for XG? It feels very tough. It has to be through, like, either a Rubik lift or the you know, Hoodwink. Yeah, some bushwhacks off.
Trying to bushwhack or just, like, throw it at the random telekinesis is not it right now, for sure. Like, that's a bad time, so mean, nothing to say, I think, had the correct read that he couldn't just go blink, right? If he goes defusal blink, his teammates are not ready to fight.
Yes.
So he gets the eggs. They survive. Like, a 5K lead's not bad right now. This is actually kind of okay. And the eggs are going to allow him to keep scaling and keep farming in this downtime. And now when he gets to the blink dagger, he's hoping that that's going to be the same time where Ame's ready to join the fight and he can set up for him so he can get these ridiculous engagements with the help of the Aghanims. Because if you think about how you play with the PL eggs, having a bunch of stun targets means you can get like maximum value out of it.
Able to bounce to and from in the fight, definitely important. Sort of being able to go in and out of it. Now this could be a good one again. They spot the creeps heading away and will not actually be able to find anybody there. There's a smoke up. Feels like XG had an inkling that this was happening. Everybody retreats back.
They've had this very deep ward for a long time in the mid, which I think they're trying to smoke towards, hoping someone crosses back across it maybe.
Oh yeah, by the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, and now they see where Ame, and you know, they see his illusions coming down, so they know Ame's up here. So this is going to be their target. Sunstrike is currently not locked and loaded. Oh, there he is.
Bodying him. Doppelganger already used. Can they get there in time? Looking for the real one. It's not there. Ame getting some separation, just barely away from them all. And Xnova going to try and dodge an arrow. Will be able to, as he's going to scurry off into the woods. The big, I mean, even if he dies, he's fine with this.
Yeah, now he definitely saved Ame there.
Yeah.
There's no doubt. Ame immediately back to jungling. Don't see him get croakered. And very close to his Aghanims.
And this is nice too.
All right, bit of a freebie. All right, New's still coming through.
What?
I mean, he's got YSR there, so.
Finds, does not get him, but will find FY. Another Reaper kill. 11-8, 7,000 gold lead. Resilience. Very much taking the lead in this one and not looking back. For everybody that thought this was just going to be a walk for XG, Resilience has something to say.
You know, isn't it kind of crazy that when Tsunami was doing the interview with FY's talking about like past TIs and his favorite moments and stuff, and he's like, yeah, the 2014, you know, TI 4, it's like 12 years ago this guy was playing Rubik, you know?
Yeah. Some things never change.
And he's back.
It is very much an interesting time seeing the younger squad come against the older squad, and at least for now, seeming to be on edge in this somewhat unorthodox draft.
I mean, step 1's done. They got their Tormentor, so thinking about step 2, which could be the Roche, or could just be straight up pressuring these tier 2s.
Such a high value get for ZZQ.
Yeah. Yeah, it does a lot for the big save plays. Already playing a bit of a frustrating matchup versus the PL2 though.
Right.
Tombstone a bit spooky.
情绪是奔流在人们脑海的怒涛，
Laying on
试
the
图
map
阻挡
there.
他的人，
Echoes.
大多数都被卷入了内
Gonna
心的
shove
深
out
渊
that
中，
lane.
而试图忽
Roche,
视他的人，
definitely something that
却
teams
总
are
是被他把
thinking
心
about at the
灵摧
very
残成一
least.
片狼藉。
Wanting to ensure they have good vision over. But as you mentioned earlier, it's not easy to take for Resilience.
No, they don't got like your Slardar buddy or something to make it really fast. They have Alacrity, so you know, they can do it if it's really advantageous and like, you know, there's a dead hero or something, but there's also some frustrating heroes to do it against, like Pangolier and Timbersaw and Hoodwink, as we just saw a very noble attempt from Team Spirit in the last game to maybe steal with the Hoodwink.
Right. Well, and also, I think this is just one of those types of games, too, where you get one little flub and things could start snowballing from there.
They know that Echoes is ghost walking up here. They saw the wave. There is a sentry here from Xnova, but it doesn't look like he's going to go hunting.
New finishing the BKB. They're running into this area and might find Rubik as he is right by them all smoked. New able to find the call. And another death for FY.
I love how Planet is just always there with the arrow, you know? Keep it simple. Wait for the arrow to hit. And every Mirana player, by the way, they got to get it. They get their one excuse item, like the urn, and now the Aghanim's already done for Planet.
Yeah, that's nice.
He is really firm.
They're having a good time. Sun strikes in to help finish off Roche. You've got all the heroes in and no interest in coming to contest this on XG. though, will take the Aegis for YSR. Have what it takes to try and close this game out. He got hit by the little guy. It always feels so bad when it happens. You're like you're looking somewhere else trying to do something, suddenly I'm not moving it.
Oh, yeah. The Ogre Club. Getting broken by one of them, too. That's always a random one. Just, oh, right, yeah. Wasn't paying attention.
1,000 gold lead smoke up. Both heroes that are not in the smoke have bots. Join the fight very quickly.
All right, here we go. Echo's walking through the wave.
They see him. BKB used. Is that enough of a win? Do you run away now?
I mean, they're looping in behind right now.
XXS. Oh, it's a little bit scary. They spot him. They spot him, and there's the call. Got him immediately. No chance for any response to this.
These are the kind of plays you need, because if you look at that death recap, this is where the Mirana is disgusting. When you get this Agnes, she just did 1,300 damage to that Timbersaw.
Pretty crazy.
It happens real fast. Like, look at that.
Yeah.
Like, the axe jumps in, and you are the secure, you know? It is absolutely ridiculous what you can do if you have these guaranteed arrows that are going to hit when you have this Aghanim, so that is the value. And it's not just that, though, right? It is the use of that Moonlight Shadow. It just boosted that smoke attempt. Like, you have to have the strategy and the macro to make the good value out of it, but the way they played that with that wraparound, like, this lineup, the reason why the panel and us questioned at the start is you can't make any mistakes.
Yeah.
Things cannot go south when you are playing this strat. And not only did they absolutely obliterate that Necrophos lane, they haven't made any major mistakes since.
Yeah.
Now, all being said, I still think it's hard to go high ground with this lineup. I don't know when they're going to do it. I would still be a little nervous as Team Resilient right now.
Yeah, I mean, the moments when nothing can go wrong do not stop now. It is, for a while, nothing can go wrong.
Yeah.
And a TP away by FY. And sneak himself around a tree. Get out of there. Another Sunstrike connection. New, just building up armor. It's actually not as much as I would have thought. He's missed a couple dunks there, but helped to secure the kills for the Necrophos.
Of course.
And he's going bots too on Necro next. Never wants to be out of a fight.
Yeah, that's great. I like that. That means like they're trying to end this, I feel like.
Blind, found again, caught and killed. I mean, if you kill both the supports, maybe you start to feel comfortable. Go up high ground.
No. This Aegis
right
is
there.
kill all the tier 2s.
It's fine. Yeah, YSR. Now you get it.
Look at this insane ward down bottom too. I love a good high ground ward.
Yeah.
This one's okay. Well, this one's probably gonna get D-ward, to be honest. It does spot where Ame's going, but
the creep wave.
They were a little obvious. I feel like. I think that one's getting removed.
I love YSR being like next to the tier 3, waiting for the creeps to spawn when there's still the tier 2 up.
Yeah.
Like this is his gameplay today.
Dude, X-Nova, where are you going, bro?
Gotta run. Gotta hide. Gotta get out of there. The Sunstrike. Ooh, wait a minute now.
Is this the turning point?
FY. I mean, look if it's not now, then when? You gotta get something with that. Surely.
Ame's trying to look scary.
情绪是奔流在人们脑海的怒
Right,
涛
make a bunch of clones.
试图阻挡他的人，大多数都被卷入了内心的深渊之底，
Tickling him.
而试图忽视他的人，却总是被他把心灵摧残成一片狼藉。
Again, they have this high ground ward. Oh, baby!
Not like that! Jump in! Got him dead! Ame gotta run. There's no chance for you here, sir. Brought down, gone.
I didn't think that ward would last lyrical, but it sure did.
It definitely did.
That was crazy. Of all the places to get a 2-hero call, and a team so desperate to go high ground, you find that is insane.
Perfectly played, getting the kill, making the most of that ward, and they've solved the problem. Now move in, seeing if they can get some more here. They did get the BKB off on XXS. Are they going too far now? Lift, YSR still hunting, already used Ghost Form. They are in pretty deep. The high ground, it beckons, but might be a siren call for them if they're not careful. Now find another catch. New, onto one. They're trying to bring him down. Will they be able to? Yes! Nothing to say is gone. They do have buyback on Ame.
He's still cooking on Necrophos.
Goodness, he's full back up to HP. ZZQ is finally going to be brought down now. And immediately going to respawn again as they set their sights onto these racks.
Yeah, TP's right to the outpost. He's a ceaseless dirge indeed.
They got another one. There's the call to Sunstrike to finish. Yes, another dunk. No, you can't stop him. Bring me some more. I want that armor. FY trying to survive through this is going to ice wall down, try to force away, but no, he too will be brought down and killed. 18,000 gold lead. Resilience keeping it strong in this game number 1, trying to pull themselves an upset.
I mean, these little windows. Like, you have to find so many of these plays and these moments and really get the jump on them. And they've done a fantastic job, Resilient, this game. Another glyph used here. And he doesn't even walk down.
No,
he just walks over a little bit. The MVP ward somehow still stands.
Who placed that one?
Oh, it was good old ZZQ.
Yeah.
Easy peasy. Good old Moogle ward.
Love that. So with that tier 3 tower goes down, a little bit of a miss on the tornado. X-Nova able to get away. Can they hold off at all? Oh, dude, jumps again. Sunstrike there, lands. Reaper Sight out, gone. Nothing to say, not able to play Dota. And with another racks down, surely. This is just such an enormous lead right now for Resilience. They can just back out if they want or keep pushing for more. I mean, the thing that's stopping them is there's a tier 2 top.
That's good thing he didn't finish that off earlier. X-Nova sacrifice to the previous site way up there maybe is what did it for them. 2 Chaos Meteors now available for Echoes.
What a beatdown. This is crazy.
Ame has to find someplace to farm. He comes out the bottom part of the map here, gets tornadoed. Arrow coming through. Oh, that was close. Oh, he almost landed back in it.
Yeah, just barely getting away there. Gets some vision, runs. Now finding you over to the side. New tries to find a call. Absolutely the MVP so far this game. Can they get anything done, though, to try and turn their fortune slightly? Hoodwink, gone. YSR is still stunned. There's so much damage, but nobody is dying. The spells are there. The control is there. They don't have enough to kill anybody, though, it feels like. As Planet tries to back out.
Deafening Blast to protect Planet as well. And now he's got the Blink to try and guarantee some of these arrows through all the PL illusions and the general mess that is going high ground. The Blink really helps for finding arrows that aren't blocked.
Resilience just taking the path forward, burning bridges behind them and saying, we're not crossing the river again. We're staying on your side.
They burned the boats. They're gone.
24 and 10. No need for a Roche, apparently.
The comforting hum of Invoker, ghost walking and destroying all the creeps.
Yeah, struggling to find answers, XG. I mean, they're just huddled in their base, and you can't really blame them. What a brilliant performance from Resilience here in this game number 1.
I mean, XG, they basically just look at this map right now and think, okay, what item can we get for Ame that maybe could win a fight? And they're thinking maybe get into the Orchid.
Right.
You know, the good news is that they've been fighting so much that the BKBs are getting somewhat low. Axe is at 7 seconds, so you know, maybe then he can find the Orchid.
There you go.
Yeah, finding the positives.
I mean, they also have like no stuns. There's a lot of them.
Pango has twice as many stuns now. He's got Basher.
Yeah.
You know, he's got his Blink.
True.
Got a little lucky.
So tough. I mean, again, like so many of these games have been going to like 50 minutes or something like that. You imagine in your head, okay, PL, you're going to be so strong. But what happens?
Try again.
What happens if you don't get there? The arrow lands amongst all the illusions. Come on now, you gotta be kidding me. It's crazy out
here. That's a Blink dagger, baby.
Sometimes you're just not meant to win the game. As New pulls back that Timbersaw. Now there is gonna be a buyback from Ame. Have they extended too far? BKB's used. Nothing to say, roll it. Trying to find some damage on Echoes. He's just gonna TP out. And now New finds himself another call. Immediately they're on to XXS. XXS caught with the Sunstrike and the finish from the Axe. GG is called. What a beatdown.
Everything went according to plan. And of course, as expected, they dropped the Zhao 8 voice lines. Who I believe is also paneling on the Chinese stream right now, which is very hype.
Such a good performance from Resilience, and a team that at this point right now, you know, wants to be able to pull back in and boost up their fortunes right before, you know, we get into this main event. If they can find their way there, it would be huge for them. We're going to head back to the panel, let them break down that action from that game number 1.
What a fantastic game number 1 that we got to witness here. We had faith that there was going to be something coming out from Extreme Gaming in the later portion of a game number 1, that this PL was going to be able to run a bit rampant. What we didn't factor in for was the 3-man axe calls, the Necro being able to invade triangle at like the 10-minute mark. It's just insane to think what they were able to do on the side of Team Resilience here. But for yourself, Gunnar, how amazing was it to see a game 1 like that for them?
Yeah, so I was worried. I was like, they can't end the game, but you can end the game if you're like 50,000 gold ahead.
PL has like one item.
Yeah, and I think New, for me, had a really good performance on the Axe. It was like, there was way too many calls I think weren't, like he shouldn't hit.
It wasn't even a group call, it was a group meeting because everybody from Extreme Gaming were kind of into it throughout the whole game.
Yeah, I think I was counting at the end there, and I think New got like six jumps with the like 6 blink calls at the end, and I mean it was just chain feed after chain feed from Extreme. So definitely had a very decisive ending there.
New being such a, I want to say sacrificial off laner. I don't know if we saw it in the clips just quickly there, but he sacrificed his dunk for the Necro to get an extra side stack. That's what you want in an off laner. That's what he needs to do.
So selfless.
Yeah, that's a bit of an odd one as an Axe, you know, because Necro, he gets priority, so you never get to get the dunk if you're going on the same target. But I feel like in this one, like it never came down to the late game. Like one of the biggest issues was they're playing this kind of unbeatable lane, like we saw that with Twin Protectors, with Shadow Fiends. This time around, it was Undying plus Necrophos in the safe lane, which is just insane amount of harassment. XXS, he didn't get to play the game, and they also killed the tower 5.5 minutes in, which did open up the map so they can go for the enemy XP shrine, and also had the access to the enemy triangle throughout the whole game because they killed the tier 1 tower in the mid also relatively early on. And then also Necrophos, like your carry doesn't need to care too much about the rotations because you don't have that tier 1 tower to TP to, and this has to be like one of the fastest tier 1 towers that the safe lane did kill in this DI so far.
Yeah, for me, it's some combination of the Pangolier and the PL picks. Like, it's the Timber, sure, but I think it's because they don't take the Sardar in that end of the phase for them. They take the PL instead, it gets banned. They end up not really being able to... Sure, they get the Timber Saw, which looks like it's good in the draft, but I think it wasn't enough for them. It was a bit too slow. And I can see the potential with their draft. I don't know if they were able to execute it.
I also have a question, Monkeys, around the Rubik too, because I was looking, it's not getting picked a crazy amount. It's kind of seen 11 games for itself, and it's mostly our Chinese teams that are all playing it. Extreme Gaming and Resilience both love it. Planet played it earlier today, and I know FY does play a good Rubik, but it's more when it gets picked in this draft, what it was really offering in this game, and why it is only predominantly these 2 teams that like it. Why are we seeing it there, and what impact is it really having?
I mean, I definitely think it's just a comfort thing. I mean, Chinese teams historically, they've always been Rubik players, or the Pos 4s have always been Rubik players. I think, I believe you even mentioned there weren't the best spells to steal in this game, so, you know, it
wasn't me, it was Gunnar, but I'll definitely say it was me. It was, yeah, thank you.
sorry,
No,
Gunnar.
We do look very similar.
Yeah, we have same ideas about
yeah, exactly.
skill. No.
Similar MMR.
Similar TI appearances?
Yeah. Actually, I think I've done more than you, but it's okay.
It's close enough. No one's counting.
Of course I wasn't counting, yeah, no.
But I think also a big issue that Extreme had this game was they just didn't really have a hero to go in. I mean, the Pango, obviously you have roll, then you can change some people with that role, but that was pretty much the only thing they were relying on to make plays on Extreme. And while I also think the inverse is true for Resilience, they kind of were only relying on this Axe to have these blink calls and set up the Sunstrikes and whatnot. The Axe had a much better early game. He was, active. He was able to, he was able to find those blink calls, and obviously that Sunstrike follow-up damage was way more than enough to, send Resilience like way in the lead.
One of my bigger questions when I see a Timber and a Phantom Lancer Lacoste is it too greedy? And Connor was telling me that Phantom Lancer plays a little bit differently and how much farm he needs to be able to join, but there's still that question mark. And then you have a Necro that opens up the game so easily, is able to invade triangle so often, and is just milking the Dire side for all of the gold that they're worth. And now it's like, how do you have both a Phantom Lancer and a Timber make space for themselves?
But usually it can work fine. I just think the issue is that he got dismantled in the lane. Phantom Lancer, of course, being a bit of a slower hero, but I think Timbersaw is very similar to what Necro wants to do. He wants to be like super oppressive, take over the certain area of the map, then continue to farm up, like push one hero out of the lane completely. He was kind of on the receiving end this time around. Usually he does this to other heroes, and he never managed to actually recover. Like, we didn't really feel the influence coming out from him. If you check the damage number, like the lowest damage number were coming out, the numbers from Ame and XXS in this one. Ame only dealing 6,000 damage, Timbersaw dealing 8,000 damage. So very, very difficult, I would say, matchup for him, and never made the comeback. But these are the massive differences that we are seeing. Like the start, if you look at just the itemization at this time, like one guy has 5,000 gold worth of item, the other carry doesn't even have a component of a relatively small item, which is just Yasha at that time, and he was also putting quite a lot of pressure. Damage, of course, PL doesn't really deal that much damage early on, and he was involved in a lot of these kills because they were diving behind the tower. This is where the massive difference comes from.
At the 11-minute mark, right? This is that head-to-head, how the early game. But there was a moment just after it got where I was a little bit worried that maybe Team Resilience had overextended, that they were feeling a little too confident for themselves, that this Necro was at a point where, yeah, we're not going to be able to stop him. And they were in that dire triangle.
Yeah, they try to make a kind of cheeky play where they're playing on the very limit of their spells with damage amp from the Undying Ult plus the Scythe. And a little miscalculation, not enough. And I started to get a bit worried for them right here because, like I said, I thought they did need to close out the game early. They needed this early game advantage for Resilience. So being able to kind of bounce back from those two deaths in the enemy triangle was really good for them. I was pretty impressed. And you wonder, it's like, if their draft can't fix a gold lead with these massive kills in the early game, because the Necro's up 2,000 gold on the next highest hero at that phase. It's 11 minutes and he's up that much gold, and killing him felt like it was kind of non-impactful. I don't even think they lost any of their gold lead. So I'm just definitely wondering, like, you have to look at the lanes, you have to look at the draft, you have to look at a lot of these kind of bigger picture things, because that mid game that you just experienced isn't going to happen again if you just have the same early game.
And what about yourself, Monkeys, when you do look at this as well, when you go, that should have been more to capitalize on top of two big kills on an Undying and a Necro? We should have been seeing more from Extreme Gaming. Like, what role needs to take charge of that a little bit more in a lineup like that?
I mean, I think it's between mid and off lane. I mean, if you want to have this PL, you need to give it the space to come online and, like, eventually be able to do PL things, but I think after they did die twice in the tri-camp, Resilience, they still just kept going back to the dire tri-camp, and they kept stealing stacks, they kept taking this gold away, and there really just wasn't there. I don't know, there was just not there was no space for the PL to become this
and no punishment from Extreme.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Ame just never really had a chance to do Ame things, so
if you go back and look at the draft, I think seeing this Timbersaw, because they didn't see what the matchup is going to be, because they close out the whole draft with this Necrophos. Maybe they thought, okay, he's going to be able, maybe they were expecting a different hero, didn't maybe expect that YSR is going to be playing Necro in this one, that he's going to be getting more out of the lane, because Pango, he was doing quite okay in the mid lane. He's playing into Invoker matchup. They also made one rotation early on and made sure that they are grabbing the kill on Invoker. They try to go for it the second time. Problem is, like the side lanes. Phantom Lancer, he doesn't join. Your off laner got completely sacked, so you had to play with the 2 supports, which are okay in the damage, are okay with playing with the Pangolier at the time. It's just the other 2 side lanes fell apart. And again, it comes back down to this Invoker that we are seeing you completely dismantling the side lanes, even without the real proper setup early on, because they didn't really have stuns. They had Undying plus Necrophos. Axe doesn't really get the call up until like 5, 6, 7 minutes into the game, but they still did extremely well.
I mean, I want to bring it back to the very, very start of the draft.
Okay.
We go back to the Hoodwink. It's like the very first pick overall. And sure, very good hero. Most picked hero of the year, but it doesn't feel like it has like the draft impact you want from a hero you're first picking. First pick, in theory, is your strongest pick of the draft outside of that one like at the very end. And I don't think it really utilizes it. You could take the Undying there instead, secure a safe lane. You could take Centaur, basically secure off lane. And they don't.
Lena was still in the pool as well.
That secures mid or safe lane.
Yeah.
And they're not really like Hoodwink is not what she used to be in terms of just guaranteeing a 1 lane. She's like solid, she'll do decent, but it didn't really fix the laning stage issues. So for me, I'm hoping that if they end up first pick again, maybe reevaluate what you want in that phase, because the Centaur gets banned, the Undying gets taken, they end up having to do like. It felt like they were on the back foot the whole draft. It's like, oh, they pick Invoker, let's pick the Pango, try to have a solid lane versus him. Let's pick the PL because it's a carry we're comfortable into the Axe, and then now our Timbersaw is getting banned. Like, they're never forcing Resilience to be the ones to be like, oh, this is what they're doing. Maybe we need to solve the problem. It's all constantly Resilience. She's going, we're going to do all of these things, solve it, and Extreme didn't.
Sometimes that is a very strong narrative for Extreme Gaming, where they are just a little bit too reactionary, and when they play their game, that's when they look the best. Hopefully for game 2, that is something that they're going to take in mind, because again, it's an elimination best of 3. But on a slightly more joyous and lighter note for you guys watching at home, our secret shop for TI is open. There's so many fun things you can grab for yourself. Obviously, every day you've seen me, I have had this giant frogling plushie, and I refuse to give it up to anyone else on the panel here, because I think it is by far the best thing that you can get.
She's very aggressive.
I
am
Look
very
at
aggressive.
This small fella. Look at the child.
Largo.
This is the real Largo.
Can you do your best Largo impression?
I don't know if I hit all the timings correctly.
I was getting a New Zealand accent, but that's even better. I think you got to work on your rhythm, though, Lucas. And you guys have the 2 sides of the cookie cushion?
Yeah, mine's still better.
No, one's in chat for Invoker, 2's in chat for Mortimer.
You're saying Invoker's better than Mortimer?
What did we just see in this last game?
We didn't see Snapfire. What do you mean, what did we see in this game?
Yeah, we don't see Snapfire for a reason.
Oh, that's a bit harsh. Come on.
Literally best hero of like the entire year.
Yeah, but times are gone, old woman. The time is now for Invoker. The time is now for Resilience to potentially make a 2-0, which I want it to be 3 games, but after that first one.
Well, before we see if it's a 2-0, before we see anything else about Game 2, we're actually going to see what Echoes had to say coming into this year's TI.
Echoes, thank you very much for joining me. Looking forward to talking to you and looking forward to celebrating your first ever TI. Congratulations. You have been playing since 2019, and you're finally being able to show up to a TI. What was winning that qualification game like?
感觉很开心吧，就是多年的辛苦终于有一些回报。就回想以前在之前总有一些预选是有机会来打到 TI 的，但是在今年终于打进来了吧，只能说很开心。
Who was the first person you called, or who was the first person who congratulated you after you qualified?
我的家人吧，还有我的朋友，就是最先恭喜的是我的父母。
Amazing, so happy to hear it. How long have you been watching TIs?
最开始看应该是 TI 5吧，到现在应该是9年了差不多。
And now you're finally getting to be a part of making history. Do you have a favorite all-time TI moment from since TI 5 to now?
应该是 TI 9吧，因为那个时候我刚进入职业圈，然后当时学习了 Top 上的很多打法，我觉得，而且当年他们的 TI 是最有观赏性的，我觉得。
So you must be very excited that Thompson's showing up to this tournament now.
是的，就是在过去的几年，他退役之前，我一直是他的粉丝。然后，不过到现在，可能就是我不再有粉某一个人了，但是我还是会喜欢某些中单的打法。
Okay, mainly believing in yourself. I like it. Your team name, I wanted to bring it up. In English, resilience means being able to, be sturdy or recover easily. How accurate do you think that is at describing how your team plays?
在很多局，我觉得在游戏中的很多局，我们打到长局的时候，其实我觉得我们的韧性不算特别足，但是我们的目标是朝着 resilience 这个目标去的。我希望大概这个对明就是我们对自己的期望嘛，我觉得。
I asked your teammate earlier, I asked YSR if he filled out his predictions and where he put team resilience in the group stage predictions. Where did you put your team?
我填的是胜者组晋级，就是对自己的一点小希望。
Echoes, congratulations on making it to your first TI. It's going to be an amazing experience. Can't wait to see how resilience do.
谢谢。
谢谢。
Team Resilience and Extreme Gaming in an elimination best of 3. And right now, Team Resilience have a 1-game lead. They had a fantastic game number 1. At no point did it feel like Extreme Gaming had a foot in that one. And coming into game 2, we're hoping there's a little bit of a conversation and a change of tone around how they want to not only open their draft, but also progress it, because we weren't really too fond of the Hoodwink being their opener monkeys, but of course that Rubik had a bit of a question mark, a PL a question mark, and then closing their draft with a Timber too.
Yeah, I really would like to see a more aggressive lineup from Extreme, something that allows them to play or set the tempo and kind of play their own game. Maybe consider an early pick Centaur. We've seen some teams doing. I think Earth Spirit was first phase banned last game, so can't really go that direction. But just have this hero that is a menace and is able to go in there and kind of force the enemy team to deal with you.
I think they're still trying to find the identity.
Extreme Gaming?
Extreme Gaming,
yeah.
Especially with the recent changes, with the coach situation and everything. It seems like most of their ideas are not really working. And,
it's like individual ideas almost.
Yeah, it feels like there's a lot of chefs in the kitchen, as they like to say. And if you look at the games that they won against Huligani 2-0. This is the only team at TI that went 0-4, and they also managed to win only one game against LGD. So that doesn't give me too much confidence coming into this series, because I also chose Team Resilience as my dark horse. I feel like I've been watching these guys in different teams, in many different iterations of the teams, and individually they looked very good, and they also looked very good in the qualifiers.
Yeah. Before we focus on this game, number 2 draft, I do want to remind everyone else that another elimination best of 3 is happening. It's over on the C stream between OG and Gamer Legion. I won't give you any results, but I will tell you what's going on, as well as our 3rd series happening between VG and LGD on the D stream, and the B stream soon to begin their series. But now we can focus up on our Extreme Gaming up against Team Resilience. An Earth Spirit, a Shadow Fiend taken out, a slight adjustment, not letting the Invoker through there at all, a Trian, Lone Druid, Ember Spirit, and Hoodwink ban, which does mean Extreme Gaming are forced by their opponent to have a different opening pick. This time around, it's Wyvern.
I was going to say, it's crazy to me. 2 things are crazy to me. One is they banned the Hoodwink.
I just don't understand.
Why they're banning the Hoodwink. And then second is they're taking the Wyvern, which again, to me, is not this draft changing hero. I think a lot of the time in the drafts, you really want at these kind of breakpoints in the draft, there's in the second phase, that final pick of the second phase where you basically get to pick a hero, ban the counters. First pick overall are the 2 big ones, and then the last pick of the game. For me, those are the 3 biggest kind of breakpoints of the draft of how you want to maneuver it. And for me, Wyvern is sure, it's good.
It's good.
It's good this patch. It's solid. It's good versus a lot of the physical damage that we've been seeing. But is it worth taking over all these other meta heroes that you see them in the game and they force such a reaction? To me, when you see Wyvern, you can kind of just pick any hero in the game. Especially, it opens up the magic damage, which we see a lot of the time. Vessel is a very popular item. The Krellas, very good versus the Wyvern, because not only it gives you ethereal versus your ult, well, I guess technically it purges, so it doesn't work that way, but you remove the healing from the Cold Embrace. So it just, to me, feels like effectively Extreme's playing from second pick on first pick. They're just delaying whatever they have to deal until Resilience picks heroes, and they're like, okay, now we respawn, which I feel like is the second pick's job in the draft.
Especially because you don't even get the oomph of having overall last pick then.
Yeah, so it's like you're missing the reason why second pick has some advantage in the draft.
Yeah.
While playing second pick.
Yeah.
Sounds not very good to me.
Yeah.
If we look at some of the openers that they did have, the most successful they have been is when they got the hands on Trin Protector, which has been banned. They played against Huligani when they opened up with Darkseer. They immediately responded with Tiny, which is fine because of the, like, you can't die, you don't create a strong illusion out of the wall. They had the casual Marana opener on 8, which I'm also pretty fine with because you're not revealing too much, but definitely gotta agree because we are seeing these meta heroes being popular for a reason, and I don't think they are getting the good trades in this first phase.
I will say though, even though Resilience do have the Coddle, the Ember and Beastmaster are already removed, two very good Coddle combos, so.
And we've seen this hero a couple times. I know Boom Boys is still picking Keeper of the Light, and it wasn't to much success, I would say, at least from the games we were able to catch. So I do want to see what Resilience plans with this hero. Potentially, it could be mid. I don't think it's particularly angled towards that in this patch.
It is a hero that echoes plays from the mid lane if needed to, because you talked about the Spirit Vessel. It can get it extremely fast, 6, 7, 8 minutes into the game. You will pick up this item no matter what. You can stack for yourself. It can speed the tempo, and maybe that's the reason why they also went for the last pick Necro in the previous one, being this unkillable body in front that's just going to be soaking up all the damage. Coddle, in a sense, does provide you with the insane amount of sustain, with the blast, with the Spirit Vessel. For now, it's just, a casual Coddle, but yet to see where it's going to go.
With the way that they kind of grouped up last game, Keeper of the Light does fit in that sense. Like the games where you're winning if you have a Keeper of the Light, sure, it's like you want these combos, you want to be able to Chakra Magic some mid-Ember who's like running around the game doing everything, but at the end of the day, a lot of the drafts you end up seeing, this guy just presses ult and presses Q and heals his whole team.
Them, basically.
You just give your team health, you give them mana, you just sit there in the back, you're really fast, you're hard to catch. So if that's kind of the playstyle that they've determined they want to play versus Extreme, which is kind of what they did in the first game, right? They picked the Necro and they grouped together, they just run at you. And Extreme didn't have a solution to it in the first game, so they could be it as like, all right, just kind of run it back with a different flavor.
I really wouldn't mind seeing the Centaur come out for Extreme here.
I like Centaur and Darkseer a lot, particularly versus the Keeper of the Light. They're two heroes that give like some sort of haste, so you kind of ignore the slow that Keeper of the Light that is super annoying to deal with in this mid game. The other solution is Largo potential, because you buy the Lotus versus the Keeper of the Light, and you have the Lick to dispel all the debuffs, and it pairs well with the Puck. So I think they have a couple options of how they can.
I'm surprised that you picked the Puck here for Extreme Gaming because you don't really get to protect it too much in any way, shape, or form, and then you let Resilience have the counter pick in the mid as well as potential strong pairing with Coddle without having to feel like you have to blind pick into the mid.
So in my mind, they're already aiming towards a Darkseer for Extreme.
I see it.
They see that the Keeper of the Light, it was the first year we mentioned, it's like Darkseer has Surge for Keeper of the Light, it's good. So they want to get this melee position forward to pair with it. Puck, I would say when Puck is countered, the biggest thing you have is a damage issue. Usually, a lot of the times you see the Pucks will go neutral in a lot of the lane matchups, and they can always do something, but they look weak because they don't have damage. And Darkseer almost always fulfills that from the offlane, can more than enough cover this damage issue. And so it's now forcing Resilience to basically pick what two cores are you revealing into the Puck. And if you pick your carry into this Puck, then Darkseer gets a free game. If you don't pick it, then you get to pick Darkseer with 2 bans.
They used this Earthshaker as a response as well when they played against LGD. I feel like this hero is very, very good. Right now, they don't see the matchup. They don't see what Ame is going to be playing. But these heroes are very good against any carries because you have this instant stun, instant lockdown. You can one-shot him pretty much if he's sitting in the creep wave, going for the extra wave. And then you also have Doom on top of that. Great matchup against the Puck, instant lockdown. Maybe not so good against Wyvern. Once you go in, your combo gets split. And maybe not the best against Spirit Breaker. Like, if you don't see him, I want to see... Because the support duo is okay-ish, but this is not on the stronger side on Resilience. The Marana rotating, Keeper of the Light rotating, 3 level 6 isn't really as good compared to Spirit Breaker rotating, and we're still even Winter Wyvern on top of that. So I feel like the support duo plus the mid lane, in terms of the early engagements definitely goes to Extreme Gaming, in my opinion.
I'm still thinking about both the Darkseer and the Centaur. They're both... Darkseer sometimes is bad versus the Doom if he's the one that gets himself, but he has a surge for it, and I don't want them to repeat the same mistake from last game, which is in this position, they took Ame's hero, they took the carry. I know as a team they do value Ame having a good pick, they play around him in the game, but specifically drafting-wise, I think that it's much stronger for them to take the hero, especially when they're setting up for it with the Spirit Breaker. It can get more awkward if they take the carry, and then now their last pick, they're like, ooh, Darkseer is banned. Do we have to take some random Viper offlane, some Death Prophet, which don't even feel particularly good into like a Doom? And it's just hard to say what they're going to do. Maybe if they have a lot of confidence in a Medusa or some extremely strong carry for Ame.
Do you think there's any potential for Avenge against the Doom?
Yeah, for sure. I think this is the counter. I don't know why it took them so long to pick these two, like pick Centaur here, because I feel like both Centaur and Darkseer that you mentioned have been, throughout Dota history, one of the best heroes against Doom, because you're either tanking the Doom yourself or you have a save for whoever is getting Doom. You have that surge. So in the end, they go with the Centaur. I'm really worried for Resilience in this one. I feel like their damage output isn't really gonna be there, and we could also potentially see maybe Centaur picking up a pipe depending on the last pick overall. I do like your idea about the Vengeful Spirit. I also like the idea for potentially get the Medusa on side of Extreme. This is something that Ame did play a lot in 2025. This was his kind of go-to hero, and he did have insane win rate. So removing Spectre, which means that they are opting to go for the range carry in this one.
What if we run back the IO?
Yeah, sounds very good against Doom.
Yeah. Well, it's like you bait your puck into getting Doomed, and then you relocate him out. And then you get back in there post-Doom, you win the fight.
The old bait your teammate strategy. Yeah, that's a really good one on an elimination game at TI group stage.
Well, sometimes you just gotta do your, if you do the craziest draft here, they're not going to expect it, and then it's a curveball.
If you don't know
they have
what
the puck
you're
already.
doing, you know, the enemies are not going to know even more. Like, they're going to get super confused, so they can't really counter it even if you don't know. So stay one step ahead.
That's like 3 steps, I think, that you're full circle at that point.
I like the Drow a lot so far. Yeah, Drow's not banned for them, and it's decent versus the Doom in the lane. They can even pair it with a Spirit Breaker as the 5 and put the Wyvern as the 4. It gives them this like high damage to chip through everything Resilience kind of has for them. And there's no, I would say the thing for Extreme to think right now is there's no carry that's going to feel good. Okay, it's banned. But it's because Earthshaker and Doom both counter a singular strong hero in the draft, right? Earthshaker, you can just echo you and you get doomed and you just die basically no matter what hero you are. And so they just need something that is consistently going to be good and help your whole team have impact, and that's a hero that will help your whole team have impact by teleporting around.
Yeah. I mean, I mentioned it before the series even began. Nature's Prophet, I believe, is at 8-1 so far this tournament, and I really like this pivot from Extreme. I think this is a much more aggressive lineup that will allow them to play their own game and hopefully have a much better early game. And,
oh, sorry.
and you know, get them into the mid game, not down 15K.
I like Extreme Gaming's draft a lot. I feel like it checks most of the boxes. We've seen Nature's Prophet own so far in this tournament, the amount of farm that you can get. We saw Satanic, what he can do, blocking the enemy triangle, putting out these treants, and making sure that enemies also not getting that farm in the triangle. Like, what do? You show up in the triangle, you don't get any gold, and you need to walk, so basically wasting your time. I feel like the offlane duo is strong, the safe lane as well. Puck might have been countered by Echoes. I guess that's why he called himself Echoes. Well, he wants to play Earthshaker, especially at TI, but I feel like something is missing with this Team Resilience draft.
I do think Kez has a very good game for himself. Like, he's been set up to have he's good matchup versus the Nature's Prophet. He's very good into BKB carries, has the percentage damage for center and healing, has silence for the puck and stun. So in my mind, this is kind of a Kez versus the world kind of game. Sure, he is backup from Earthshaker and Doom, but to me, it's a very big carry impact game, which a lot of the games is TI are, but I think this one in particular, because again, on the other side, Ame could just run the map, just kill everyone off cooldown, But I'm definitely looking towards the Kez to be the impact in this one.
And who are you looking towards, Monkeys?
I gotta believe in the nature's prophet. I haven't seen this hero falter yet, both on core and support. So I think this is just one of those heroes that it opens up T1 towers very quickly. You can start to choke out the map very quickly, and I think that's something that will just benefit Extreme, you know, a lot this game.
Especially compared to how game number 1 went for them, where it felt like they had no map for themselves. Hopefully this time around, the Nature's Prophet aiding in them being able to have a much stronger start to game 2, a much stronger game 2, but will it be enough to avoid elimination? We'll see with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat, and the panel. And Trent, man, this would be crazy. If they lose this game, this would be the lowest placement for Ame ever. Oh, it's crazy.
It's early.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Do you think it's going to happen, though?
But, I mean, with this draft, they have given themselves a better chance.
Okay.
I would say. This feels a lot better. That being said, actually, wait, hold on. Let's not rewrite history. I liked their first draft. In fact, I might have liked their first draft even more. Nah, I will say, I actually like this draft even more than game 1. But liking their draft in game 1 did not help.
Yes.
That is the problem.
I think one of the things that stands out is that last game there was like this X factor of, okay, what's going to happen with this Necrophos? And then we saw bottom lane, we're like, oh God, oh no, this is a catastrophe. I don't anticipate that we're going to be seeing entry between the mid-tier 1 and tier 2 there, or likewise Kez doing the same up top.
I mean, I think part of it, looking back with the power of hindsight, which is one of my favorite abilities.
So good.
You think, when XXS drew that line for FY, I was like, hey, can you grab the wave, and he didn't? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like a quicker reaction was necessary in that.
Right.
I don't know if they were set in their ways and they had a certain plan how it was going to go, but outside of just, Resilient doing that lane extremely well, I feel like XXS and FY just did not have a solution quick enough.
Right.
And to their credit, it was over at like 3 minutes.
Well, also a lot of times you saw him queuing up the boots. I mean, again, we're not going to relitigate last game the whole time, but I think all of this to say that there is like a sort of reset button you can hit with a mentally strong enough team, which I think XG is, which is that last game was a wash. We messed up. Let's go in with something completely different here, and we're just going to run it back. And I think that this is, if they're able to sort of channel into that mindset, it's going to be a healthy way moving forward for them.
Yeah, and if you were going to try and harness some of that same momentum that you saw out of Resilience last game, I would think it would come from heroes like Spirit Breaker, Puck, and Nature's Prophet. Like those, and then the quite literal momentum and speed of a Centaur War Runner to truly give it to your your entire team.
Yeah, I think
it's GG. FY just walked up first hit batch twice.
Oh, let's go.
That's just a good sign. You just know the game's going well once that happens.
I mean, I think it is telling after how many times FY died that he's like, give me Spirit Breaker. It's like, I don't care if there's a Darkseer or not. I'm playing this hero. And is immediately going to start Dragon Waves. They don't want to deal with YSR and ZZQ. Get out of here.
I mean, the thing that you and I are both hoping for is the potential for the planar pocket.
Yes.
If they can get a bit of a lead maybe on XG and they get the Tormentor, we get a planar pocket, I want to see some impact there.
Obviously, an incredibly valuable and weird spell, to be fair. You need to anticipate who New is going to doom, and then you cast it on his dooming target, and then Spirit Breaker gets doomed.
Boom. Yeah, you simply just get to shift reality and take spells away from their intended targets. X-Nova will be the first blood. The Treants are not threatening enough to drive back the side of Resilient. Planet gets first blood.
And a very, very important part of this lineup here. If he can start getting some stacks built up for that Earthshaker, we've seen that level 1 Echo Slam that you drop just to clear out and get all the farm in the world. Planet's going to take this one on a long walk around.
Yeah, he takes advantage of the fact that X-Nova dies to get in there and grab this wave, because oftentimes versus the Wyvern, this can be a difficult task to do with the Arctic Burn. Another thing about that Shaker, as you were mentioning, like getting these stacks to give him a good game, he's into this matchup versus the Puck, which has been one of his better matchups. Like one of the reasons you even see Shaker picked, like the Embers and the Puck's mid. So Echo's not even really expecting to be that poor this game, so it could get off to a very good start if those stacks go his way. We've also seen, I think it was in BZM's game, that he did not get his stacks on Shaker, and it was an outright disaster. I believe, in one of the ones we are casting. So you could maybe expect to see some vision placed down from XG or Resilient themselves to ensure that they get this stacks set up for Echoes.
Certainly is going to be already off to a nice start for Denies against the puck. They're in the mid lane, and XXS and FY just going to be holding on to this creep wave back behind the tower, making things a little bit annoying. And actually Mirana running all the way over there to pick up a large creep with an arrow. Stealing away some farm. And, oh my god, are they just going to do it again? There's no way this works.
They have solved laning. They're like, man, if FY's not going to go... I mean, FY has solved it as well, though.
Yes, yes.
Yes, he's like, I see.
These people don't want to lane against each other, I guess. Silence there. FY connects the waves. Some extra damage onto the Spirit Breaker, making them feel a little bit bad. But yeah, this will be a double wave pushing into the tower, and we'll have to see how they deal with that. We'll come back and watch in a second.
Waits out to salve as well. Time of the Kez. Very annoying, he'll heal back up. And keep holding up top. Keeper of the Light, we have not seen all too much of this tournament, mostly just due to bans. And this hero is incredibly strong right now, but you and I have not had many opportunities to cast it. As that salve, instead of continuing the pressure up top, rotation mid from FY, classic move from the Spirit Breaker, does cost them the top rune, as Uigyuh tries to move down in time to have an impact. So at least he removes that. And likewise, Planet took the other water rune, so nothing to say gets the kill, but is low on resources now.
Yeah, it's nice though, like getting that little boost after, you know, several of his creeps being denied out by the Shaker. I would say Shaker would probably be hoping to be a little bit further ahead than this right now.
Yeah, he's now behind, nothing to say gold-wise as well, obviously, with the kills, so. Trying to slow him down some. Also, of course, the other thing you need to be wary of if you're any dire hero is the potential for Ame to rotate. As New is going to get on top of him there. They're going to bring in FY. Some good damage out onto this Doom, who eventually is going to be brought down by Ame. We're used to the Nature's probably making the move, but the Spearbreaker TP's down instead. Spearbreaker very free for rotating across the map. You can just use your teleportation scroll to go help into the lane, and then just charge back to wherever you wanted to be in the first place. So super helpful to be ready and willing to go for these engagements whenever you can. Nova, he's coming up here. He's going to run into Planet because they have the stacks on the line.
Yeah, shut this down whenever they can. And Planet going to be in some trouble, wants to get the deny, and will find it from the neutrals. Very nice. Connects Nova, get the same treatment. We'll see. There's a lot of creeps around here. Come on, please hit me too. Yeah, no. I thought it was for a second. That was still the old one.
The creeps are not that bloodthirsty, it appears.
2-2.
And not only did he die, he obviously didn't want to plant down a ward right in their face, or he's probably just going to lose it, so they will not gain any vision. Echo on a hero, level 1!
Oh, and the arrow follow-up is enough for the finish. Nothing to say.
It's a rare sight. I mean, it is his namesake. It makes sense. But finding an opportunity to use an Echo Slam at level 6 is pretty out there these days.
I mean, unless you're using it on the creeps.
Yep.
Nova denies the regen. Fissure, does he have enough to get over to the side? No, not going to happen. FY trying to stop the bleed, but it's just not going to happen. Resilience, this team is looking good early game. Can they keep it up as time goes on? I mean, obviously getting that kill on the puck is huge.
And I think the panel's discussion about Kez was very accurate as well. This idea of it being a real Kez game. Like, Doom and Shaker are such good heroes to enable your carry. They can either set up a little bit of a fight for you to jump in on, and if you get gone on, they're great counter initiators. So the various tools and options that a Kez player has, those are all hoping to be utilized as much as possible just through the overall just safety and also just stun and lockdown control that you've got from the side of Resilience. Likewise, though, on the side of XG, they definitely have the potential for a complete just blow up on someone, right? It's like Blink Silence, Blink Stomp, into the Spirit Breaker charge, Nature's Prophet TP, Wrath of Nature coming through. You could very quickly lose 1100 HP out of nowhere.
And the mid game I'm thinking about just looks terrifying, right? Because you've got Spirit Breaker charge with an NP TP in, and like Puck is very mobile too. The ability to get away afterwards with the Centaur, all these things that you're talking about is really scary.
And that all comes down to Echo's Blink Dagger, really, because if he has the blink, that puts a little bit of fear in those rotations.
Right. Well, his eyes are on it.
The stacks are starting to be built up a little bit here by Planet as well. So they're working on it. Going to try and go for another round here, and it doesn't look like XG are going to be here to interrupt it in time either.
I'm trying to think of what this would mean for this Resilience team to be able to get the victory here. You know, this is a squad, like we saw in that interview just a second ago, that players started playing in TI9, and to be able to take down FY, to be able to take down Nothing to Say, to be able to get these kills like this early, what it would mean for this region even. Have a young up-and-coming squad. Kind of crazy.
I mean, I'm sure it would mean a lot of new fans in the region, that's for sure.
Only if they make it to the main stage.
One step at a time, buddy. All right? They're taking what they can get right now.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, attempting to go for play in the bottom rune is bold at this point in the game because you know there's going to be one additional hero here from Resilience because they're always going to be stacking for Shaker. So that play did not work out too well for XG, and the stacks were also secured again by Planet. So we're building it up. That being said, he did also utilize the Echo, obviously, for the kill. So, you know, there's the plus. Oh, and I think the stack got messed up because of one of the creeps. Classic.
Oh, yeah.
That's all right. They're going to go now. 4 gold.
Got to get a ward down there so the NP ulti can come through. That'd be pretty
I love that play.
They do it. Planet runs into a lot of heroes. XG decide they don't want to be here anymore, and the TPs are actually going to be canceled. Nothing to say. Spot right there.
Xnova has spotted the stacks. He placed the sentry down first.
Okay.
He was also nearby and has a Doom.
Careful, they now see that sentry and immediately take it out. Finishes the charge, wall doomed. But this is going to be a very hurt Spirit Breaker, and no Roche nearby to help him out. Meanwhile, though, they dropped the coil. Nothing to say. Going in to fight this does not have that much backup at all. Maybe thought NP was coming through.
Yeah, maybe with the Wrath of Nature hitting earlier, he was thinking.
But it is not going to be enough there.
Now here comes Echoes.
Looking, hunting, arrow out. Gonna be able to jaunt away. Nothing to say, trying to play himself out of this, but this is very scary as
out of spells.
Yeah, he does not have mana either, but they're going in on Echoes. Excuse me, maybe a chance there to kill him off at least. Oh, they do manage to get that kill. So mid for mid.
Necessary TP in there from the NP.
Yeah.
Okay, that does salvage a lot, for sure. Good bash to hit as well. Man, Nothing to Say was dancing in there for a while. Of course, upon his respawn, he will be coming right in there, most likely for another stack and a dunk. And you do see immediately the difference this game, though, for the Mirana, is they don't have that same setup for the Arrow.
Yes.
You know, there's no Axe, Blink Dagger, or something. Throwing out Fisher into Arrow is not really that real. So they're very confident in their ability to make good use of the Moonlight Shadow, is what I read on this.
Spot FY. Falls off the charge before he
look at the scans the Dire just dropped as well.
Yeah.
They're ensuring that no one's nearby, leeching into his XP when he goes for that big play in here.
And he does have the Blink Dagger coming out on the Courier now. So Echoes finds his window, and we'll see what they can do with it. It's worth noting he can make like some plays happen with, you know, the arrow follow-up. Once he's got the Blink Dagger done, it's easier.
Yep.
As Xnova is going to be hit mighty hard and no chance for any turnaround here.
Alright, Blinken already at 500 gold on top of that, so feeling pretty good as he's catching back up to Nothing to Say. We'll be building into the Witchblade first, as your standard Puck wants to do. And Doom is returning soon here onto New. Ame not finding any aggressive potential lately.
Right, and we keep on sort of, you know, pinging back up there to YSR, the untouched Kez at 12 minutes now. How much danger is he going to bring a little bit later on? FY cancels that charge. Decides to call it off and back away. 2,000 gold lead for Resilience. XG, how are they going to respond to this slight lead?
XXS is kind of in passive mode a little bit, right? He's got his Helmet of the Dominator on the Centaur, so he's just kind of dragging the waves around, farming up a little bit while in the jungle, and has his Dark Troll Summoner up here. Gonna be a while before he has much of an impact in these engagements. I can't. I don't know. I feel like he might have to go blink first this game. We'll see. It depends on how active they really want to be, I suppose.
Right.
But I wouldn't say, like, he's lowest on the network. I don't know if you can greed your way to one of these hearts. Like, sometimes it's not necessarily greedy. Like, sometimes you can go helm into heart because you're sitting at the top lane, the tier 1 tower has died, and you own that zone.
Yeah.
They do not own that zone.
No, he is not able to sort of deny anything to the Kez right now.
Oh, and speaking of which, look at this. This hiding in the tree line there. ZZQ pops a smoke for YSR, and they want to bring him towards the mid.
Getting involved with that Mage
They're
Slayer.
gonna try and blink kill the puck by the looks of it. Centaur will be tougher, but they're not leading.
He backs away. And maybe understanding what could be coming in his direction.
Helm creeps are kind of value. Oh, but that puck is back.
Nothing to say. They're thinking about it. Jump forward. Echo lands. Arrow follow-up. Gone. Nothing to say is just it's not able to have a good game right now.
No, it's nothing you can do against Blink Echo with an arrow coming. That's for sure. And FY, as you can see, he's taking this opportunity to try and get this really deep ward down, because that's how you can keep playing the Spirit Breaker to enable your Nature's Prophet. But I think he was spotted running in here, so this probably gets de-warded.
Charges out. See if they're able to find him. Now TP's away. Arrow flying, hits onto Roche instead. Okay. That keeps him alive.
And that is Deso. So 1,200 gold away here for YSR.
You know, the Kez NP matchup is something that we've seen a few times. And obviously, you know, you can get on top of Nature's Prophet quite easily as Kez if you're able to find him. But there have been a couple of times where I've seen like Kez's use all their mobility items and then get stuck in Sprout for a while.
Yep.
Particularly after like we've seen people basically go away from Battle Fury. So that could be something to watch for as well, as you know how YSR manages his mobility abilities.
He does. I mean, he's got to be one of the heroes with the most tools to deal with it too, though. So they really got to be rolling their face on the keyboard to have nothing left, you know.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a good point.
But you're right, it does happen. Sometimes late game with the Aghanims as well, because that little bit of lockdown can really mess up a Kez, obviously.
Well, they're trying to set up on him now, it looks like, as you know the farming patterns for these cores. They're pinging back in those creep camps, but maybe an idea that they could be coming his way. YSR hiding in the trees.
There's no Echo for 24, so if they could find this right now, it would be great. They use the ward to instead just go for the freebie on the ZZQ, but that's not worth it, especially if they end up losing.
Hunting, looking for FY. Now they get the dust out. Throws another round. There's the Winter's Curse. Some good damage onto this Earthshaker, and now the Stampede after the Doom. Backs away. Wyvern might go down here. I think that you're going to be making your lucky stars if you're XG and not losing any more after that.
Yeah, so many heroes running up here. I mean, Echo's still coming. I may be still under threat here.
Backs away. More space for Ame. Currently taking over the top net worth chart.
Oh, the scan? Oh, that orb comes through.
ISR still hunting. It's ZZQ. Wyvern is going to be nearby there, too.
And he is running through Radiant Vision right now.
Very active on the Kez, which has given NP now a little bit of an advantage the last couple of minutes in terms of farm.
观察事物时，别太依赖眼睛。人只爱看到自己想看的东西，
Trying to cut into
别
this
被
lead.
自己骗了。
Deso complete right now. That is a lot of damage on YSR. And you know Echo's getting hungry.
Yeah.
Close to level 12. They're smoking up. They're going to go for a move.
Charge going onto the Coddle. The TP coming in is able to get the pushback. Nice. Yeah, FY not able to stay on the target. Supports for XG struggling to pull things together here.
Yeah, and Planet just like pushing this wave back from the safety of the shadows. Meanwhile, this long smoke down bottom, they have just been lurking with Echoes and ZZQ for a long time to support YSR taking this tower.
This is nice, though. They can find him and kill him. Spirit Breaker is still a ways away on the charge. As New tries to escape, they manage to find that stun. Dust out. Ulti used. Planet moving in. Gets the heal off there. Are they going to let him go
No
now?
way.
With the fear of Echoes coming in, yeah, they let him go.
And here comes
Why?
Imagine.
Oh, man. Tried for it, but not quite able to get it. Echo Slam lands onto X-Nova.
They didn't want to drop the curse on you. They were trying to bait out a bigger fight.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they're just like, let's wait. If they come back in, this is their chance to get into it. But they fail the gank on the Doom. It gets turned around to lose both supports. Doom has a Radiance, is just going to tear up this jungle now. This gap is going to keep growing in favor of Team Resilience right now. And XG are looking all out of sorts this series.
Yeah, they have not been able to get things going. They are struggling to make these kills happen. And if they are not careful, they are going to be eliminated from the International.
And it's not a free puck game. You know, you get Witchblade Blink. It's dangerous. You know, you get the benefit of the supports aren't great, but it's the Shaker. And you know he's willing to wait for it every time to dunk you.
XG needing a little bit of resilience for themselves. As Echoes jumps in, doesn't even need the arrow. Just making it happen, owning.
Yeah. And you can see this with the Maranas, right? When you have these games with the bad arrow setups, like you don't really want to have to use 2-minute echoes to set up for arrows. He's going for the Yules earlier instead, just give himself a little bit of freedom. It's also just an amazing item versus Spirit Breaker. See him charging at you, you just toss him up. You can disco the bulldoze. Feels good. Lyrical, I don't know if we're going to get a planar pocket this game there, bud.
Doesn't feel like it.
It's not looking hopeful.
I mean, if it goes late enough, you never know, but they are going to need to really pull some things together here. I mean, this just cannot afford to happen. XXS Stampede tries to get away, does get some separation, and it looks like Resilience are going to let them go there. No further chase.
All right, Echoes is going for the, I'd say, somewhat greedy choice of Ags next.
Yeah.
I feel like BKB is like the mega safe one, but Ags is the like, we are dominating this game and want to keep dominating this game, but it can cause problems.
Gonna say, it's the blink away. I mean, look, they're still farmed, right? You look at these net worths, it's not like anybody is getting completely skunked here. It's mainly the difference in these supports and how much extra value they're getting out of the Coddle and the Marana, it feels like, and how much more farm they're getting. But it just feels like they haven't been able to find a good fight for XG. Good vision for how the fight takes place.
FYO, no.
Yeah, how do you deal with New?
He charged into a dangerous part of the map here, buddy.
Gonna drop the Doom down, tries to double back, deny the Tormentor, not gonna happen.
Oh man, I could have had the Tormentor, you know? Still no Tormentor death side. Not the right call, it turns out. All right, for the next, I heard the next stage of Fantasy is open, speaking of which.
Oh, hey, there you go.
So, make sure you guys read a guide or something first. Just my personal recommendation. Turns out it helps a lot.
Absolutely.
Or you just click the button a bunch because it feels good.
That's a good one.
That's what I went with.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Maybe trying to set up here into YSR. And PTPing in.
It's 50 gold from Ags.
The charge. Jump in, leash, got him. Do they have enough to bring down this Kez? Hoping, hunting, wanting to find the finish. It's not looking like it's gonna happen yet. The parry, the walk away, the charge, finally landing. FY goes in, they just need a little bit more damage. Somebody kill this Kez! And finally, nothing to say, gets that kill. XXS shows up. Now onto ZZQ, finding more damage. The heal out from Planet, this Coddle is very annoying. And as they find another signs of life for XG, desperately needed.
Yeah, that almost didn't happen. You know, turnaround was there. Well done. Planet almost finding with the Holy Locket saves to top him, but it wasn't that feeling. Also, the way they dealt a split away from the Raptor Dance, I think was the big determining factor in that one. He just couldn't heal himself back up at all.
Right.
And for once, they weren't able to just like connect and insta-give someone with the Echo Slam this time. So it also gives him a little bit of a window here. 75 seconds of no Echo Slam. And feeling pretty strong. Again. Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, all right, okay. Charge, lands, or Shaker way up in the sky. And now Ame onto him, gets stunned. New trying to get some damage in there. A little step back away from the arrow. Moonlight Shadow, do they have detection? They do. Sentry Ward is already down. They don't have Puck in this fight though, and now they have to TP away. TP out, TP out. Oh no, they got him! Echoes is hitting pretty hard. They have the Winter's Curse, but Ame is going to be brought down.
And you know, there are some risks to the Ags build, but if it's a chase down situation, it's hard to beat. Like, Echoes just keeps chasing and going after them, and then a beautiful Fisher to catch too, puts them into a free Tormentor. Now you get an increased heal, already something they're struggling with. That's going to get boosted now for Planet on the Keeper of the Light.
That's one of those moments too, right? They had 3 heroes there by the Tormentor. They didn't bring nothing to say or Ame, and then they end up being forced into a weird fight.
Yeah.
Tough situation.
And Echoes is going to have Echo Slam back up in a second, so they could also just go for another aggressive play. Could go for a smoke. They got one ready on the Coddle.
It does feel a little bit like 1 step forward, 2 steps back a little bit for XG. They're going to have the Blink Dagger on XXS, and that feels to me like where they've got to make something happen. And Resilience on the other side have been very clutch, although they will find a kill there. Nothing to say with the amp damage, takes down ZZQ.
Of course, the coil, they could probably go for a move, honestly, even without their Mirana. Speaking of a move, Stomp goes just a little tap and then the back away. Hit here by the side of XG. Okay, so deep breath. All right, you know, life looking a little bit better right now for XG.
Oh.
Now, they don't have that same, like, momentous buildup of the PL where you're like, yeah, if we get to this point, this game is easy.
This man has a heart, and apparently it does not matter.
Yeah.
Even a little bit.
Yeah, that's something else, eh? Max health as damage 2.5%. That sounds really good versus heart. On that Kez hero, huh?
You're not wrong.
Yeah, pretty solid stuff.
He just TP'd on Ame. Can he get here in time? Nothing to say. Throws out some silence, some damage. Ame cannot be here yet. Needs a little bit of extra time, but they're going to charge through. Finds one. YSR lands. FY hitting. Winter's Curse connects. Can they do enough damage right here to take down Echoes? He's low. He's low, but he's not low enough. Not dead, and Ame cannot be here.
The heals, man. It's too much. I mean, I don't think the plan was to fight. Well, I don't know. The communication has been an issue for XG. Clearly, there's some sort of a problem there. Like, I think what's happening is that I'm not going to fight until Centaur's back up. I don't think anyone thought that. I think FY was trying to drag it out so they could take the fight when Centaur returned. Because they can't win this fight without Centaur.
Fair enough.
So the plan was delay, but they don't get the delay long enough. A fight begins without Nature's Prophet, and then it's really a problem.
Well, that does also mean that Ame was at least able to get into his BKB now. And there's been a good amount of gold gained for XG. Resilience, though, are still on this windy path right towards moving on in this tournament. A 7,000 gold lead at 25 minutes.
Yeah, and they're just trying to clear out this mid wave. They're willing to throw FY's body just under the bus right now because he's going to buy back and just insta-charge back into the fight. And they're just hoping to set up any sort of a good engagement. Unfortunately, now there's an Aegis, so it's getting harder and harder. And they're willing to just hang out YSR here.
Jump forward, find one.
Good start. Oh, they gotta get this one. Come on.
Mules, there's still a charge through and they'll get him.
Planet even tried to help him out with the Holy Locket.
Nine to 19. And we'll see what they're able to get done with this Aegis. Last game, Resilience completely took over the map. They took down all of the outer tier 2 towers. It feels like XG is in a slightly stronger position than we saw last game, though. But it could all come tumbling down.
Yeah, part of that is their ability to push out the lanes is a bit stronger as well. Just the fact that they have the Nature's Prophet and the Centaur with the Helm of Dominator has been doing a lot of work this game. Amassing a lot of units down bottom here. They're actually going to find Planet with the Helm.
Thinking about it. XXS, the charge through, lands on the 2, and now the puck damage out, finds 1. YSR, oh! The Echo, though, comes out just in time.
Now into the Wyvern.
Down FY.
Go back.
Still surviving. Ame turns, wants to hit. Needs to get away from Kez. Trying to get some separation, but he gets out of that Sprout. Has the BKB. Ame, you can't just run, you gotta fight, but there's gonna be no fighting in YSR. Trying to bait this out. The Ghost Scepter does some good damage. We don't have detection! And now the Doom is there. Still damage out, and they're gonna lose the Aegis. Core's gone, nothing to say, has to hold this one for himself. As they're trying to stay alive on X Nova, will not happen.
See how insane that BKB was from YSR. That was nice. He like turned the corner into the centaur, and as the stomp's coming down, he just clicks it. You know, it's the Aegis BKBs. You don't really want to use it necessarily, but he saw the moment. He saw that he gets the kill on Ame with that BKB and just went for it. Now Echoes.
Can they have enough damage? The Pharasma working well. Echoes tries to get away. But they're gonna let him go on just nothing. 260 HP.
That would have been a fantastic pickup, and now he has the BKB too, so a lot harder on the next go.
It's been the story of this game, it feels like, for XG. Just slightly not enough damage, slightly too late in these movements.
Yep.
情绪是奔流在人们脑海的怒汤，
For
试图
resilience.
阻挡它的人，大多数都被卷入了内心的
A
深
couple
渊之
more
中，
towers. They can
而试
start
图
to
忽
build
视
up
它
that
的
lead.
人，却总是被他把心灵
It's
摧
just
残
the
成一片
speed
狼
at which
藉。
they're building these leads, these 2 games, is not something we're seeing a lot this tournament.
No.
Many of our leads do not get built up and created until like 35 or something. We're like, oh, okay, someone's ahead. And then we still don't know who's going to win because it has been quite back and forth in a lot of these matches. But they just, you can feel the control where it feels like XG are just like fighting demons. It feels like it's unfair.
Yeah. Smoke up from 3 now on XG. Simultaneously, another smoke
Yeah.
from Resilience.
Yeah, one from each team at the same time.
Ame thought about TPing to the tier 2 bottom. Now, they can smoke into their vision. There's a good ward over here for XG.
It's being pinged by Resilience, though.
What does a good fight even look like for XG right now? What's the best that they could hope for?
I mean, it's got to be the curse. Like that fight where they had the curse on the Shaker with the Kez there. That would be a fantastic thing to happen again.
Okay. See if they can make it happen.
Well, they might not have a winner's curse available soon, buddy.
Moonlight Shadow jumps in, stun, lands it onto the puck. He's low, but is he gonna die? Yes! He gets brought down. Echoes finds the kill and gets another one. They did take down the Mirana, but it's a hell of a Pyrrhic victory. And do they have anything to break it? Yes, they do. The man of the match, Echoes, finds another one.
Guys, popping off this series. They are dead for a long time. The wave is marching down mid. Do they have any counterplay they can do? I mean, Ame, much like he has been for the past 60 minutes, is hitting neutrals.
You're not wrong.
That's been his series so far.
I mean, we saw his damage numbers at the end of the last game. It was like 6,500 or something, and it feels like this has been the way that XG has won in the past.
Yep.
You can see more definitely this time around, but they need him to really be able to carry that load towards the end here.
And he is going for an item to try and deal with that, the nullifier. Just like, if we can just find a target, I'm hoping that we can actually kill them.
Right.
Ewell's on the Mirana, there's the Glimmer and the Force Staff on the Keeper of the Light. This might allow him to actually take down one of these 2 supports before it begins. Especially Planet.
This is nice.
Clutch, though. That's very good.
They needed that real badly.
Yeah, no BKB available for that Earthshaker, so good timing.
A Lincoln's is going to be on the Doom, though, and that will start to solve some of those issues, right? I'm sure that that was a charge at some point that they managed to take out.
But you see what's here on FY. The planar pocket's ready to go.
Okay.
All right, so if we see him get doomed,
yeah,
it might not have been intentional.
Jump forward, XXS. Right there on top of him. Pops the planar pocket.
The planar pocket!
It looks so cool. Look at that.
Can you guys tell? We don't get to see it very often. Oh, wow.
Thinking about a jump, though. New. Up on the high ground. Nothing to say would be a great get for them if they could find him. Gets away just barely. Now the Blink tries to run.
We couldn't charge him because of the Lincolns, though.
Nicely done there. Backs away on the Kez. And XG, they're going to hold the high ground. That Ghost Scepter has been so valued for the Centaur.
Yeah, that was a really smart pickup. Breathe just a little bit right now while the Shaker's dead. That next Roche potentially be up here in 1 minute and 10 seconds. So if you start thinking about that, you start thinking, okay, where's the fight going to happen? Is it going to be bottom of the map, top of the map? How can we prep for that area with some wards? If we get them down now, that would be great. We do get a pretty sneaky one played by FY right now, in fact, by the bottom Roche. This has become a bit of a classic Roche ward right now, where you can just see the little like curves underneath the Roche pit. Ame continues to battle the Croakers.
Winning. At least
You know
that
what?
battle.
There is one team he's beating, and it is the neutrals.
Going towards that Daedalus.
I mean, the neutrals got, what, 1 kill this game? He's got 3. So he triples up on that.
Fair enough.
He clears neutrals.
Nothing to say.
Oh, okay. Moonlight Shadow with the evasion now, by the way.
Okay.
Nice little 15 talent. Could come into play.
Ooh, buddy. Give ISR a chance.
Don't give him a reason.
There are smoke up with 3, so it looks like they want to try and fight around YSR. ZZQ is nearby. They also have Coddle behind.
Part of it is that X Nova has no tools to make
jump in.
better.
Stun, nullified, but he got the Lincoln's off. He's chilling there, surviving, and charge back. Will it be enough to get any type of a kill? They have the Winter's Curse onto the Kez, but he is still very survivable. New walking forward also. Echoes jumps in. Echo on to 3.
Okay.
Oh, he did it to him. Echoes, have mercy. XXS is found. And Resilience playing like they want to keep going on at the International. Has nothing to say, nowhere to go.
Planet lives.
Getting destroyed. What a beatdown.
The Glimmer Cave keeps him alive just barely as he taunts his way off on the merry-go-round. YSR on the high ground. What an Echo Slam there from Echoes. I mean, what can you do? You're on the run back to your base, nothing's working, and you're just thinking, all right, we'll try again next time.
Not the only one that's going to need to try again next time, as Resilience are on the verge of knocking out XG right now, and it has not looked particularly close. This entire series, they have been one step ahead. They have come up with the answers. And this lineup, I mean, again, I think the panel talked about this. You know, they were, 1-3 going into this, but their, map score was 5-6.
Yeah.
This is a team that you do not want to face in the elimination round.
Yes, we do know they can, mathematically beat anyone since they beat Vision.
That's
in one
true.
Game. So that's, the power of transferring him on OFY.
They find him in the trees. Where are you going, sir? New is godlike, trying to cut off any hopes of a comeback before they're even beginning to coalesce. Resilience. This squad in this game has been absolutely stellar. XXS jumps in, stuns onto 2, trying to make something happen, anything here at all. They move forward, Winter's Curse, but already dead on the Centaur. Ame trying to do what he can, but they're all over him. Run, back to the fountain. It's the only place safe, as he does miss an Echo. So maybe an opportunity there. The buyback comes from the Centaur. Trying to keep this last Rax alive, but YSR is not going to be spared as they chase forward, find X Nova, kill him off too. The Centaur is done. Your Rax are gone. Resilience, they want to move on. GG is called as Resilience take the 2-0.
Man, respectful tips back and forth YSR to FY, surely. And Resilience victory indeed. Man, what a fast win. Both of these games, they just took over and they never let go of control whatsoever. I mean, we knew they could beat anyone, but I wasn't expecting it to look like this.
Unbelievable performance as they move on. Resilience, dominant in the 2-0.
An absolutely outstanding 2-0 from Resilience there. A game number 2 in which we thought there was so much more for Extreme Gaming to be able to bring to the table. Their draft offering so much more compared to game 1 as well. But at the end of the day, they didn't really show up. And unfortunately, that's their run at TI 2026 done and dusted for them. And a big congratulations to Resilience to move on to look towards that elimination round for themselves, that they're avoiding the 1-4 scoreline. They're sitting on 2-3 here. More importantly, Gunnar, the way that they were able to do it. It looked fantastic despite what we would have thought was, a marginal outdraft to the favor of Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, we definitely liked Extreme's draft more than the first game, so I was expecting this game to be at least closer, but if anything, it was worse than the first game. The Earthshaker, I think, had really good performance. He killed the Puck solo level 6 mid, and I just think their whole draft kind of came together in a really nice way. And also, I want to say Ame's Nature's Prophet didn't really have the map maneuverability that we've usually seen in this tournament.
The
and the
bar has been set too
we
high.
have seen a couple of satanic prophets here and there.
Yeah, we saw a number of fights being taken that the Nature's Prophet wasn't at. This isn't one of them, but it is just that question mark of how is that really possible? Because how is the Nature's Prophet so far behind that the farming priority is really taking place rather than the fighting priority?
I think it comes down to Earthshaker, what Echoes was able to do in this game, what he wasn't really able to replicate when he played it earlier in the series, where this time around he had the full freedom, and we could see this early Aghanim Scepter being picked up. I think Nature's Prophet, you know, he's farming in the triangle, and then if they make a rotation with Earthshaker, with Kez, who has been very active, YSR, he has been active early on. Like, we've seen this more and more. These Kez players who get into the enemy triangle, especially if they kill an early tier 1 tower, they take over the map. Sure, NP, he can be anywhere on the map, but also with one bad move, like, you can definitely feed. And I don't think he felt too comfortable getting out on the map, knowing how many stuns and how much control they have. Plus also the impact of the Moonlight Shadow. You can never underestimate that, because if they're missing, like, you don't feel too comfortable playing on your side of the map. Maybe there's going to be some defensive vision, you know, what we call anti-tinker vision on the other side of the map that is going to be catching Nature's Prophet.
There is a lot around what Extreme Gaming unfortunately couldn't do, despite having that little bit more of an advantage there. And Monkeys, the Nature's Prophet, you were the one giving us the stats, giving us all the hype too. You were the one that was setting the benchmark too far up.
I mean, Extreme, I think they picked Centaur and Nature's, two heroes I wanted to see from them, and they weren't able to play this more aggressive style, I feel. Even when they did have signs of life, they just weren't able to group their heroes in a way that allowed them to get these pickoffs and, you know, accelerate the game in the way that we've seen players like Satanic do on Vision. And I mean, I think they didn't even take this the safe lane tier 1 tower from Resilience until 15 minutes or so, whereas, you know, you watch Satanic play this hero, it's around 6, maybe 7 minutes, though. No meme intended. But yeah, I mean, what can I say? Resilience was just the better team today. They did everything they had to do, and I think they've kind of proven that they were better than their 1-3 score going into the series.
We can point a lot at the draft for me, but I think it's a lot of individual stuff that happens in the game. Like, they're just outplaying Extreme in every single fight. There's so many times you see, like, they're going on Doom and he lives with 300 health because his team's helping protect him. Or Earthshaker getting really nice echoes. You saw in that clip, you got the 3-man echo right outside the Radiant base. And for me, it was just a big testament of their skill level. We've been talking, like, they're not losing their series, like, bad. They're 1-3, but it's kind of not showing the full picture. And I definitely saw it in this series that it wasn't we outdrafted them, we outbrained them. It's we out-clicked our buttons on them. And I think that's really good going forward, because some of the teams here have looked a bit shaky in this, like, 2-3, 3-2 kind of area. And I definitely think that this is a team I'm expecting to make it through.
Yep, I think so too. I think whoever, like, is going to be sitting at that 3-2 score and will be choosing the opponents, I don't think you want to be choosing this team, because I think this might be the last. Depending on some other series, there are maybe like higher caliber teams, but as I said, for me, this is the dark horse sort of the tournament. This is the team that you said it, like, the score didn't look too good for them, but this is the team that in every single game, it was a very competitive Dota that they played. Maybe that one game against Yandex where they lost in 20 minutes, they understood that they lost it, but every other game has been pretty competitive.
I do think that there's the inverse to that as well, where there might be some 3-2 teams that got there in different ways than what we would have expected some of the other 3-2 teams to get there, but that's all for later, right? Later in the day when we get to break it down a bit more, but focusing back onto this game, one of the pivotal moments that you mentioned, Gunnar, and you wanted to look at, Monkeys, was this Doom really living on that sliver of health? Because we thought a great move was coming out from Extreme Gaming after they finally took that tier 1 tower at 17 minutes. They go through gate. This is going to be a fantastic pickoff on the Doom, but at the end of the day, they don't get that Doom pickoff, and they end up crumbling.
Yeah, I think that was the main point in the game where Extreme could have gotten that momentum and really, you know, snowballed into the game a bit more. But as you can see here, the Sprout comes out and it blocks both Centaur and the Nature's Prophet from chasing the Doom. And, you know, Spirit Breaker comes in, you think there might still be some hope, but the Coddle heals, the Holy Locket, it just, the Doom, they use everything on this Doom. And not only do they not kill him, FY goes down in addition to that, and then they keep chasing, and they get the Winter Wyvern as well. I mean, this is the most disastrous turnaround. Like, that could not have gone worse for Extreme Match.
You feel so bad because it's like, okay, surely we've got this kill, and then your poor Spirit Breaker has to overextend before you know it, but your supports aren't really able to have much impact. And looking at the two sides of it, the Wyvern is that question mark, right, Lacoste?
Yeah.
You compare it to what was occurring on the side of Resilience.
Something that you said, Gunnar, was that they didn't really click the buttons really well. They started off by losing Winter Wyvern immediately in the lane, which did transition into them having that good of a lane. Keeper of the Light was the one getting the first blood, and we could see in the clip that you played, like the turnaround potential that you are getting from the heals. I think this is the big healing meta that we are seeing at the moment, and you could see the blast coming out, you could see the Holy Locket. So if we bring out the comparison between the two of the supports, there's going to be a massive difference in terms of what they were able to do in this game, because Planet, he did play with ZZQ. They were moving around the mid lane, putting quite a lot of pressure onto that puck with the arrow. But the big number for me here is going to be the healing numbers, because if you look at the Holy Locket, if you look at the blast that he has, the defensive capabilities that he does have compared to Wyvern, X-Noah did really not have a good game. You have 170 heal coming out from Winter Wyvern, which is basically nothing. It's, at least that's what it says on the page. And,
no way!
Yeah, and then you have a Keeper of the Light with almost 18,000 healing coming out. So massive difference between two of them, and this is something how they played in that game number one, where they group up, where they keep using the sustain from the Necro. This time around, it was Keeper of the Light completely blasting, using the Force Staff, Glimmer Cape, just resetting the fight multiple times, and a lot of the times one team runs out of steam in these like longer engagements.
It's rough to see it, especially like now putting that into comparison of just how little that Wyvern was healing. Yeah, you love to use the curse that way, but to not really be able to sustain in a fight, to do what feels like the counterpart of Coddle should be doing for your team as well. It is a really rough way to say goodbye to Extreme Gaming, Gunnar, but there's still somewhat of a silver lining here for them, looking towards the next season and what could hopefully be more TI appearances for these players.
Yeah, all these players are very experienced, kind of like you were saying. They've played in these events, they've lost in these events, they've gone through the cycle of this before, but we can look at Resilience as kind of hopefuls for me, because I think there was some worry. I think a lot of the Chinese teams have been struggling in the event, and I'm pretty happy to see Resilience look solid. I was getting to the point I was worried it was going to be like, oh, they're all question marks going to the elimination phase, but again, I'm pretty confident feeling for Resilience. So overall, sad Ame's not making it to the main event, but happy for Resilience.
What about yourself, Monkeys, here looking at the elimination of XG and the Resilience continuing on there?
Obviously, it's always sad to say bye to Ame. I mean, he's gotten second place so many times at TI, so in early exit, not even making it to the main stage is definitely sad to see, because he is one of those legends for the Chinese scene. But I mean, hey, room for new blood, you know, or well, some old blood as well.
An old blood in a new roster, because going through qualifiers.
New name.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I'm like, at what point do we say? I mean, Lacoste, I'm sure you've seen many iterations of older players rebranding, joining new teams, going on to surpass expectations.
Yeah, I mean, we have Po-Yo-Yo, Erica, YSR, so there's, you try to rebrand a little bit, and eventually you come out on the top. Of course, the shuffle probably is going to be coming, because this is not the result that these players are kind of want to have, especially at TI. So we'll get to see, but very happy for Team Resilience that they are very resilient, and it seems like they are the strongest Chinese squad so far left at TI.
There's always that double-edged sword of getting to see a qualified team go so far. It's unfortunate that it is at the cost of Extreme Gaming here, but you would have seen a brief flash of him there. We've got Purge standing by to give us some details about what's been happening in our other elimination series of Gamer Legion up against OG.
Thanks, Nat. It was a big deal for these elimination series. Both these teams want to go as far as they can. Gamer Legion did win game one relatively one-sided, but game number two here, very even at the 15-minute mark. They had Natsumi's category or standard carry Wind Ranger. Went for a nice power shot, almost killed Centaur from long range, but as a result, he overextended a little bit. The Ember came from behind, and this is the first really big fight of the game that went well for Gamer Legion here in game number 2. Next clip up here, a little bit later in the game, they've now amassed a 7k gold advantage. And if you take a look at how much net worth there is for the Necrophos on top, it's a huge amount. So the fact that they can go aggressive and continue to find the enemy carry is very, very bad news for OG. And it wasn't just him. RCY is also hunting for Tims on the mid lane. He's going to even get a solo kill after this. So it was kind of a series of train cars hitting a wall in some moments here after the first couple kills happened, because Gamer Legion just kept compounding their advantage here, finding pickoffs on the map, their heroes backing up, and OG not necessarily responding to it in the perfect ways. Another kill here for Ghost, and very cool little moment here. We'll back up just a little bit. Check this out. The little Necro creep here ends up getting stampeded and slows the Slardo, which allows them to follow up and get a second kill after that first kill. So they did manage to kill Ember Spirit here, which was fine for OG, but just a series of defeats as Gamer Legion got more and more advantage and eventually closed out game number 2, eliminating OG.
Who would you say, Purge, was your MVP or your standout of the whole series for the side of Gamer Legion, getting a 2-0?
I mean, Ghost has almost double the net worth of some of the enemy cores. How can you not give it to him? Straightforward, yeah.
Sometimes it's just as straightforward as the numbers there. Purge, thank you so much for keeping an eye on what was happening in the other streams there, giving us that update as well of what was happening between OG and Gamer Legion. So now we have our 3 eliminated teams. There's no more eliminations happening today, but it is a goodbye to OG, Extreme Gaming, and earlier today, Huligani, which is a really tough pill to swallow. And had high hopes for OG. They started this season off to a start no one really expected, because there was a small dip for themselves, but I thought that this was going to be a corner they could turn coming into a big event season with a newer idea after that trial with Toronto Tokyo, going back more to some of the SEA blood for themselves.
Yeah, that roster didn't really work out. They were not happy with the results, decided to go with Raven instead, which did give me quite a lot of hope for the roster. They looked good in some of the series at DWC. They also bombed out relatively early on, and you could already see some of the struggles, but it seems like they just didn't have enough time to fix the issues that they were having, because I've been seeing the same issues in this one, but unfortunately for them, we had to say goodbye. But I'm kind of glad that we saw like Huligani as well, who were pretty happy like with their performance, even though they still lost. Like, it was a good experience for them being at this TI.
Well, when Huligani got eliminated, we got to have a chat with one of their players before they departed TI, and we're going to do the same right now with Extreme Gaming. It's nothing to say, Imperium.
Yeah, heartbreaking loss there for XG, brother knocking brother out of the tournament, if you like. And we're here with nothing to say from XG. I'd like to ask, first of all, what do you think went wrong in that series in particular?
非常遗憾，但是还是希望可以跟我们简单总结一下上一场比赛的失利的关键原因在哪里？
就可能从选英雄开始就有点把自己玩的英雄都 full 了吧，然后所以把就英雄就选的英雄就不是平时练的，然后对面也玩的比我们好多了，所以就输了。
So perhaps from the draft, we denied a lot of the heroes that we are good at, and we picked heroes that we're not used to playing, and the opponent played really well.
They did play well. Follow-up question, I suppose, is, other than this series, what went wrong at this TI overall? There were a lot of expectations. You put a lot of expectations on yourselves. What went wrong at this TI for XG?
就你们队伍其实有观众对你们很大的期待，你们对自己也有很大的期待。就回顾一下整个比赛，你觉得队伍最大的挑战或者问题在哪里？
就可能前面输了2场后，就每个人就状态都下滑很多吧，然后也没发挥好我们就该发挥的水平。
After losing the first 2 series, our form might have dropped and slid a lot more than we thought, and we just didn't play at our top shape.
Absolutely, and obviously there's a lot of fans of XG out there that really wanted to see you guys make it to the arena. Is there anything that you'd like to say to the XG fans out there watching?
最后有没有什么想对你们粉丝说的呢？
就很抱歉今年 就打得不好啊。
We're really sorry that we didn't play as well as we wanted to this year.
Fair enough. Well, we're sorry to see you guys go. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Period. And of course, nothing to say, taking time out even after the elimination and a heartbreaking loss there for Extreme Gaming. And it is really sad to not get to see them play in front of a Chinese crowd. You know, it's been so long since we've had a TI in China, and this felt like an Extreme Gaming that was pairing up, an Extreme Gaming that could have made it to main stage, played in front of that crowd. But I know fans out there still cheering for them, still happy to get to see them, even if it wasn't necessarily in the form that they were hoping for, Ghana.
Yeah, and it's also sad because I think their tournament results recently have been okay. Like, it's been good enough that I put them to make it to top 8.
Yeah,
I was hoping for them to make it through, and definitely seeing them, especially with the 1-4, not even making it to that, like, tomorrow, the elimination day, is definitely very rough, because at least if you make it to that final day, like, okay, we went 2-3, we went 3-2, and we have this, like, one final shot to make it, but going out, I think in that 1-4 spot definitely is probably one of the worst feelings you can have.
It definitely hurts because you don't know like what the scrim situation was. Maybe they had like a very good results in those which gave them hope, and maybe one of the reasons why NTS said in the interview was that after losing like first 2 series they kind of dropped, they kind of felt maybe like this is not it, because all your ideas have been working. We only see like the part of it, we only see what they show us here at the international, but kind of a little bit sad that we're not going to be seeing them in front of the crowd, especially because these are like Chinese legends as well, and they're always easy to cheer for.
They definitely are, and like I said, moving into the next season, we'll still be cheering for them. But we're gonna change and shift our tone right now and move on from our 1 and 3 teams and look towards our 3 and 1 teams. Right now, the only team qualified to the main stage is Team Vision, but we're gonna have a look at Liquid up against Aurora, because one of these 2 teams is going to be joining them there. Liquid having such a great showing earlier today for themselves, despite it being a long series, Monkey. They put themselves in this position, a 3 and 1.
Yeah, and their road to getting here has not been easy either. I'm trying to. I know they played. They did.
Yandex. They did end up losing to Spirit, but then they won this morning against Ironway.
Yeah, which I mean, all of those are great teams. I mean, as you can see here, you can follow their road, and Liquid is one of those teams that I believe that I mean, they've been TI champions before, you know, and I think they're here to prove themselves again, and I think the fact that their road, or the fact that their bracket has been so difficult, I think it's a really good practice for them, and it kind of makes them warm, you know, for moving into the 3-1 matchup here against Aurora.
This is a very different Liquid as well, right? I feel like there is a new hunger in the remaining players of the roster compared to, that are over from last TI. They didn't make it out of groups. We didn't get to see them at main stage. And so for those remaining players, we want to reprove ourselves that we are a team that is a TI winner, that TI form. And of course, them having Ace and Tofu join, it was a rough start to the season, and we weren't really sure if the longevity could be seen in their roster across, but having won the previous online tournament leading into TI, having some good showings at previous events leading up to this.
That gives them quite a lot of confidence, showing that your ideas are working again, where pretty much it's, I'm not going to say the most important tournament before TI, because it was an online tournament, still considered a tier 1 tournament. But
for mentality and confidence.
Absolutely. Like, it's a big confidence booster in a sense where you know that, like, first of all, the vibes are going to be good because you're just coming off high off of that win. And if you look at the results of 2026 season, Aurora, they definitely have the upper hand in terms of like getting so many top 4 finishes, especially top 2 finishes, which they ended up in multiple of those tier 1 events. While Liquid, they're always kind of there. I think they missed some of the tournaments as well.
They're almost rubber banding for Team Liquid. It's like first place, second place, first place, second place, and then
didn't qualify.
Didn't qualify. Ninth place. Whereas Aurora's definitely more in that like 2nd through 6th consistently. So I guess for me, when I compare these teams, when Liquid's on a good day, they can be the absolute best, but on a bad day, it's really rough for them. At least that's how their year's been. Whereas
so it's like their floor is quite low, but their ceiling is incredibly high.
Yeah. Whereas Aurora's definitely I would say consistently a top 16, maybe even a top 14.
Listen, Liquid didn't want to reveal any strat.
Oh my gosh, okay. Were you gonna Liquid jersey on under there?
No, but I could use some Liquid right now.
Oh, he's gonna take a drink for himself there. Well, we can talk about Aurora. We can flip that conversation because we've talked about it so many times. Second places have always been on the menu for them. It's something that they're no longer satisfied with. And of course, now being in this interim in the group stage, you're 3-1. You're not yet qualified to main stage, and you could still see yourself in elimination. This series has so much on the line for them.
Yeah, it's the one both teams want to win the most. It's like you prove a lot, right? If you make it to this 4-1, you know, we're one of the best teams of this tournament. We're one of the teams that they get to look forwards to. You could argue it's like, it's a break day though. Some teams don't like their break days.
Yeah, some do and some don't.
And I've even heard in previous tournaments, like the teams who win too early and make it through, but every team I think has 3 break days. So 3 break days, 4 break days. It's about the same.
I gotta go a little bit back to the previous tournament as well, previous LAN tournament. That's EWC, where some of the teams, due to the format, also had insane amount of like 5 or 6 days of a break. I think Falcons being one of the teams, which Amar in the interview did say that they really did not like that because they had a lot of momentum.
I think he said it in way harsher words.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I can repeat those words, but you know, they went up and then just immediately went back down because they felt like you know, other teams definitely picked up. So we're definitely might be seeing the same thing happening with these teams.
I did have to recall, you know, which team went 4-0 last TI and where did they end up placing. It was Extreme Gaming. They did come second. So I feel like, you know, 3 or 4 days might be quite negligible in that regard. But refocusing up for Liquid and Aurora here, looking at the carries and their head-to-head, I feel like that's quite a strong narrative gunner for how we could see the importance of a draft or the importance of a playstyle come out for the two.
Yeah, they share some similarities for heroes, but I think actual playstyle is very different. Mickey leans more towards he'll show up to every single fight. He'll play these heroes that, like the Luna, the Monkey, the Keg, where he's buying some Desolator. He's showing up to the fights. He's this explosive early game damage. Whereas you see Nightfall's unique hero is PL, which we said it's like, we try to say it was like an earlier game hero, but it's still, end of the day, 3 items, 4 items, then he shows up. And all their kind of common heroes, it's like Spectre is late game, Sven is late game, Tiny Shadow Fiend, they're all late game. The closest to an early game type of hero is the Wind Ranger. And when I see Nightfall, I think of scaling to mid game to late game. He's making all the calls, he's winning the game for his team there. Whereas Mickey's the guy who's like, I'm at this tier 1 tower at 6 minutes, I'm killing you. And so it's definitely going to be for me if Aurora is able to kind of endure that early game versus Mickey, versus if Liquid is able to kind of utilize that carry potential, make some space for Nisha with this draft. It's going to be a lot on how they... For me, I think the draft will matter a lot in this series compared to most.
Well, we do have our game number 1 draft of our qualification best of 3 underway and a couple of picks already. What has been banned, Largo, Centaur, Bane, Treant, Earth Spirit, Shadow Fiend, and Lena, leaving the Coddle to be an opening pick from Liquid, and Aurora's response being the Ember Spirit.
It does 2 things, taking the Ember here. First off, it removes that Ember Keep with the Light combo, and then it also gives you just a really solid mid. The Lena's already banned, the Shadow Fiend is banned. Even the Largo, I think, we've seen it as an Ember mid response, so it's already somewhat soft protected. You get another ban to protect it. You can ban maybe like a Huskar, potentially from, because I know Makoto can play it. And it's also just good for his hero pool. Like, he wants to play the Pucks, the Storms, the Ember itself, so just he's getting that early for him.
One thing Liquid has been doing more recently is picking up auras from the offlane. They're like, you know what? Screw this. Like, we don't want to be playing, let's call it meta. We're picking up Darkshire. We're building Guardian Greaves, we're getting pipe, we're building like pipe from the offlane as well on other heroes, on a Centaur if necessary, picking up Tidehunter, that hero that we haven't really seen many other teams trying to utilize this, and removing this Ursa. This is going to be the question, because Nightfall Ursa, it has been a menace. This is something that he loves to play, but this also opens up some of these heroes that I mentioned, especially maybe the Tidehunter, like the Centaurs, like the stacking damage against some of these very tanky heroes. Ursa, in theory, is very good.
Yeah, I find that one
a bit odd, right?
Yeah, I would have to assume it's because Aurora is the final pick of this phase, so Liquid's planning on picking that tanky hero.
Sorry, Slark ban. Monkeys and I look at each other a little bit confused. Like,
I mean, the Slark ban. I know sometimes
it's a Ember.
It's a mid. Yeah. So, sometimes these teams have been doing Slark mid in response to Ember, but still, kind of surprised to see the second phase Slark ban.
Maybe they're assuming Nisha's not gonna want to blind Huskar. That he. Like, just pick it early in the draft and get countered.
They left Beastmaster in for that, the Coddle Beastmaster combo. I know Ace likes playing Beast.
I'm a big fan of this combo. I think every single time I see Coddle, I mention that hero. It's just way too good. Like there was one game where Boom Boys played this combo. It was the fastest Helm of the Overlord ever. He got it at, I think, before 10 minutes. The game is just completely over. There's no way you're killing that dragon or whatever creep decides he decides to pick up, because it is just way too strong. You don't have enough damage to kill it. It's constant vision, constant ghost push, tower damage on top of that. So we'll see if they decide to go for it. And there's going to be Mirana. Super cheap, super easy combo with Ember Spirit. Like, we've seen this combo 10, 15 years ago. Ever since Ember Spirit has been added, it just feels like it's easy in the mid-game fights. It feels really nice. So I want to see if maybe they're going to be picking up something to potentially break the combo, so that because we've seen these arrows as well. Like, you land a 5-second arrow, suddenly that hero is just straight up dead, especially at the late game post BKB. So you're kind of always getting the value out of Mirana.
Yeah, for Liquid now, for their mid pick, it's a bit hard because of this.
Yeah.
You'd be like, oh, maybe you can Storm Sure it's not great into Ember, but then Slight Chains Arrow, you're dead. So thinking about potentially Puck can survive that combo. An Invoker, not great, but you can block the arrow with the Forge Spirit. So for Nisha, if they pick it here, I want something that is able to kind of exist in the mid lane and not just get killed guaranteed. And then the support we've seen pretty much every game, it's unbanned at some point, another Hoodwink.
Also, I mean, mainly it's Boxy playing Hoodwink on Liquid, right?
It's Tofu.
It's usually Tofu in the safe lane, but they have done lane swaps. Both these players have played 4, so it's kind of, I think the...
Oh my gosh, Tofu was a position 4?
Yeah, at one point.
That's crazy. Sarcasm, in case anyone couldn't hear that.
He can play Hoodwink a bit, I think.
A couple of position 4 heroes here or there.
So I think that it gives them nice flexibility. I would assume it's just Hoodwink in the safe lane and then Keep the Light in the off lane, because Keep the Light doesn't really fulfill that like safe lane position 5 role with all the like wave pushing. It feels pretty bad for your carry to steal CS. Your offlaners you're used to not getting the CS one way or another, so just getting it blasted by your position 4 is a-okay. And then taking the Underlord, so avoiding that mid pick till later in the draft, but securing definitely a good hero versus both the ones we see. Yeah. Root's very good versus Mirana and Ember Mobility.
And he's the hero that's going to be utilizing Chakra Magic, because 2 of your spells, if you get another Firestorm, another Pit of Now, it's not like you need another Pit of Now, especially at the later stages of the game, where there's going to be Aghanim Scepter, sometimes even a Refresher that you're seeing. It's the whole screen covered up. Very difficult to approach it. I think the stonks for Underlord definitely went up ever since we changed the Refresher, because this was the item to buy on carries and mid laners, even some off laners where you had double BKB. Now with only one way of dispelling things, now we're seeing like even Manta plus BKB combinations, sometimes seeing like earlier Disperser. I think it was the other day Juggernaut Satanic that played against Underlord and picked it up relatively early on. It was also a response to Necro in addition, but very menacing hero to deal with in the mid and late game.
Also, they protected the Underlord with the Ursa ban earlier too, because that matchup is no fun for Underlord.
We saw quickly on the screen as well some stats come up. Underlord being the 3rd most picked off laner at this tournament so far. So it's up there with Darkseer and Centaur.
Yeah, I think it just provides a lot of, again, generally for offlaners, you want a neutral lane. Something you can pick blind and in most matchups is going to do acceptable. And then some sort of like almost global presence, if you think about it. Like Centaur has this global presence. Underlord is the obvious one as well with the ult, but the unobvious one would be the Darkseer. I would say he's global by being able to Ion Shell his teammates, and then they move from him. So it's like, even though he's not specifically in every single fight, he helps. And I think that's kind of why you see them as like the big 3 of this tournament.
Rubik's still available if they want to pick it up.
There it is.
Like, I don't know why it took them so long to pick it up. Usually it is banned. There was a meta when Hoodwink and Rubik back at the start of 2026 were 2 like best position 4 heroes, and then during one of the Valakias there was a little bit of a meta evolving where like people understood Underlord's a very good hero, so every single time you either like picked one, banned it straight out of the face, picked it to put a lot of pressure onto the enemy team, picking up Rubik, knowing that they can't get Underlord, so they need to ban it. A lot of mind games have been happening, but...
and everyone knows Rubik is just the enemy,
like you can
but
legit
better at
solo
home.
win the game with this hero, with the Firestorm, especially at the later portions of the game. If you can get to the Aghanim Scepter, become you become a better Underlord.
Yeah, I would say the two best heroes to pick Rubik into would be Underlord and Jakiro. And Underlord, I mean, yeah, as you said, Pit and Firestorm. Firestorm allows you to shove out waves from fog, never showing, and Pit is just Pit. Who doesn't love giant circles on the ground?
What about the... Oh.
They do take the Huskar. So
I was going to say, yeah.
It's always there. Anytime you see an Ember, in the past, there's like, oh, there's Necrophos. Oh, there's Monkey King. But both of those heroes have fallen off a bit from the mid lane. But Huskar has not. He's been pretty popular at this event, relatively speaking for Huskar, I would say, with all the bans, just because he's a pretty solid hero. Not a high win rate. He's 1-3 so far in the tournament, so not doing the best, but it always...
There were a couple of them that were first phase picked. I think that's the caveat you have to put when you look at that stat. There were a couple of first picks.
And this is where he sees Rubik that does nothing into him, Miranda that does nothing into him, Lifesteer, which honestly is not the greatest because you're playing into a silence that forces you into those like Manta or BKB, and then Ember, which is the most basic, you know, Ember, Huskar, Ember's going to be sad, not know what to do.
They have one more ban left on Liquid. They removed Viper, which would be very good, of course, against Huskar, having a break mechanic. Great against Underlord in a sense, the same way, because you can break his Atrophy Aura. Doom still in the pool. I assume that's going to be the last ban coming out from them. But there's also maybe something trickier that they could get from the offlane.
I think of Timbersaw. Sometimes when I think of Huskar, you have pure damage, and since it's like anti-strength, you basically kill him with 1 Q when he's around that like 20-30% life total, which is what he wants to play.
I think it could also be a good Axe game, because Blade Mail, Fire, you're on a low HP, there's no saves whatsoever on side of Liquid.
I don't think it's necessarily going to be 100% free Huskar game because he doesn't have save on his support. Like, Keeper of the Light, for most other heroes, is that form of save because they play full health and you heal them back to full health, but for Huskar, he dies in half a second, and you want that, like, Oracle in the past. You want that Shadow Demon. You want this, like, the full committed, you save this guy 11 minutes BKB off, and I think healing save is not the greatest. So it's going to be a lot on Nisha how he is able to play this hero, and for Mickey, I'd be leaning towards definitely an active carry, wanting to play with the Underlord being that kind of stun mid laner. Not the strongest hero of the patch, but like Monkey King has looked good. And if you want to go that double global ability, there's still Nature's Prophet in the pool.
I do love me some Natures. Maybe even a Sven.
What's his record now, though?
He is 8-2 now, unfortunately.
I like the Sven suggestion. I feel like this hero is good. It gives you protection, gives you explosive damage. They have no BKB piercing ability.
Tiny.
Tiny's also...
He's a strength and stun. And with cleave. He's basically the same hero. If you
same hero, just different model.
Ult gives you bonus damage. Feels like permanently. And then finally, we just have often for Aurora. Seeing Tiny, there's not many that jump out. Is Necro's in the pool, right? So that could be a possibility. Okay.
It's going to be an inevitability, apparently.
I was surprisingly there versus the Tiny, which I don't know if you'd rather play that versus the Timbersaw, to be honest, if you want the Tiny. I thought that I think Necro's just a stronger hero than Timbersaw. Sure, it's like Timbersaw versus 3 Strength Horse feels bad, but Necrophos is a stronger hero and pretty much feels as bad.
They have like good amount of magic damage. Tiny is a mixed type of a carry. You have Underlord of Firestorm, which is a percentage-based damage, Hoodwink, break mechanic, maybe like... but most of the heroes are strength, and it is a very good Necro pick, I gotta say. Looking at some of these mid-game or like maybe more early-game engagements, Mickey, he has been known to make these rotations through the Twin Gates. Like, we've seen Tinies rotate. Like, they don't necessarily need to sit in the lane if they can backstab the enemy carry. I think Lifestealer is that type of a carry that can't really be ganked by Tiny, so probably Mickey is going to be sitting in the lane, and it needs to be Ember Spirit, because Necro's going to be sitting in his lane. He's not going to be moving. Same for the Lifestealer. So it's just going to be 2 supports playing around Ember Spirit, and the supports are very good to play with Ember.
I've seen the mid game in the Tiny Necro matchup go kind of before Shiva's timing. Necro has really low armor, and the Tiny can kill him in a burst if he gets that like really fast Silver Edge Blink Dagger timing. So for me, it's kind of, is Liquid going to be able to abuse their early game, like the Tiny, the Huskar, the winning lanes, the running around the stuns, playing as 5. And for Aurora, I like their draft because it's simpler. For me, if they just play a chill game where they don't make too many mistakes, they'll just eventually win the game naturally. Whereas Liquid's like, you're on this timer, you have like 1 or 2 mistakes. Sure, if you don't make them, great, you're going to win the game. But a lot of the time at TI, teams do make mistakes.
Yeah, and also I think while I do think the Huskar Ember matchup is very Huskar favored, Embers typically they can do these lane dragging shenanigans. They can try to find ways into the lane by doing that. In addition, the Ember does have this Mirana to set up the arrows, and I think the Ember has an avenue to find a way into the game with these arrow setups and hopefully finding kills to get into the game.
So not all is lost for Aurora units. They don't necessarily have the winning lane matchups for themselves here, but we'll see which team puts themselves in a better advantage to be our second team qualifying to main stage as we head on into game number 1 of this qualification best of 3 with Lyrical and Trank.
Lanes, who needs them, right? We don't do that anymore.
We don't play the lane. Grab a creep up, come here, come here, and just lure them in. They follow you around. I mean, it's kind of what you got to do, though, if it's Huskar versus Ember.
Totally. Well, I'm super excited to get into this game because last one, a little bit depressing to see teams leave. This time, we get to see teams move through. It's the excitement, the exultation, the glory of TI.
And a Huskar. Hey. Yeah, so it's Ember versus Huskar. That really is going to destroy this game. I would say it's definitely the first truth that could come into being, right? Like, if the Huskar destroys the Ember, that's kind of just that's a big part of it. It's just like, oh, our game has now gone from somewhat even to just disaster mode. So
but it's Makoto though.
It is Makoto Ember. I mean, he's very good at it. And on the other side, it's Nisha Huskar in the sense that this is not necessarily a Nisha thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, obviously, Nisha, one of the best mids in the entire world. No doubt. He's bronze, yeah.
I hear you. I think that for those that don't know, Makoto, I think became like one of his first big heroes that everybody started to know him on was the Ember Spirit back in his C days. And also getting to see WS with the last pick is always really nice. For those of you that missed it, oh my God, his Lycan the other day was so sick.
Yeah, that was very impressive stuff. And this obviously a slightly more popular hero right now in the Necrophos, but for a good reason. Hero's kind of busted, and as the panel was kind of telling you, it feels like he's walking into a pretty good matchup up here.
Hera getting body blocked by Tofu. They move in. Mickey wanting to find the finish with the avalanche punch. Oh, the heal. He's going to be able to get some separation, and now Tofu's so far now. Tofu going down, but he gets the first blood. Oh, take that one.
Very good trade there from Tofu. So it was looking rough for a second there, but figured it out. So it's going to be the Mirana up top, playing with the Necrophos, and we're going to have Carry on that Rubik in the bottom lane with the Life Seal. So some, I mean, 2 relatively weak laners overall, you could say, for Aurora. That might be the one downside with their support duo. It can be tough as Carry's all getting bullied in the river.
Oh, wow. And yeah, it's been brought very low. Needs to get in there, but not going to be able to get away. So Ace taking himself another kill as the creep waves pulled through into the river.
Yeah, I thought it was the mid lane we were looking at a little bit of a beatdown, but so far it's the side lanes where they're struggling a little bit.
Apparently. Support's just dropping like flies. Meantime, Makoto, 4-1 versus the 6-2 of Nisha. Be careful with his positioning, obviously.
I like the tiny decision here in terms of carries for Mickey. I think it makes a lot of sense with like the pacing that you want to go for in this game. The ability to just like to be scrappy.
Oh, getting close, looking for the finish, the solo kill, Makoto! Oh, he's so good!
That's so necessary. so necessary you find a little moment like that.
Oh, if they didn't know, now they know. That is for sure.
That is fantastic stuff right there.
I mean, look, you don't need to be a fan of either team. It's just cool to see somebody that knows their heroes so well that they understand the exact moment that they can play forward like that.
You know, Makoto comes back level 3. He's still holding that skill point. So he hasn't resigned himself to I'm jungling yet, you know?
No. No, he's leaving open the possibility of going for another kill onto the Huskar there.
Yeah, if he dives, you know, maybe I get a friend. Something could happen. Wants to keep his options open. Now, one thing we haven't mentioned, of course, the all-powerful Nightfall built in the Nightfall. You know, has the rage available this game.
That's true.
So he is the world's greatest player at using debuff immune teleportation.
Can do it again here as Ace, in a little bit of trouble, is going to be brought very low and forced to TP back to his tower. And in the meantime, looking back towards mid, Nisha getting somewhat low. Makoto thinking about things.
He's doing great. Gets the wave in under the tower, grabs the bottle for the with the rune. He's full HP and mana right now, but this is where things get rough. You can see what Nisha's doing, right? He instantly walks in.
Oh, Makoto, are you going to do it again?
Nah, he's good. He's good.
My God.
He's fine. He has to do that because the bully's coming.
Yeah.
You know?
100%. I'm getting too hyped. I gotta chill out a little bit.
Hey, it worked last time, man. I don't blame you.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ember thinking about making that move. But yeah, has taken that second point in the shield now also. And that does signal that he's going to be able to jungle if he needs to. Wow. Mira.
Look how aggressive they're playing with this big green wave.
Yeah.
Like, Necrophos just feels like at one with all those units. So he tries to bully and pressure. This forces a TP in here. That leaves Ace
completely alone. He is definitely dead. Trying to get a last hit before he goes down. But Nightfall comes in for the cleanup.
Tough. I mean, it did secure that wave coming in from Mickey, which is very important for their game, but a little bit of a giveaway there from Ace.
He's going to have to be the sacrificial one, it seems like, as Tofu almost gets enough damage there, takes down WS, but it will not happen. And as the hits come in, Mira finds the kill.
Okay, I mean, again, we're throwing bodies to try and let Mickey see us under the tower right now.
And towards mid, Huskar being brought somewhat low by the Ember as he's diving underneath the tower, has a sleight of fist again. Nisha is
he's got Wand and Fairy Fire.
I mean, he's still right-clicking underneath the tower. The tower's hitting Makoto. Did he do the math right?
I'm sorry.
No.
I think Nisha was confused on that one. Makoto's laughing, by the way. Well, he's high spirits at least.
Okay, this is the problem. You know, you get too hyped up about a kill and then it ends up going the other direction. As Mickey is going to eventually be killed in that safe lane. The pressure coming from WS is real. Tofu, can you get out of here? Kaori's stuck around, trying to find a kill on Mira. Oh, the 3 down. And Mira lives through it.
Swag, TI winner, doing his thing.
So far from Aurora, they have been able to pressure this mid tower. And this is the second series in a row where we've seen a Necrophos lane get a tower at this, like, 6-minute mark.
Yeah, the catapult pressure is very real with this hero. And that's going to send Mickey to the jungle on the earlier end with a bracer and a glove of haste.
Not the hero you want to be doing that
This
on.
is a depressing hero to watch jungle.
Feels bad for Tiny. He's going to need that wave to shove into him as soon as possible.
And it's going to be on Tofu to kind of run through this jungle and spot attempted harassment coming his way.
After the death, Makoto has retreated back to the jungle himself. Mira hits Tofu with Starstorm.
And Makoto level 6 as well, so if he spots an opportunity somewhere, they can maybe go for something, but everything's pretty far pushed in, obviously.
Yeah.
Like, if anything, he's going to need someone to come mid. And ideally, it's going to be Mira, right? Like, he's opened up top. He's not here right now, though, so...
Goes on to Boxy and forces out the TP. The Remnant behind, he's going to be able to pressure that out. You can see Nightfall thought about making the move over for the Wisdom. Does not do it on the other side of the map, of course. Mirana,
Makoto.
Her own Wisdom.
Makoto runs through and grabs the wave because he's got level 6 now.
Oh, yeah.
So he's able to come up here and abuse this, counting on knocking Chain down. Don't really think it's possible. So just going to gather the wave and do a little bit of farming up here.
They're coming to try and stop that. In the meantime, WS is killing Tofu. Over to the side, does even use the Reaper Scythe. Tofu trying to play his way out and actually doing a good job. But with the slowdown, eventually they will secure the kill. In the meantime, Ember forced to jump away, TP'd out away from the Huskar and the Coddle that were chasing him.
I mean, bright spots for Nisha, obviously, but he is a Huskar. He's going to have this lead.
Yeah.
The Ember's not that far behind, and he's still ahead of the other 2 cores on your team as Huskar. So that is not a good sign at this point in the game.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Means that Nisha is not going to have that many friends to play around with. The good news is he does have a Hoodwink, but Tofu's obviously taking a real beating up top, so that level 6 isn't coming anytime soon.
Yeah, they have a ward, so they spotted this move coming in, and can they punish? That's the other question now. Looking for Kaori, finding him now.
I mean, he knows he's dead.
And a quick jump. And, well, he TP's out, actually.
All right, fair. I mean,
one of them was.
Sax his Mirana instead, I suppose. Someone's getting stunned. Delta split was successful. As Mickey begrudgingly gives a camp over to Nisha. He finishes up his armlet with it, so now he's got some serious damage available, and Makoto continues to abuse the fact that he has remnants and no real worry about being caught out here.
Play, no chance for a jump. And Nisha have the armlet being brought out to him now.
So you can see Nightfall off to a totally fine set right now. Second highest on the board, only behind his own Necrophos. This is going to be a solid Radiance timing. The farm will keep on rolling his way. WS, would you believe it? Also building a Radiance. And, I mean, we've gone over this. I'm sure many people have. We don't care about 2 Radiances anymore, guys. It doesn't matter. It's even, like, more fine. At first, it was kind of okay anyway because the map is so big.
Yeah.
But now that the evasion is also only on you as the Radiance holder, it's even more whatever.
Listen,
you know?
people are still going to be typing low 2 Radiances.
And as they should, as is tradition.
Yes.
I'm not saying to stop doing that. I'm just saying don't let it stop you from buying a second one. You know what? It never stopped them anyway. What am I talking about?
You're right.
2 Radiances every game, 2 Shivas every game. That's what we're going for here, folks.
WS gets the whole wave, and Nisha deciding he wants to get a little aggro here. Now, you do have to be careful. There is a Reaper Scythe that is ready to go. And yeah, TP out. So, wisely dodging from that one. On the other side, though, Mira, ooh, he's burning, but the heal
nice.
in. And WS might need to heal him one more time.
Help.
Nah, he's fine. He's fine. So no chance for a kill. Liquid failed to connect on that movement.
Yeah, Nisha really needs those right now.
And look at Makoto, just completely free.
I mean, how is it that this tower is the one that's struggling right now? There's a Coddle. There was a Huskar. Why are you losing your mid-tier 1 first? Right? The Radiant tier 1's not even touched. It's barely grazed.
How many games do you think Makoto has been like last pick Huskar against December?
I've played this a million times. Yeah, I'm sure he's very used to it, that's for sure. I mean,
feels so comfortable.
The way he instantly started going once he was 6 as well, recognizing the complete lack of catch and any sort of threat, and also the value that it was going to give compared to doing anything with his teammates, was very good.
Another move up to the north. Can they catch any of these heroes here? Mira so far has been the sacrificial lamb. They do find him. And with the bushwhack, it's enough. Can they turn this into a WS kill? Does he want to walk around the corner? A Reaper Scythe turnaround is a very possible thing. Nisha turns, Reapers. How you doing, sir?
I don't know what to say.
Okay. If I could see it, he could have too. WS is laughing. He doesn't know what happened.
You know, he's gonna make a name for himself, you know?
I guess.
I don't know. My guy was just rejecting reality and hoping to substitute his own in there, but it did not happen.
Wow. Okay, Aurora in a very comfortable position after that. Nisha finds Makoto again. The silence is there. Arrow a little bit off the mark. But the lift, the pushback, and now he's gonna go through the gate. You can't get me. Kaori just gets out of there. Saved by Ace. We'll see if they're going to be able to chase him down, but with the Moonlight Shadow, he's getting some more separation. Tofu still on the hunt. Spots him now. The Bushwhack not quite on the mark. Dodges away again. Can he sidestep it? Oh, yes, he can. Aurora, he goes back for it. Oh, come on now. Come on now. There's no way. Steals away the sharpshooter, kills Tofu.
Liquid, you gotta lock in.
Aurora is just running circles around him.
They have got to focus up right now, the side of Liquid, because this is getting way out of control. You are the Huskar. You are the ones who are supposed to be cheesing this early game. Fastest this tournament.
Oh,
12:28.
It's going quick. It is going mighty quick. Every lane winning now, including just about the Ember. In terms of impact, that's for sure.
Yeah. No, we count it as an Ember win for sure. Once the scythe happened, that was that was an Ember dub. And again, they're on this hunt. They're trying to find. Earlier, it was Mira who was just standing guard, right? Like whenever WS was up here still farming, there was this annoying Mirana in the way who they didn't care about feeding away. Now they're smoked up. Okay, this time, maybe this time. All right, no. He's got the illumination. He's got the heal.
Sir, not again! Not again! Not like this! Oh no, WS, have mercy! Oh, jeez, and now they're running in for more. They're going to find Mickey. Mickey 2 is going to drop. WS just keeps getting handed Reaper sight kills.
I really believe that time.
So did Nisha.
In my heart of hearts, thought, the heal will be enough. They've got it this time. Oh. But here's the thing. They are desperate to make something happen. They know that the game, they have to do something as Husker, right? He can't play with his Tiny right now. Mickey's busy. I mean, he tried to join, to be fair. The Underlord's going to be a while, so he feels pressured to go and do something. The Necrophos feels like the logical target, but that ain't happening.
This is so needed. Can they get Makoto? No. No, he's away. Everything seems to be running for Aurora, and Liquid just trying to catch up.
All right. Have to find a plan here if you're Liquid. It's going to be Aghanim's first for Ace. That is definitely going to help have an impact for some of these Huskar plays. Mickey, yeah, I mean, it's the Echo Saber into the Blink. That's got to be the timing where they can be like, okay, we have to try something, right? Like, the problem is it's going to be a very tanky Necrophos at that point. He's going to have the Death Seeker as well, which is... I feel like that's where the Necrophos just gets really crazy. If he dodges, he's already so tanky and annoying to kill that if he dodges a spell with Death Seeker on top of that, it just feels like the fight's over. Yeah, it's Makoto, almost level 12 here, but
oh no, are they hunting? Yeah,
surprise inside.
Yeah, finds Ace, and not an easy way out of that one at all.
Man, I mean, the Ursa ban comes out, but then you just end up with a Life Stealer anyway, and it's like, I'm still miserable as Underlord.
Trying pressure out these lanes. I mean, it really is just got to be in mass dodge territory now. You're not seeing them make moves to try and find kills. They're a full item behind on some of these heroes. And for Aurora, I mean, what do you do to try and like cement this lead that they've built up?
They've got the Essence Distiller on Mira, right? That is the we're hunting item. They have the Spirit Vessel obviously on Makoto. Like, how do you play this game as Nisha right now?
Yeah.
You have to get a BKB. You have no game right now.
Yeah.
You need a BKB. You need a shard. If you plan on existing, right now, he ain't Huskar. No. I'm not sure what hero he's playing as, but it's not Huskar.
And it's gonna be a while. Finished off their Dragonlance first. And working towards whatever he can get, but Aurora, where are they gonna find as the smoke comes out? Tofu getting the lotuses. They're running into Mickey. He's right there. The poor old Tiny, they catch sight of him just off the mark. Mickey needs to run now, but I don't know if he's going to be able to. Avalanche, toss, hit, down to half HP on Nightfall, but the arrow follow-up is there. Ace tries to stop it, but it's just going to be more damage going their direction, and now they steal also the Q. Ace fallen, dead. Nisha, again, when it rains, it pours for Liquid as they kill Boxy 2. They are owning right now.
They are very confident with the "that's it, call it, own team" voice line being used.
They know.
They might not be too far off right now. you can see the ideas that Liquid are going for. You had the Coddle pushing out the mid wave, the Hoodwink pushing out the top wave, and then you're trying to find this safer farm in your own jungle for Mickey, but they weave their way through, right? Between the Mirana with the smokes, like it's very hard to lock down exactly where the enemy team is playing, and they're using that to find where your Tiny is, the one hero that gives you hope when he gets Blink, and just keep chipping away at that hope until you're broken down.
I will say this.
Oh, they even smoke under this ward right now.
Yeah, they know. I will say that this Aurora lineup is also so cool because it's one of the ones that like also a truly international lineup. Players from all over the world coming together and just absolutely owning, making it work. A lot of people had their questions about how it was all going to function, but they're absolutely showing up and it's damn good.
Yeah, definitely one of the most volatile, I would say, picks coming into this. Like, I think most people would agree that they could beat anyone and also maybe even lose anyone in their recent form.
And they find Ace, kill him again.
Ember in a game where your team is leading and dominating like this is just so hard to deal with. He has so many good allies who want to be in these engagements right now. Zooming all over the map. It's also one of the more successful Rubiks I've been witness to in this tournament. You know, Gary, the laning stage started a little bit rough, but obviously so much success, pushing across the whole map, and now just threatening with the steals. Obviously having a level 4 Firestorm doesn't hurt.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big one. They got a completely free Rubik game in a lot of ways, and looking so solid as they're immediately onto the Coddle. Boxy going to be chased down by this Ember. Free kill.
Yeah. I mean, if you just remove the Huskar, it's a free Ember game. That's what's happened.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, I mean, he's so far away from everything. All the items that he needs, he is not going to be able to get them before all of the tier 2 towers are down at the very least. Decides to go for the shard first. It's the sort of smaller step along the way. Now, the flip side of that, we have seen some crazy comebacks happen before. I think at this point it would definitely require Aurora for some like pretty massive overextensions.
Yeah, big time. I mean, right now they're keeping the pressure up with this very deep vision. They've got a ward inside the base. They've got a ward up top where Tiny's trying to farm, and they're ready for this. Okay, this is Liquid's big chance. They are gonna bait out Mickey and hope for the best. Oh, but they see them with the wards. It does get dewarded by Tofu. It was about to expire anyway, so Aurora not going to walk into this trap, but there's still a ward up on their high ground for Liquid. Yeah, there's still a ward inside their the triangle down bottom by the Ancients, so everything is seen.
I mean, they have complete vision over all of it. Look at this. The entire map is open for him. WS is farming on the other side. It's going to TP in now, but the smoke up.
Answer Radiance Necrophos.
It's going to be a smoke to try and find a fight. I mean, probably not without Nisha.
Nisha's under this ward right now.
Yeah, he's got to run. But Mickey going up the high ground. Now, they are going to see WS here. They also see the Ember. And Makoto, well, maybe he saw them as well. Cuts the tree immediately. And they land the kill onto Mickey. Managed to get the lift onto Tofu. And yeah, why not? Let's just go for the road.
I mean, Foxy's in the mid lane trying to kill the creeps as they leave the base. That's the point they're at right now. Don't look, though. That definitely hit the wave, I promise.
Already letting them know about it. Oh, jeez. Yeah, he is having a damn good game on this Rubik. 4 staff done now. And with this Roche, you gotta imagine they're at least thinking about high ground.
Boxy still just blasting waves as they leave Aurora's base.
Yeah.
Really desperate plays happening here.
I mean, look, you know, he's killing the waves, gets a courier for his trouble.
Nice.
TP's out, that was the shard.
Okay. Can't really ask for much more from your support, I wouldn't say.
Honestly. Everywhere they go, they're just getting max farm.
I mean, Nightfall looks like he's having fun.
Oh, yeah.
That creep is a very satisfying running animation.
Nisha, a little bit less so. It's been a tough game for Liquid here. No doubt about that. game did not go the way they wanted it to. Ace tries to finish this off. Yeah, you can see where we're at. 2% feels about right. Nightfall. Where does he decide to go? They're going into mid. They find him. Another stolen firestorm. And Nightfall will start to hit the tower. Does not have that AC. Oh my god, he jumps in and gets him! WS is crazy! Okay, no Underlord. Yeah, that's a problem. Aurora, no mercy right now.
I mean, the Underlord's outside. He's on Aurora right now, you know?
Dude, WS might be playing the best off lane in this entire tournament. This Necro performance has been super solid. And thinking about that Lycan that he had the other night, Aurora is last picking him heroes to win the game for them. Yep. And he is doing it.
And you look at the other cores of Liquid and where they are, right? Like, Nisha's farming the bottom side of the map. Mickey was off pushing a tier 1 tower up top, and they're losing their middle racks. WS still in your base, knocking on the door. 66 HP regen with a life stealer inside of him, so hanging out.
He's almost got a heart done now, too, and they just do not seem interested at all in fighting.
Yeah, I would say he doesn't have enough HP regen. That makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. Makoto thinks about it, jump. Foxy hides in the Shadow Amulet. And as they take down another...
Makoto's got a meteor hammer.
Another tier 3
let's get this rolling.
I mean, they've known for a while. Ace leaves the base for just a moment. That was never going to work as they jump in, find their man. Now, have they left anybody behind, though? Toss back, not fine. Okay, they got him. That's going to be Aegis down. Can they do it again?
There's no toss.
I don't think so. Tries to find that kill under Rubik, not going to happen. A heart delivered. The buildings. Time for them to start to get hit.
And the problem is their force staff is dead right now, so
be very careful there.
I gotta be real cautious. If you get hit by the Searing Chainsaw now, you're gonna get arrowed. Well, I mean, Foxy's back up now with the force staff, so slightly safer.
My goodness, Aurora coming into this one looking incredibly good.
Yeah, the devastation of the top lane really cannot be understated here. And obviously just the lifesteal becoming complete free farming down bottom.
I mean, there wasn't a particular move that really, I think, put the seal on this game. If we're going to be honest, and it might have been Huskar diving into WS. That was definitely a standout moment.
It was bold, lyrical.
It was. Now they've got a pipe done. They're going to need a whole lot of that. Yeah. They find Ace again. Ace in trouble. WS right there. They're still saving the Reaper's sight, so Nisha can't even feel comfortable right here. They walk in, find themselves another. Big hits, but still everybody surviving. He's chasing. WS on to Nisha, goes in the ghost shroud. Gonna chase him down, wants to TP away. Does he have a way out of there? Yes, he does. But it's still looking quite bad. Double kill for Nightfall as 3 are gone. And they're just pushing in all the waves simultaneously, trying to end this game.
Yeah, get the hammer up right now. Nisha daring to step down his stairs.
Did get a BKB, but had to use it to escape. And now does not have it, so if WS can catch sight of him, he's going to be hurt.
Nightfall's just hitting himself, trying to heal back up so he can rejoin with his AC right now.
Doing his own thing. You know,
you guys want to end the game? I'll just do this thing.
Koto's going to do it slowly. Yeah. He's got his meteor hammer working.
One step at a time.
Aurora 27-7 and ready to fight if they feel so inclined. A haste rune, a nice little cherry on top there. A delicious sundae for Aurora. You like sundaes, Trent?
I think most people do.
Tofu, they get him. Maybe there's, okay, no, not a chance. Mickey gets brought down low, the catch onto both the two of them. And Nisha trying to escape from this one also. He doesn't have his BKB for another 7 seconds. He needs 7 more seconds, not gonna happen. GG is called with the Reaper sight to finish it. Aurora,
yeah, big smile.
Unstoppable.
Yeah, Mira tips WS, he's got a big old smirk on his face. Oh boy, I will say, there is some good news for Liquid, is that you get to look at that and be like, you know what? We left in the Necrophos, the Huskar didn't work. We tried some of the other bands made sense as well, but I think there was a clear issue that contributed to this loss to Liquid, and it was definitely draft related. Unlikely something so catastrophic happens in the next game.
We'll see if they can pull themselves back and find some other solutions, because they're gonna need it. Liquid go down 0-1. Aurora moving forward so far.
Normally, we don't like to chalk it up to draft issues if there's a little bit of a back and a forth, but in this one specifically, I'm going to say it was a draft issue. KP, ex-coach of Liquid, out-drafting current coach of Liquid and Blitz. That's it. That's all you need to know for game 1, at least. Of course, there is still a lot more on the line there, but that Necro last pick, my goodness, what a last pick. That's always been our question about, is it an impactful last pick? Is it exactly what the team needs? I don't think you have any questions about that one at all.
Yeah, that was 3 strength cores, 2 low damage supports. It's like, it's a free day for this guy. It's also one of the heroes that has been almost feeling forced to be picked early because it's so strong, and getting it on that final pick of the draft almost feels illegal.
Yeah, and also, I mean, right here is a perfect example. Necro versus Huskar. Huskar loves playing at the slow HP, below half HP. Just walks into Necro, gets Reaper Scythe, instantly disappears. It's one of those matchups where Huskar is a hero that wants to snowball, play really aggro, and when you're playing against this Necro hero, you have to have this BKB. Yep. Otherwise, this just happens over and over and over.
You could see it on camera that they were having way too much fun. Like, WS is like, okay, guys, let's go for it. Round 2. Let's see if you learned your lesson, because this time around they were even ready to bring more people to this engagement. And one thing I really liked is how confident they were playing against Liquid in this one, because we talked about the bad matchup potentially for Ember Spirit against Huskar. He was diving the tower. Like, he tried to kill him. He glyphed, went under the tower and tried to kill him. He died, but the vibes were still good. Like, I was watching the game like, okay, it is what it is, because they knew that this last pick Necro, he's doing way too good, and they just didn't have enough to handle it. Plus, also, Nightfall, I felt like he didn't really get to play the game, even though he ended the game with 6-0 and 8. He was just, casual. I feel like this hero could have been anything, considering how well-rounded this draft was. I think the outcome would still be the same.
Well, you say that, but the Underlord didn't really have much of a game for itself, so surely there's something to be said.
Yeah, I think he did his job of winning the safe lane. It was the counter pick. He was also blind in a sense that there's 2 cores that were able to deal with him with the Huskar and the Tiny, but when you're saying a lifesteal, like, do Huskar and Tiny really deal with this hero in the safe lane? In my opinion, not particularly. So Aurora's draft felt really good, and I kind of want to give a shout out to the first phase picks. Like, the first picks overall, you have one team, they're picking Keyword Light, which we've seen mixed results. Like, some games it looks decent and some games it looks pretty bad, and then the other team just picks a core. Like, straight up, they just first pick a core for them. They pick this Ember Spirit, looks really good. And so in my eyes, it's like, we've seen a lot today of these first pick supports by a lot of the teams, and it hasn't really looked that good. I'm feeling we're at that stage of the tournament where there are these very strong cores, heroes like Necrophos, heroes like Ember, and maybe you kind of want to lean towards just taking them early in the draft and leaving the supports a bit later.
I think this Coddle hero, Keeper of the Light, it can work as this first pick, but you need the combo piece, and we're just not seeing this really prominent combo piece. I mean, Underlord can work. I mean,
Titan's fine, but it never.
They're not the Ember. Yeah. They're not the Storm. They're not these guys that are really like, will win you the fight the second that you get Chakra Magic. Exactly. Oh, you press it on me, I'm gonna get 2 kills instantly. They're more like, oh, I'll toss my spells out. Maybe I'll get that 1 kill in the fight because of it, but we won't win due to it.
That is such a difficult part, especially when it felt like for Liquid they had the perfect setup. You guys talk about it so often. The Beast being a great counterpart, it was there, but instead they're going for a much more I would say, scripted archetype of how they like their draft. I mean, they're 3-1. It's worked for them so far. They've gotten to this point for a reason, but in this game specifically, it just doesn't work out that way. This Necro is way too difficult to deal with that you do end up regretting what you start off with, especially when it's as early as a 5 minutes Lacoste that a double kill.
Yeah, you can feel that like this lane was over when you saw the icon, but the draft. But what it shows is that they don't have the damage to kill this hero. This is not going to be like Tiny early on, doesn't really have the damage. Necrophos playing against the melee hero, he's going to be pushing you out, so he gets a kill. A couple of seconds later, he's going to be getting another kill. They're going to be diving the tower and also playing with the catapults. Like you can see the other support also coming up, making sure that they are going to be having that damage, which is going to be resulting in the tower kill relatively early on. This is 6 minutes we're talking about. Something similar happened in the previous series as well, which they killed the tower and they did open up the map a lot this time. It was from the off lane, so Necrophos knowing that they really don't have enough damage, you can easily push through, you can easily connect with the supports as well, try to punish this Tiny, and so they did multiple times.
Yeah, and I do worry. I think their last 2 picks for me were just kind of flops. It felt like, sure, Huskar in theory should be good for December, but again, Nisha's a great Huskar and they've had success, but it doesn't feel like that's what they've kind of done good with at this tournament. I think that they've looked, yeah, it's like they've looked better when he's on these spirit heroes, these active heroes, the ones that do stuff. Maybe the closest to that genre would be the Lina, that a lot of teams are seeing success with, but that hero is just kind of on another level, whereas Huskar, I feel, it was really popular day one, but it just has not seen the success of all these other mids.
And I also think, while Huskar is definitely good against Ember and can be considered an Ember counter in lane, Ember is this natural spirit vessel buyer, and he's able to scale into the mid game very well against the Huskar, I feel. And as Lacoste said, the center is trying to even dive the Huskar in the laning stage, which, while he did die, that's really not the how you want this laning stage to go for what's quote unquote a counter matchup.
The balance is definitely shifted when the Ember feels that it can dive a Huskar there, but there is so much more than just what was the draft, what was the early game, or laning phase, I should say, because it also felt like Liquid Lacoste were overextending themselves in some way. They were making those small mistakes when you're on the verge of qualifying and get a little too big for your boots.
Yeah, they were also getting quite outplayed in this one, which we've seen some great plays so far at TI. I think Not Me on Rubik has been amazing, like that Agent Steal that did happen yesterday with the slight. This is also a funny sequence that did happen. It's something that usually you don't see. Underlord uses Twin Gates, and then Rubik's like, oh, thanks for that. I'll just come to the other side of the map. Immediately gets tipped. Mikoto notices that, you know, he's doing a really good job. And then Tofu, he's like, I'm going to try to get a kill. Moonlight Shadow is about to end. And then you see Tofu missing, and then a little bit of a sidestep. He tried to go for the vision play, but then misses. And what happens in the end, he steals the sharpshooter, and they still going to be able to throw the blood grenade, gets the sharpshooter on him, slows him down, which does allow Nightfall to get the kill. So like the whole sequence of this event, like you can play any kind of funny music, it's going to be probably 10 times better, but I gotta say one of the better plays that I've seen in PI. Like in
Benny Hill music.
Yeah. Dude, that's the mental damage when you come up against the Rubik. When you die by your own spells, you're like, I'm disconnecting my keyboard, I'm logging off, that's it, I'm done for the night, and the game's not even over yet.
Yeah, it's been one of the heroes I think that the supports have been able to show the most, like off, like their skill. Like you said, Not Me. He had vision for a second, steal sleight of fist, gets an Aegis here. He jukes basically 2 different spells, dodges the ultimate, dodges the bushcrack, even dodges the acorn shot to some extent. So I like when supports have the ability to show off their skills, because a lot of time we get to be like, wow, this carry player was so good, he outfarmed everyone, or the mid's playing some spirit, he dodges death, but you shine some light on the supports. They're pretty good too.
Well, unfortunately, we're not going to be shining any more light on the supports because stand-up player was WS on Necro, had a phenomenal job for himself, but he was also one of the players that sat down with us before TI began and gave us some of his thoughts and feelings.
With WS from Aurora, and we're going to be talking about his team coming in to TI.
WS, first of all, I mean, what's it been like playing this year in this very international team?
It's a super good experience. I like the vibes in this team. Like people, like they are from Europe and you know, like different culture, everything.
Brilliant. So, who was the most different to how you expected coming into the team?
I think it's Nightfall.
Yeah.
Yeah. From what I remember, my memories is like kind of toxic guy. After I went to this team, it's like kind of different. Like he's actually a good guy, you know? Kind person.
And in what ways does he kind of show that kindness?
If people getting like losing scrims or losing games, they normally like people getting angry or tilted. But he's like kind of chill guy.
Sounds like a super healthy team. I'm jealous. So, what's been your biggest highlight of the year so far?
Maybe the X Rampage on Blast. I forget which Blast was that, but it's against Liquid, I guess. Feels so good to just slam 5 heroes, get Rampage.
Pretty sick, yeah. I mean, is Axe one of your favorite heroes to play at the moment? Is there any hero you don't like playing at the moment, but you kind of have to because of the meta?
Right now, I would say it's something like Necro, Underlord.
Is that sort of your playstyle then? More sort of mobility, initiation, and is that how you got like really high MMR?
Basically, in this meta, I have to adjust to current meta right now, which is like Necro offlane or some Underlords. It's like, it really depends on your team. If your mid lane goes bad and your safe lane goes bad, basically you can just AFK and farm and you cannot do much.
So a lot of people want to know, you know, you're really high MMR playing offlaner. What is the secret to gaining MMR and climbing the leaderboard as an offlaner?
First, have a good communication with your teams. Okay. Second, I don't know, just ask your post for pick a strong laner and you just win the lanes every game. It will make your life a lot easier.
Okay, so don't be toxic and have a good pos 4.
Yes. I mean, post 4 is very important. If you get a random guy playing some patch post 4, definitely you will not win anymore.
Brilliant. So what's your personal goal for this international?
If the goal for sure is champion, but I would say like top 4 is not a bad result too. So top 4 is fine for me. But for the final goal is still you have to win. I don't want to get second place at another second place.
There's been a lot of second places for you guys for sure. Why do you think that there's been, is it a problem with grand finals, which you think you guys have?
I don't know, I think we just get like Night Focus. Like he just have, I think he attend like 9 grand finals and not win a single one. So I think we just get cursed by him.
Just a curse, nothing you can do about it. Okay, well, you doing any like superstitious things to try to break it for this TI?
I would say like, because 2 years ago, also Liquid, they just get like a lot of second placement, and in the end they win TI, so might be it.
Maybe it, yeah, this is the place. This has been the place where curses are broken. I wish you really good luck, WS. Thank you so much for coming to talk to me, and good luck at the international.
Thank you.
设置也全发车了。
WS alluding to what Liquid went through a couple years ago, only second places. It felt like victory was never going to be theirs until they ended up 1 year after that getting a TI win for themselves. Maybe this is it. Maybe it all starts for Aurora by beating Liquid, and then you take their energy of being able to break curses and break one for yourself. And I mean, that's how it starts with a good group stage, with getting to go through qualifications now in this best of 3 and get an extra day off, Lacoste.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this team, they've been nailing it. A little surprised he said top 4.
He said 4-3, not second, first.
Yeah, okay. Because I feel like this team, definitely with the mentality that they have, something might be like a mental thing, being able to win the tournaments because they came in so close so many times in this season. But I did put them in my top 4, I believe. I think that this team can do it.
A 4-1? You put them as your 4-1 too?
Yeah, I think this team can definitely like even go clean. They did lose one, but I also want to talk about WS because this is the guy that is I want to call it relatively new to the scene. He came into the professional Dota in 2021, which in Dota terms is still like relatively young. Yeah, this is when you came in as well. But because he had, he played for Boom shortly, he played for Talon, Vici Gaming, where he didn't really have the results that he wanted. Got a 1/3 place in a Tier 1 tournament during the Talon time.
It was about the Copenhagen TI, when I think he made a really big mark on his, I think it was like his Timber Saw was really big. I know even like Liquid was potentially like looking at him for an option for off lane. A lot of the teams were looking at him at that time, and since then he hasn't really had the most success until Aurora, which then this year, sure they haven't won, but again, consistently a top 4, at worst top 6 team in the world, which your second year after making it to this like international stage on the scene, it's pretty good to be there.
Yeah, for sure. I think I called him multiple times the most improved player of the season. Still good.
Not even just
like
offlaner. You think out of every role, he's by far the most improved.
Yeah, because before he didn't really have the results, and then he came into this, and he's just the shining star of the team as well.
Also, I just want to say, listening to that interview, he makes winning pubs sound so easy. Just good communication. Tell your boss what to pick a strong laner. He'll do the rest from there.
He also talked about Necro as well, where it was in that weird realm of like, I mean, you kind of just have to adjust to the meta, and like, I guess he was so blasé about playing Necro. Brother's getting a 5-minute double kill in game number 1, and I'm like, is it really? Are you really not that excited to play Necro?
Broken heroes. It's like, I just have to pick this hero. I guess I'll just ultimate.
Such a good performance. I guess I'll play it.
I guess we can qualify as the main event of TI. It's like, whatever. I mean, it would have been cool if I was Timbersaw.
Right.
Unfortunately, they did ban it there in that final phase for Liquid. So.
Well, he could get it for game number 2,
maybe.
though. It's not like it's impossible for him to qualify to main event without Timbersaw, so there is a potential there. But we should also change our conversation to Liquid a little bit here, because this wasn't, again, a Liquid showing that we expected. So often it feels like if they have good early game aggression, they win the game. If they get a playmaker on Nisha, they can win the game. They didn't have any of that for game 1.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking towards. I almost want to say like an entire switch of their draft. Like I really don't.
Every single hero.
One the order.
Yeah. Oh.
I think a lot of it for me is the order. Sure, it's like the keeper, the underlord. These heroes could make draft, and I don't think they're necessarily bad, but I don't like the way that they order and they're kind of responses to everything. Like again, sure, Huskar is a response to Ember. It's very good. You count him in the lane. In theory, you should snowball. But you're playing into a last pick off lane, counting your carry. And just like for again the first the light, I think that there's a lot of different options that they can have this draft that maybe the heroes will end up similar, but it'll feel a lot better because maybe now instead of this Huskar, you first pick some Ember Spirit, some Earth Spirit, some really strong core in the first pick, even maybe a first pick just to give them a very solid offlane, because they kind of struggled in this one. So just, I'm hoping for just a big change-up, and then for Aurora, do the same thing. Just pick a strong core early, pick supports that enable this guy, pick a carry that can steal in lane, and it seems like you just give WS whatever he wants on last pick and he'll cook.
Yeah, I also think that this was not the lineup they wanted to go with. There's a lot of counter picking coming into the series. You do quite a lot of preparation, what they're going to be picking, how you're going to counter it, but you can't cover all the angles. Sometimes you end up with like, oh, this really looks good here, maybe in that moment, in those 30 seconds up to a minute, and then you end up with a lot of counter picks, but you don't really have like maybe some of the strats that you were preparing for it, you don't end up going for it because there is this like casual first few supports that they picked up, Keeper of the Light and Hoodwink, and then Underworld was kind of response to the Ember and Morana, and then Huskar in the last phase was a response to this Ember Spirit as well, and casual playing. So I kind of feel like we're going to be seeing 4, maybe even all 5 different heroes from Liquid.
I do also want to give credit to Aurora because, I mean, while you are saying give Nisha this playmaker, I believe Earth Spirit was first phase banned and they first picked the Ember, which Nisha is known for. So Aurora kind of taking these avenues away from Nisha and, you know, making them kind of draft the way they want to, or they want them to, you know.
Yeah, I definitely think that the Ember as a response was really smart by Aurora. it's, again, kind of what we were saying. It's you're taking it away from a Coddle pairing, and you're taking it away from Nisha with Earth Spirit Band. The mid pool to me definitely feels limited at this TI. I would say there's like 5 or 6 heroes that are extremely strong, and then they all get banned because they're so strong, and then you have to go to this next like tier, which doesn't feel that good. You do have to reach in that like Huskar pocket. The Snap used to be very popular, but picked with a decent win rate, but people don't feel the confidence to it. It's not the same as like this Ember, Earth Spirit, Lina are like these big 3, and then maybe an Invoker you throw in there. So I just want to see Nisha on something that makes me feel like I want him to wow us, right? The Liquid does the best as a team whenever Nisha's almost like the star of the team, and he makes everyone look good around him because they all not necessarily rely on him, but he does the playmaking for them.
Yep.
We are seeing a game number 2 draft here coming up on our screens, and before we dive deep into it and look at it, we want to remind you guys that there are other streams going on. I know Yandex and Ironwing have their series going on. Boomboys and Falcon still have theirs. I believe Enigma Galaxy and Spirit are just about to begin theirs. So there's 3 other streams for you guys, but when it comes to this draft, we're going to do something a little bit different on the main stream. We're going to jump to our casters. They're going to walk you through the draft as we do of Lyrical and Trent for Liquid and Aurora.
Thank you so much, Nat. That's right. We're just going to talk a little bit about what we're seeing, Trent. And my goodness, they get the lead. This was banned out, I believe, in the last game. But definitely, to me at least, this is the type of dynamic where you feel like you need to just sort of put that entire game behind you, call it a draft loss, and then we're going to do better next time.
Yeah, that's certainly the name of the game and the draft here. Of course, Team Liquid. In terms of Aurora, I mean, first pick, this has ended up being a very powerful hero, obviously. You guys have seen many inspiring performances on the Lina, especially today. And when you pick her this early in the draft, you can't really counter her mid. And then the entire draft, you're just thinking, all right, this might be the carry Lina.
Right.
Most notably, I was just about to say, this guy is still in the Tree and Protector because when you have the Lina, this is one of the #1 heroes you want to get for yourself as a melee support to help her in the safe lane, or even just to aid her in the mid for any sort of like dives and trades and whatnot. But Team Liquid with quite the signature hero for this team for sure.
Nice one to pick up. And I think that also kind of sets the tempo for your game, that you can run this in there. You're going to be able to eventually get into a Blink Dagger, most likely stop that Lina that just wants to be this turret. And it is interesting, right? Because there's that duality of like, is it a turret Lina right-clicking from all over, or is it going to end up being like that sort of magical burst type of hero? And in either case, you need to find heroes that can both get on top of her and then also hold that hero in place.
Yeah, it's also interesting when you have presumably Makoto being shown so early here in the Lina. One thing, like Liquid, I feel like have 2 strategies. One is like get Nisha his like winning lane, and Nisha goes crazy and does Nisha things. But I think their more successful, more common strategy is often showing Nisha's hero earlier and worrying less about him being countered out in this idea of just, Nisha will get his stuff. Let's focus more on enabling our 2 side lanes.
Yeah.
That's the opposite, obviously, of what happened last game. Last game was that we're picking the Huskar. This is like, you gotta win that lane.
Yeah.
Their supports aren't necessarily that used to like going mid.
Well, and this is the other thing too, is like they've been really trying to, it seems like, secure Ace's hero early, hence the like Ursa ban last time into the Underlord pick. This time they're not going to be able to run that same strategy. There is still the potential for the Lina. So it's sort of weird, right? Because like I think that there's a pool of heroes that Ace is really comfortable on and looks very good on. And when he's not on those heroes, what happens then? So you kind of got to get him early too.
Yeah. Well, much like the success of WS though, Ace has got a pretty mean like. They could find something a little bit more out there. As you can see, he's got a decently wide pool. So many of those heroes still remaining here. Your Darkseer Bud was seeing a ton of plays today. I feel like for a while there, every stream I looked at, there was a Darkseer. Relevant in our last 2 series so far.
It's gonna live another day. I will say that any of those types of heroes, you end up in a situation where you get blown up. You'll be very susceptible to that. Spending a lot of time on this.
It's got to be reserve time. It's got to be the Sentinel. Like they got to be thinking like, what's happening with Sentinel? So they're willing to leave the Centaur. They ban the Mirana, despite having presumably a mid that has no impact with it. So that's a ton of respect just to the way that Aurora are using it.
Yeah.
I mean, Mira was insane. She played so well last game, specifically against the Hoodwink. He had so many nasty Quelling Blade plays to chop the tree down before the Bushwhack could take hold.
Right, and I guess if you already have the Lina, then you can just take one other setup stun for the arrow, and then either you're going to get arrowed or you're going to have to BKB on whatever the core is from Liquid, otherwise you could get exploded. So it does make sense. There aren't many other heroes that have that. Like, if you get caught by it, you're probably just dead.
That stat maybe coming to play that we just saw there. The 2 and 3 for Tofu and the 1 and 0 for Boxy.
Hey.
It's looking like you got to pass the controller over to your older sibling on this one, and Boxy might be taking the Hoodwink for a ride. And, okay, we had a Kaori in the game, guys. Okay, he's playing this hero. They got no stun. No stun. They had no way to start a fight. It was impossible. And I was like, Lyrical, man, this game looks really hard for Kaori. Look, like, what are they going to do? They had Mirana arrow. Yeah, Kaori just ice pathed everyone.
Yeah, just blind.
Just raw. He just caught every important kill the entire game with just a raw ice path. My guy, he was like a shadow in the woods. He was the Hoodwink.
Honestly.
He was like playing Hoodwink but having ice path.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable.
Another thing that I think has been talked about a bit, but is always also nice, is the dynamic here of KP facing off against Blitz. Former assistant coach facing off against the main coach again, and at least so far, Aurora have come up with some very good answers. They're going to take the Lion. Again, a hero that we don't see all the time.
He's been quite absent this one, despite being relatively consistent, I would say, throughout most of the year.
Right. And there it is. So they do get back around and manage to pick the Centaur for themselves.
I think that's kind of a miracle, honestly. You still managed to get the Centaur at this point. I think they've got to be very happy about that. Sure, they're 0-2 with it, but you guys have all seen Centaur. This hero is absolutely ridiculous right now. And it's great versus the Lina, too, in terms of just like how Alina wants to play the game. You know that the entire team collapsing on you is going to be a bad time. They're going to combo it up with the Invoker, a timeless duo, Centaur Stomp into Sunstrike, got a little Bushwhack, got Overgrowth. They have a lot of tools to enable the Invoker.
A tremendous amount of team fight on Team Liquid. On the side of Aurora, they have a decent amount as well. I mean, if they paired together like a last pick Darkseer or something for Aurora, they would be like massively winning the team fight. But right now, at least, it feels a little bit more bursty, right? Yeah. You got Laguna Blade, you got Finger of Death.
They also have just these like walls that go up between like chucking out like earth spikes, throwing down ice paths. So when the Stampede is coming in, chucking out the Avalanche, a lot of these ideas of just like, oh, let's run on top of them aren't really viable.
Yeah.
A lot of good defensive spells to help slow that down and give more space to their Lina here. And nice. Next up, they got to figure out who their offlaner is going to be. Again, as we saw earlier, the pool pretty much wide open at this point. Like Largo, Underlord banned out, but I mean, your Dooms still remain as being one of the bigger ones, of course. I like the idea of more team fight, as you were mentioning. Just like another body, like Doom can do, just to provide more space for the Lina, because looking at their lineup, no matter where the Lina goes in terms of laning or whatever, she's going to be the game winner.
Right. It does feel to me more like this is now going to be a mid lane with the safe lane Tiny. That's tended to be the direction that those two picks have gone.
Yeah.
And then the flip side to that too, though, is WS I think is the type of player that is willing to reach a little bit outside the box if it's the right pick for it. And we talked about the Lycan, obviously both for Ace, but for WS it could be interesting to be able to pair together with the bite onto the Tiny.
It would be a very, that would be a wild combo. It would be a very kind of like quick chase down style, less lockdown. Like I think the Axe kind of style is definitely the safer way to go, which is why Liquid are banning it. Like they can see that just like links together very nicely. But very similarly to like the Team Brazilians draft where we're like, oh, this kill looks hard. They're gonna have to be like so quick and so fast. But you see that when that execution comes together, those kind of drafts can work extremely well.
And again, just to sort of reiterate the stakes of this game right now that we're going into, Aurora 1 away from being into the International, having a day off while the rest of the teams are having to play. And if Liquid drop down, there's a lot of dangerous teams in that elimination round that they might not want to face off up against. It's very possible that you could just get knocked out on one bad day of play.
Yeah, you want to hit the eject button here, man. Like, get me out of this group stage.
Absolutely.
Like, it is ferocious in there. You look at all the teams, there's killers everywhere. A couple of carry bans there, as you can see, is Liquid. You know, we're talking a lot about Aurora's offlane pick. The response is going to be there from Liquid. They're going to see what this offlane matchup is going to be before they choose what their option will be. And plenty of position 1 heroes also left in the pool right now.
I kind of like a monkey. I saw Mickey playing it earlier. I don't know. To me, there's elements of it that, like, if this Lena's just sort of standing there, drop down on top of her, maybe you can hunt a little bit more. I also just think that in general, I like Mickey Monkey King. It feels like it fits with the way that he plays often.
Fast tempo carries are also very good with the Invoker, right? Because like Invoker kind of becomes like this sort of a carry unit in your lineup, right? Like you're trying to enable his Sunstrikes and everything, and you want him to become this big growing beast. Yeah. So if you're getting up and involved as your Tiny, as your Monkey King, those are the heroes that can really make the Invoker have a great game, because that's who you want to base everything around. Like you've already got all this nice team fight, Sunstrike setup. Like keep going with that, I think.
Remember who the Liquid last pick was? I'll check it later, but I'm also seeing that this is going to be Mickey responding to the last pick of Aurora, and he's going to get to counter pick in lane. Considering that Aurora have like consistently given the off lane their last pick, it's interesting to watch.
Okay, the Dawnbreaker. This hero's been all over the place today.
You were kind of a hater earlier.
I'm a hater.
You're not a Dawnbreaker fan.
I'm a Dawnbreaker. I mean, I can see the value.
Yeah.
You know, when she has her good games, she does look really strong. But I like it in this sense of it's being picked very late in the draft.
Okay.
That I can definitely get around it a little bit more. And so far, so good. Obviously, you know, she's positive, 4 and 3. But what does it do this game? It doesn't really give them that team fight in terms of like additional control or anything. But, you know, if they're trying to set up these Sunstrike kills, if they're diving in deep into your territory, Dawnbreaker's going to be there to help you. That being said, if she gets caught out, like often Dawnbreakers like to play a little bit alone because they're trying to farm up on it by themselves, and then they react and join in with the Solar Guardians. Maybe she gets caught out by some of these plays. Like if there's like a Shadow Blade hero or something to come out last on the carry, that could be kind of interesting.
Indeed, where they decide to go with it.
I know the panel wants Faceless Void.
I was supposed to talk about that.
Yeah, it's not going to be the Faceless Void with the Invoker, because that would be very exciting. Instead, it's going to be the Luna, so classic Mickey.
Oh, no. Oh, no. 0% win rate.
Look at Nightfall go.
Oh, he's talking.
He is planning out the entire game right now. You were going to do this. I'm going to do this. Holy.
Yeah, he's ready. 1, 2, 3. Well, the talking speed is definitely into the favor of Aurora.
It's not even close.
Words per minute.
But the facial expressions always go Nisha's way. You got to watch his player cam, guys. If there's anyone you're going to pay attention to.
The eyebrow raises. They're great.
He's always got the best faces. Maybe not in that last one with the Husker. Well, actually, the face probably was very good, honestly.
Yeah, we'll have to check that out later. Get that on the highlights. But regardless, it is going to be game number 2. Aurora facing off against Team Liquid in a match that could send them directly into their international, unless the other match that's on the other side of the stream is cleaned up. That would be the second team through then.
I think going to the main stage sounds like a good idea. You know, making your way up into the top 8.
All right.
Sounds like a solid plan. Here, headset's still off.
Who are you favoring? We're not used to this. We're not usually the panel.
Well, we are on the other stream.
That's
so
true. That's a good point.
We actually are used to this. We actually do this really often, Lyrical. I don't know what you're talking about.
So who are you favoring?
I like the idea of the comfort of the Luna, but she's certainly not still one of my favorite heroes. But I think they are a team who understands the hero very well. So if they believe that it's a hero that can give them a chance here, then I can understand the logic to it. Overall, though, with the way Aurora played Game 1, with their lineup looking very cohesive and everything, I do think they're well set up for Game 2. I would give them a slight edge.
Okay. I'm kind of the same mind as you. I mean, the only thing that I'll say is I don't feel like the Dawnbreaker gives them a ton. I'm curious to see what they're thinking they're going to get out of it and what this sort of lineup looks like. But to me, at least, I kind of liked all the 4 heroes before the Dawnbreaker, and then I like the Luna more. So
cover her up. We just don't look at that one.
Yeah, exactly.
No one will believe in it. I equally dislike both of the last picks. How's that? That sounds like a panelist thing to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
And who knows who's going to win? You know, anything can happen. Anything is possible.
That is definitely true in Dota. We've learned that a lot so far in this tournament. So, I mean, you get aggressive, you get moving, set up for some Solar Guardian plays. I just want to see Dawnbreaker, like, fighting. I don't like the Dawnbreakers who are just, like, off doing their own thing. I like them getting involved with the Solar Guardians early.
It is like a classic call, which is like, you know, your team tells you to group up, and then you're like, I got ulti, I got ulti.
Yeah, no, I'll be there, I'll be there.
Forget that there's a silencer in the game. Oh, no.
Well, I'll just keep hitting this neutral camp.
I mean, these creeps.
What can you do?
They're not going to kill themselves.
I just assumed that it's like a Spectre player who's out of roll tokens.
Oh, yeah.
That's who I think is picking Dawnbreaker every time.
That's a fair point. Now, Aurora heading down here to begin the deforestation process, but look at this. Trent, Liquid, are they prepared? Have they seen into the future? Do they know where Aurora is going? Will they be able to catch any of these heroes?
I mean,
they're looking. Oh no, there's no trees!
Were they gonna plant a tree? Like, what? Do you think they had the plan to use a branch or something?
I don't know.
It kind of looked like it, and they just didn't quite get the timing right.
Whatever the case is, Liquid not quite able to connect there with Boxy. They'll do a late smoke, as has become custom. See if they find anybody. WS, the smoke breaks. Broke on Tofu. Now he steps forward, stun onto 2. Big stun follow-up from WS. Tofu in trouble. Does he manage to get out? No. Makoto draws first blood.
All right. I mean, she's a pretty solid level 1 here, I'll tell you that much. You get a full Starbreaker onto somebody, that's a lot of damage.
Very nice stuff. See the bounty runes going there into the favor of Aurora with the first blood.
A big lead to start the game with, man. No, but it is Tree and Protector, one of the best supports in the game. Waiting for the gold to be there for his Luna to buy the next round of tangos before TPing back.
He knows his job.
Yeah, very wise.
Tofu wraps around, hits now onto Mira, but the stun is still there, and Mickey takes a bit of a beating, as will Mira.
And this is part of the draft, one would assume, is having the Lucent Beam, right? We're talking about the Dawnbreaker.
Nightfall. That is not where he wants to be. Tried to go through, but will not happen. Kaori now hitting onto Boxy. Won't be quite enough damage there. Does he have another stomp for Ace? Yes, he will. Kaori gets hit. Bushwhack, dead.
I like the call coming in from Makoto, saying, hey, there's a Sunstrike. Like, he saw Nisha, so that's why he did the reverse there. So at least they don't give the gold to the Invoker. Right? So got that going for him. But yeah, this pick on the Luna, definitely part of their logic, right? It's like, I want to stun on my carry. I can stop the hammer coming in from the Dawn. But if they just set up with the Earth Spike every time, it might not be that reliable.
Be a nice answer to it for sure. And you can see Makoto trying to play the oppressive style that you tend to with that Lina. Harry, you cannot afford to die right now. Bushwhack lands. Ace is going to be forced back for a moment. Nightfall pushing out the wave. They do have access to the small camp. Boxy's going to try and mess with them a little bit here, but it's going to get stacked up, and yeah, that's a little bit dangerous.
Surely he won't get killed mid, twice in a row. Of course not.
Could be.
He's got a branch tango going. He's got a water rune. He'll be all right. And Tofu is level 2, so living armor now gets leveled. But, all for my Luna for now. Another game, though, that Liquid are probably going to wind up on the slower pace. Like, the Luna, this is the exact opposite of what I was discussing in terms of, you brought up the Monkey King for Mickey, or like, any hero that can be a little bit active early and help set up for Sunstrikes. Luna is the exact opposite. She is playing her own game, and now we're just putting more pressure on the other 3 heroes of Liquid to try and set up for these kills that are going to accelerate your Invoker into being that game dominator.
Right. Yeah, you're trying to, just sort of hit creeps, AFK as much as possible, and getting bodies here. Yeah, it's not great. 9-4 versus 19-6, and Makoto has been taking Nisha to task.
I know at least one of those denies was a Force Spirit as well.
Watch for how he handles this pressure.
I mean, what can you do against Lina, right? You guys see what's happening. He's got 2 points to the Dragon Slave. He just guarantees those TCS. That pushes you back. She gets the third last hit. Now you're under your tower and you're being pelted from a million miles away.
And it's denied out too. I mean, the only plus side to this is he,
that one either.
like, hopefully is gonna, as Kaori, gonna get stunned for a moment, but backs away. The only thing that he can do eventually is like go for the Forge Spirit deny on the rune. But that might not be super possible either. He's going.
It's not even gonna make it in time.
Yeah, Makoto's down there. He can't get it. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, and again, the Sunstrikes aren't. If the Sunstrikes aren't there, it's gonna start looking like last game.
Yeah, no, this is gonna be a series. Oh man.
But stop talking. Don't look.
Yikes, man. Yikes.
All right, you got one.
28 and 10.
Just get beat down by this Lina, man.
Sending the Forge Spirit over. He's not gonna get there. Ooh, okay, Makoto goes back. So
he's like, this is more worth it.
Yes, yes. That's what you got to do. Meanwhile, Nightfall somehow back behind his own tower.
Okay, I mean this, we're paying attention to the mid lane. Look what's happening up here. All right, the Tiny's having some issues, but at the very least, the Centaur is having a good start. The wave's been pulled back here. Every time I look, the creep wave's been pretty close to Ace's tower, so he's doing just fine. He's even with Nightfall. Mickey is even with WS. I feel like our Lunas can often get a little bullied in the first couple levels. That didn't necessarily happen.
He did retreat back to the jungle, it looks like.
Yes, I did just notice the net worth slightly lower.
Yeah. So he's not having like a great time, but also not completely terrible. WS holding this wave up here, though, is a bit of an issue.
Makoto mid.
This is a good play if they can get it. They need this so badly, and they will manage to get him. And Nisha actually is the one that gets the last hit with the cold snap damage.
And they don't get a punish, right? Like, Tree has run mid.
Yeah.
And Luna was able to clear up a small camp down there, and then also farm through some other neutrals. That is fantastic.
Sunstrike in, Nightfall. Not going to get killed by that one, but will die to Ace after the fact.
All right, there we go. Mid lane, unfortunately, they immediately do the counterplay right back at them.
Yeah.
Mira had come through. He had equally ditched his lane to secure the kill mid. That's a 6-minute rune. It's an invis. Not the best one. WS boldly runs into the Lotus. We'll have to give it up. And they are just staying mid right now, though. Keeping up the pressure with the level 2 Liquid Fire. Kaori, at least only person I've seen picking this hero. Maybe someone else has been. But he's very confident with the capabilities of Jakiro. Forcing now TP back up top.
Cancels it.
Oh, well, Tofu's coming in right now, so...
They might be able to go. They're taking that tower, but the bigger play is on to Nightfall. Surrounded, 3 heroes. Moving in, trying to take him out, and Nightfall almost dead. Needs another hit and will get it. Foxy gets that finish.
So they sacrificed their Tiny to take the tier 1 mid, possibly their Lion as well by the looks of it. Yeah, Bushwhack's back up. This guy's going down too.
So it is a choice where you're giving up something for it, but getting that mid tower will make this Invoker feel that much less safe. Likewise, WS. Are they coming through the gate to try and make something happen here?
Hey, good thing Makoto had the Invis rune, though. He just gets meatballed by Nisha. It's forced to pop it, throws the Laguna Blade back on him. Just trying to be equally miserable. An Invoker with no tower and 19 last hits at 7 minutes. I think we know who Aurora wanted to focus this series.
I mean, it's double the net worth right now on the Lina over the Invoker. They have done everything they can to try and shut down Nisha. And it has worked. The question is, how can he recover?
And who else can step up on his team? That's the other question. Is like, what can you get done with Ace? What kind of a build does he go for right after this helm? I feel like there's a lot of questions.
I mean, that's the problem, right? Like, Centaur really has not been that hero that makes moves from this. Like, this is setting him up to have more stuff later, so they're going to need to find it out of their supports. They're going to need to potentially get some kills with some Sunstrikes and Ace making moves. I guess punishing Nightfall, that type of move that they've been doing is the best that they can hope for.
Yeah, I mean, they just had to use Stampede to save Mickey down bottom, or else he was about to die to the Dawnbreaker.
Right, a second tower. Aurora just smelling blood in the water and going after it. WS gets hit. They do have the tree to try and keep this tower alive. Not sure if he was going to be able to make much happen there, and Mickey tries to interrupt. There's a T-Bolt coming in. Nisha shows up in the Laguna Blade. He's just gone. Oh no, this has gone completely south for Nisha. They thought they were going to set up a gank, but everybody is dying.
Another ice path.
Makoto looking, Foxy just out of range. But Makoto is there with the chase, does not have LSA. Bushwhack out, a few more right clicks, and Foxy will be able to escape from that one.
Trying to chase back in.
Power alive. Oh, good cut. Now the turn back in. Dawnbreaker looking for it. Foxy finally brought down.
Burns down. Mickey and Tofu now back down here, though.
They don't want to give up this tower.
I mean, they have 3 points in the living armor, so it's tempting to hold on to it for as long as possible.
Yeah, I mean, it looks bad, but if they can manage somehow to keep this tower alive, maybe it's worth it.
But WS stuck around after the Solar Guardian, like.
Yeah, it's just so.
All right, he just got level 6 on Mickey. He's coming in. This might be for the game.
Makoto, they got to get something there. Laguna Blade out, damage, Sunstrike hit. Yes, they got him. Oh, every little bit of that was necessary, and now they find WS. Don't ever count them out. As they drop the overgrowth, Tofu gets level 6. They find a third, Liquid. Their backs up against the wall. They needed that.
Somehow they stop this boulder that's rolling downhill. All together, they managed to find everything perfectly in sync. The level 6 onto the Luna. The kill cements the level 6 for the tree, which helps get the final kill there as well. 3 heroes to fall. A big gold swing puts this back to just being a slight lead now for Aurora. And once again, salvaging that bottom tower to give some space here to Mickey, because they cannot afford to have an Invoker and a Luna farming the same space in their jungle right now.
I mean, measured defeats, retreats when they needed to, because, but you can't afford to die right here now. They threw bodies for this and it worked. Bushwhack out, cuts the tree. Now the hit, sharpshooter damage, Sunstrike. Trying to connect will be enough to take down Kaori. But likewise, Tofu into trouble. The heal actually, though. Oh, and then a bushwhack to keep him alive. Liquid. How is this working?
They're finding the magic, but look out. There's friends.
Uh-oh. That's not good at all. Oh, geez.
All right, well, you saved your tree to kill your Luna pretty much on that one, unfortunately, with the way it all shook out. I mean, now the pressure is just back down bottom with a catapult.
They're committing for this, and they are not willing to let this tower stand. So that finally should be the tower brought down as Nightfall makes the move. But this has been a lot of time. Centaur very, very farmed. Nisha has started to catch up a bit, working towards that Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, it is done now. He's got the recipe as well, so. And finish that up. Ace, you heard the panel talking about this, these teammates, the auras, something that a lot of teams aren't opting for. Ace sensing in this game that they might need it on the earlier end as Tofu again, not an axe but a hammer to fell this tree.
Good sentry ward placed down, recognizing that he is going to try and set up on him. Doing a good job. Tried to go onto Makoto.
Whoa.
And with the Stampede out, might be able to. Has an amp damage.
Nice.
Won't matter.
Good plays here. All right, Deep Observer ward here. Spots Mickey farming with this Mask Madness, but nothing they can do about it when the heroes are dead right now.
A commitment. Mira's nearby. Lion, ready to go.
There's not enough mana for the Solar Guardian right now either. So even if they have additional heroes, not much they can do. So Vengeance finally had here by Liquid. They will get their first tower of the game in 12.5 minutes. And they're moving in to Aurora's territory.
Lion is nearby and looking for a fight. As they go into the Centaur. Tries to find a kill onto Ace. He got to the stump, but won't be enough.
Same time, they were trying to find WS with 3 heroes, but they just don't get the connection. Although they will take an Ancient stack in trade. Meteor Hammer and the Meatball rolls through for Nisha. So they get quite a good, juicy bounty up there. WS very wary about coming out from this tower to farm this wave. He can sense that with what else is going on the map, they might be lurking near him right now.
And they have a ward also on the Luna. This move right here is a little bit sketch though, right? Like, we're getting close to the 14-minute wisdom. Are Liquid gonna try and bring numbers to either here to defend it, or are they gonna Maybe try and steal the other one.
I mean, if WS had mana, I would be down for an aggressive play on the top one, but he's not available for Solar Guardian right now. Soul Ring into Solar Guardian is not that inspiring, you know? If you're not going to have your other spells when you show up.
Fair enough. Looks like they're just going to leave that one. So Liquid will be able to grab their own.
All right, good thing Tofu didn't end up playing aggressive. He might have been able to steal this one. WS will return there just to double check just in time, so wouldn't have mattered anyway. Mid lane.
Find him. Meteor Hammer connects. Stampede run away. Kaori burning down. Nisha. They drop the ulti and cannot keep him alive.
Yeah, not enough heal available. Meatball and the Meteor Hammer is just too much.
Keep finding something and making it out of nothing.
And Nightfall, of course, can't really threaten this Centaur with a lot of help.
They're bringing in the Lion. Now the Lina TP's in. Opportunity. Tree is also here, though. Stun. Connects. Laguna Blade out. Ace in trouble. Damage. Is it going to be enough? Yes. They got him. And now get the Sharpshooter onto the Tiny. Tree realizes he does not want to be here anymore. And as Boxy runs away, they manage to find the stun. LSA. And Boxy is gone.
That's one of those moments where you just get punished for being good at Dota, because he's playing onto that wave because he knows Avalanche isn't back for a few more seconds, and then he's going to retreat, but he gets caught by the Light Strike Array out of the trees from the TPing Lina. It's just like, what can you do? You know? Then you get comboed to an Avalanche, and down you go. So this big, beefy Centaur, we said he needed a lot of help on Nightfall to get that kill. The help arrived.
Pretty quick play coming from both squads here. And Liquid feel like now with the Meteor Hammer in tow. Ooh, follow the creep. Dude, he spotted it, and now Mira hit off to the side. Cold Snap is going to get an item delivered, but is going to be hurting for it. Sunstrike and the right clicks coming in from the Forward Spirit.
I'm just like consuming. Lotus, Magic Wand, save me.
Tofu finds him. Nightfall. Avalanche toss moving in with the Centaur. They get the overgrowth. Oh no, Nightfall is going to be found, and another one. Nisha getting involved with the team.
Started from the bottom, now he's here. 8K net worth, second highest in the game right now. A terrifying landing stage for Nisha. Couldn't get a creep to save his life. Lost his tower nice and early, but big bounce backs here with the 6 kills. Down bottom, I mean, they have had this ward down here for the longest time, trying to track the Luna's positioning, and it's not even enough to get Tofu on the tree and protector. So Liquid managed to slip through a lot of this choking grasp of Aurora this time. Last game, it was like the opposite. You know, they got into this part of the map and they never left. And there was no space for Liquid whatsoever. Part of this is definitely the Treant effect, not only from slowing down some of that tower pressure with the living armor, but just the non-stop vision that you get from this hero just wandering around through the trees.
Tofu now getting a very quick Blink Dagger. 16 minutes because of how much he's been involved in these fights.
And also going for it just immediately after the brown boots, because he recognizes that Aurora want to play aggressive right now.
Yeah.
They want to be moving on the near side of the map, so there's going to be very good opportunities where, you know, Solar Guardian's coming in, and then right after it's like, boom, overgrowth.
Another one as they find him. Nightfall in trouble. Sharpshooter there. Didn't have vision. Can't quite get the kill. So will manage to escape.
They're looking to enter a very annoying mode here soon. Has the Shard queued up next. So with him and Boxy roaming on this side of the map, want to just keep slowing down Mickey, or rather Nightfall as much as they can to keep Mickey far ahead on the Luna.
Definitely you can see like that net worth change over the last 5 minutes. How much Mickey has just been able to free farm and sort of stay out of the limelight, make sure that he's still getting his items and building towards becoming that carry. And I think that so far, at least, Liquid very happy with the way that this game has gone. The early part's sketchy, but the last, like, 7 minutes or so has looked very, very good.
Yeah, they avoided the threat of possibly just losing. If they had have lost like that fight down bottom when they got the triple kill, that was massive for them.
The little miss? Oh. Wow.
What's interesting is how Ace's build has worked out as well, right? Because one thing that we're seeing a lot of these Centaurs struggle with is they go for this heart. Yeah. And at this point, he would be close to getting his heart right now, but then he would still be very far from his Blink Dagger. Instead, by going for this pipe, he's opening up the opportunity to have the Blink Dagger a little bit earlier. Nice Sunstrike connection. And so we'll have to watch, like, as that Blink Dagger arrives, like, could he have had time to get the heart? Because you would have rather had it. That Sentry's going to give vision here up WS, obviously.
Yeah. Very interesting. Mickey is going to hit away at this tower.
Yeah, a bit of a risky observer to go for as a tree. Just very likely it ends up being Team Warded here, but had they come to defend, obviously, it could have resulted in an insanely good fight for Liquid.
Ace is working his way towards his Blink Dagger, and Aurora very much just struggling to get things done. I think partially because, you know, Liquid know that they were looking to find some fights and they were able to dodge them pretty effectively. But a Dragon Lance now done for the Lina.
Yeah,
good opportunities there.
And they've got to be pretty scared to show their faces here, though, because Nisha can just blow you up if he hits you with that Atos.
Are they going to try and go onto the Dawn right now? Now, they're moving up with Hoodwink, but decide not to. Very grouped together on mid is Aurora. Looking like they might be set for a smoke or something.
Yeah, they have an obs near the Radiant top, so... Tormentor quickly being jumped upon here by Liquid.
For it. Very quick. And will manage to take this one down. Eyes in the Forest would be awesome.
Yeah, I think either one pretty good. I'd almost prefer the Boomerang with the Invoker plays and everything, but the way they play around this vision and with the goals that they have for Aurora right now, the Eyes might actually be the better one.
I mean, it also might mean, you know, you're getting into territory we can find those pickoffs. We've seen how much vision can matter when you have these types of hero. Nisha not with the team that's smoking, and they're heading over towards the Lina.
Kaori just dying up top there. He was just sitting for smokes.
Yeah.
You know, his Tiny was in behind him a little bit, his Lina as well, so did his job. Didn't necessarily want to die, but just trying to create as much space as possible for his courts to be farming.
Bottom, Tofu has done an excellent job as they will see that Sentry Ward and now take it out. Tofu jumps in Overgrowth. WS pops the BKB, thinking about a Finger of Death. Now they decide to show up, but wait a minute, look who's there. Wow. I don't even know what happened there.
They pressed every button for the tree. It's this ward still in behind from Tofu.
Oh my God. Did they find any way to get the rest of these heroes out of here? That was crazy.
Mira in the back gets the Fist of Death kill onto the tree though. And now Ace maybe too far.
Possibly out a bit too much. Still has the pipe to pop.
Mickey's coming.
And they do decide to back out.
Yeah, I think the pipe would make him plenty tanky. He'll be all right.
So again, they Overgrowth. Lina TP's in. Then Liquid catch and kill the Lina while everybody else runs away.
Yeah, you feel very pressured to commit to that play when your Dawnbreaker uses her BKB.
Yeah.
I feel like as the Luna, or as the Lina rather. But very quick responses there from Liquid. And now it's Aurora who are feeling pressure. They're going to smoke up with their Invis Rune and Shadowbladed Tiny. They're trying to find this Invoker.
They ping, they know.
Yeah, they just saw him invising on the creep wave.
Okay, so
now will Boxy intercept the smoke egg?
Or Tofu. Tofu's there. Now they'll find him. And Boxy, thought about fighting that.
Oh, they tried the Essence Distillers.
Are they going to go for... Okay, slow down. Kaori dying to that. Now pops his VKB, going to chase down, looking for the finish. Sunstrike, yes. Nisha gets the tornado lift up onto one, and now the chase. Ace is there too. They find the Lion pipe out, trying to stay alive. Dawnbreaker ulti in. Ace has gone a bit too far, but Mickey has also showed up, and now onto WS. They back away though.
Okay, not enough. Alacrity Luna. Don't have the full control to get it. So despite fighting into an Obs Sentry they had, they end up losing out on that fight as Liquid.
A big win for Aurora, taking down that Centaur.
Bit unexpected. Not quite as many of our centers, of course, at this point because we went for this fight build.
Eyeing up Makoto, but we'll be passing by a Sentry, and yeah, they see him. So will not be able to make any move there.
Interesting window of the game now where we don't. Oh, that's a off-center combo a little bit there. Moves for Nisha. But this is a no BKB Lina, so Nisha doing the math right now.
Oh, dude, Nisha's thinking about it.
He's doing it.
He's under vision.
Calculating.
Under vision. They got him there.
Okay, coming in smoked up.
Looking for Mira.
Blink dagger in 2.
Yeah,
1. Oh, it was so close.
They find Mira over to the trees, though, and we'll be able to get the disarm chase down. So, managed to get one out of it.
Foxy up ahead still with that smoke. Trying to find another hero to grab. Gonna find WS.
The Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, he runs though. Friends are too far. Nisha, mid lane, gonna run into Nightfall, passing through each other.
The footsteps. Won't be able to do anything there. 3,000 gold lead. It's still very, very even at this point in the game. Obviously favoring Liquid, but not by an insane margin.
A little bit of an edge here.
Is under attack.
Every second it appears to be getting a larger and larger lead, so we'll see what that means.
Means they want more and more aggression, that's for sure for Liquid here. They are just running straight into this fight. Is that Cinderin?
I think it might have been.
My goodness, something's happened over on the B stream.
Very loud. Mira spots Nisha.
Dude, look at this positioning.
That's nice. Now they know he's over.
I don't end up there on purpose, that's for sure.
Whoa. They find him. Stampede looking for more. Finding Kaori. Beyond godlike. Think about how Nisha's game started in that laning stage, and then this is what we knew could always end up happening.
No surrender button. And a 12, that's crazy.
Woo. And it's not like they have like the most insane, you know, setup here. I guess Hoodwink's pretty good.
I mean, it's less of a like individual thing. It's the team effort around Invoker is what that stat says, you know?
Yeah.
Like ensuring that they're going to hit that. That's really all that this hero needs.
So into the pit they will go, and Luna very happy whenever she's able to get herself an Aegis.
Well, especially with how far away that BKB was looking for a while there.
Yeah.
Now you can very safely farm into your BKB with this Aegis.
They're pinging Mickey.
Oh, they're going for the insta-kill.
Oh, interesting. Well, if they could find her. See the Luna illusions. Nightfall on the hunt. Guesses down when she went up, and now is going to run into Tofu instead. So they'll get themselves one, but it does feel consistently like it's just been these supports, and Aurora, with the exception of that one kill onto Ace, have not really been able to take down a core.
They're hitting your mid tier too. There's an amplified damage on the Invoker.
Yeah.
Not going to end up being a positive trade here for Aurora. Liquid, they love this Luna hero, and they really are hitting their peak with it right now. Holding the high ground in Aurora's territory, wanting them to walk back in. That Ob Sentry combo still up here, spotting where the Tiny's moving to.
Ace looking, hunting, stomp there. Lion to the side. Doesn't find him. Big stun. Nightfall hanging on to it. Decides to finally pop and turn, and now the damage out. Nisha low, Ace low, but not low enough to be brought down dead. They TP out on WS, in fact, realizing this fight is over.
Yeah, and he gets left behind. He's gonna finish it. Now he gets
does not have a way out. Does he hide in the trees? Do they know? Oh, stay very quiet, WS.
The scan missed.
Oh, jeez. Okay, so with that, he's out.
Now imagine though. Imagine he gets the wisdom.
Oh, that'd be.
He's like, I got nothing else to do.
He doesn't have a TP.
Yeah, where else am I gonna go? I got 40 seconds. He might get. Dude, he's gonna get their wisdom.
I think so.
I mean, they still haven't seen him. They might be believing he's still around there.
No. Well, regardless.
Ace pinged it. Nisha drew it. But they're not going to go back for it.
Wes. Very happy.
Oh, his courier's running through, bro. Don't give away the game, man.
There's no fear at all. Zero fear.
I like... All right, there we go. Yeah, micro that courier, please. Don't just let it wander back home.
Homeward Bound, the courier story.
That's an old one.
Yeah.
Well, Liquid content to still stick around up top here, maybe hoping someone is greedy enough to be farming back here. But the creeps are already gone. But look at the way they're doing this too, with the Luna illusion with the Invis Invoker in case it pops a smoke.
Yeah.
Just some greedy stuff.
That's nice.
I love to see it.
Tower is under attack.
Mickey. All right, gonna take the easy path forward here. Take that tier 2. They're looking towards mid though.
The Nightfall Blink Dagger is a massive change how these fights work, but so is losing your Lina right away.
As Hurricane Pike didn't BKB. Oh, pops it now. Does he have a way out? Now the stun onto Ace. Good damage. Mickey walking in Alacrity. The hits, the glaives, they're gonna do a good amount of damage, but do they have enough to get any more of these heroes?
Nice harpoon.
So far, it's one. I mean, Luna's getting somewhat low. Does obviously still have that Aegis. So they're going to take down WS.
I think once the Tiny blinks in and casts the spells on the Centaur, you're kind of just like, this fight will be okay. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I think if it's not onto the Invoker or instantly blowing up someone like the Hoodwink, I just don't think it's going to matter. Because, like, we're just piling all our damage in the Centaur. Now, that being said, there goes the Hoodwink.
Yeah, that's what they were more looking for. And Aurora, you know, not giving this up quietly. When you're seeing these like big blows and haymakers coming from Liquid, Aurora's trying to get in the end a little bit there with these little jabs. They're taking out these supports whenever they can. It's keeping the net worth like somewhat even, but it does continue to feel like Liquid are the ones that are just getting a little bit more out of it.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora have gone for this gem to try and clean up some of these Eyes of the Forest that have been being dropped around. Mickey has his own Blink Dagger now on that Luna, so wants to play a bit aggressive. He's currently just chilling on his courier. And Tofu hoping to set up those plays by wandering through their territory. Also gonna maybe grab the outpost. A little dangerous.
You know, I do think also this has been a pretty high kill game. 25-17 at 30 minutes. There's been a lot of these that have been going late that don't really feel like this. Much more active gameplay.
Aurora watching this take form here. They send in Nightfall.
Waiting 10 seconds until Aegis finds one. Oh, immediately gets tornadoed! Nisha finds it, and now they hit. They find him, caught, rooted, bound, need to get out of there. Not gonna happen. Nightfall getting chased, getting killed, and well, the hits, they keep on coming.
That was crazy. That tornado just absolutely ruined everything he was going for there. And now Centaur, you know, having to get the pipe early to just bolster their defense in case they got run over by Aurora. He now has the heart. This is the Centaur you're much more used to. And we're hitting high ground.
This is where Luna loves to be, even without the Aegis. Feeling pretty good, and no Tiny for 45 seconds. There's no buyback. This could be so much. I mean, look.
Link, keep going. Nobody doesn't like Luna.
If there's no buyback here, he's going to take a ton.
Alacrity, bouncing glaives.
I mean, can Makoto stop this? They've got to take a fight, otherwise they're going to lose a second set of racks.
I don't think they can. Yeah, they're just going to lose too.
Yeah.
Like, they can try and poke and prod and slow it down, but you're not winning the fight without your timing.
This is what Luna loves to do, is just take a fight win and turn it into objectives. Absolutely key for that hero.
They're just walking away full HP.
Yeah.
No real threat.
Suddenly a 16K, 17K gold lead.
WS deciding to roll the dice. He needs about a nat 20, I would say, on this one. Yeah, it's if you want to win this with a Skull Basher.
I will say, like, this is what you want to see out of a match that's to qualify for TI. Both teams pushing it to a third game. The first one, a bit of a blowout. This one going the other way. It's not giving up, you know.
He's giving up. Pushing it to a third game. You heard it here first. No caster curses on this stream. I promise you that much.
I'm sorry, any Liquid fans out there. If it doesn't happen, it wasn't me. I swear.
Well, we all just heard it.
I don't know what you're talking about. Just going to deny reality for a little bit here.
That's fair enough. Makoto starting to move into those higher damage numbers with the right clicks with the Chrysalis.
They're going to go through that gate. I'm thinking about it. Decides not to.
Swift Blink. Luna approaching very quickly. Of course, then into the Satanic will be the next item. Do they have any options to slow that down in this game? Not really, right? Like, the healing is just gonna be healing. No crossbows or anything, nothing to stop that. I guess really it's a some sort of a bash or something through the BKB once you hear the Satanic, but that's always difficult without the Abyssal, obviously. Octarine done as well for Nisha.
The gem on the ground. Very, very farmed on all the heroes for Liquid. Still, Aurora have some options. Tossback is always a little bit scary. If they can defend their high ground. Nikkei, not with the team right now. Wants to keep on farming, get towards his items. Roche, a minute before it's capable of respawning, and even buying an Aeon disc.
Safety first. You know, buckle the seatbelt, says Nisha. Just making sure it's going to be okay.
It's a nice way of doing it.
Yeah, I mean, it really is like the one problem that could happen, right? It's like Nightfall jumps in, our Invoker gets blown up right away. Just don't let that happen. The gem isn't on Nightfall anymore.
Oh, yeah. And they popped Dust a little late.
I didn't realize he lost it.
And instead now, that is really, I mean, if they could have even procced the Aeon disc right there, that would have been a win.
Yeah. Now smoked up on the side of Liquid. They have some good vision on the bottom side of the map. They see that the Lena's playing down here. They could probably run up, plant a ward, just go for an insta-jump. Oh, if anyone comes down these mid-stairs, they are really dead.
WS leaves the he gets stunned the bash! He randomly gets bashed, but Mickey right on top of Makoto. Oh god, you gotta run. It's not gonna happen. Dead, no buyback. And even though Roche is spawning, it doesn't feel like it matters that much as they take out the Lion too. GG is called. Liquid push it to a game number 3.
Yeah, very nice. Slick maneuvers there, coming out instantly smoking towards mid, knowing that someone was gonna have to answer that creep wave, and they just jump. The bash almost ruined things, but confidence there from Mickey in his team and in himself to just jump to the high ground and blow up the Lena right away. She was trying to go for the Daedalus, no buyback. That's game. Smile from Tofu. The smiles are extra large after that game one, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
Oi,
like they
mana?
care of business. A little bit of a wipe of the brow, maybe a little bit concerned at points. Never in doubt as we get ready to go into the game 3. But first, we're going to head back to that panel.
I thought we were going to get a bigger smile coming out of Mickey, considering that Luna win rate from 0 to 33%. The first win Luna's gotten for herself there, but it is from Mickey, someone who was the first one to pick it at this TI in the group stage, and so he finally gets a win for himself, and we finally see what she's able to do, Lacoste.
Yeah, Mickey started a bit of a new trend. He picked it against Team Spirit, then Team Spirit picked it. Both of these Lunas lost, but you can definitely feel the strength of the hero, especially when she is paired up with the Invoker, having the Alacrity, the extra bit of a damage, and he played a very, very strong laning phase. They were playing around him and Tofu. Tofu was getting quite a lot from some of these early engagements, and also getting levels, see the angle that Luna is approaching, getting the kill. It was an action-packed game, I would kind of expect it considering the heroes that we did have in this one, but Luna, she looked very good, and I think the matchups against certain carries in this meta could be, I think this hero is definitely more pickable considering that we're only seeing her for the 3rd time.
She's got a great supporting cast around her as well when you look at those supports, but more importantly, the tree out of those 2 supports, because we saw that swap happen between essentially 2 meta, or if you want to call it broken heroes monkeys, of Alina for a Trian. And even though we didn't get to cover the draft, you said to me, I would much rather the Trian in that trade-off.
Yeah, I think the hero, it's just a win lane hero, really. It's very strong in lane. Again, it has that global living armor, so it can help other lanes. And also they ended up going into that Invoker, which Treant can be that setup for Sunstrike from a support role, which I think is very, very value. Invoker is, a Nisha special, so being able to enable Nisha and allow him to kind of pop off on this hero. I mean, as you can see, 15, 2, and 8. He certainly he had a much, much better game this game than
12 of those were from Sunstrike.
Oh yeah.
It was 15 kills, 12 of them was from
Yeah, I mean his lane was not going well early on, but he He sunstruck his way into the game, truly.
Straight into victory. I mean, speaking of that mid lane matchup, Invoker up against Lina, I don't know how to word this nicely, Gunnar, so I'm going to make you do it. But
Okay.
a Makoto leaner, the way that he played that lane.
In the words of Jenkins, it was a shellacking. It was really bad for him. It was almost like tripling the CS and denies for the Lina versus Invoker, and we're kind of watching like it's not necessarily supposed to be the strongest Invoker lane, but it's supposed to be a lane you pick in a Lina because you're like, I'll go slightly worse than even, and that was significantly worse than even. That is not how it's supposed to go. Thankfully for him, he was able to get the Sunstrikes. I think there was a stat was like 10 out of 12 in the early game were all hit by him. So he was able to get all of that recover gold. But at 5 minutes, I was worried that this would just be kind of GG because he didn't hit the Sunstrikes in the early game, really. They started adding up later. And if you look at the last hits and denies, 5 minutes. This is just 5 minutes in the game. 35-10 is just crazy. And also just the net worth.
Crazy.
Over doubling the net worth as well at 5 minutes is not really... That is not how
it doesn't happen often, especially against Nisha. But Mikoto Lina, like this was the guy that played Lina when Lina was not meta. This is his highest win rate hero in professional career, sitting at almost 62% win rate. So that's not really a surprise. So he knows these matchups in and out.
Sure. I think the hardest part as well, though, is we see that at 5 minutes, and I think literally at 5:08. Both supports rotate mid, and I mean, it's a true testament to what you were saying, Lacoste. It's a Makoto special, even when Lina isn't necessarily in the patch. So these two supports being well aware of how you have to help your mid laner, but more importantly, also try and shut down that Makoto Lina. And they end up ganking him, they end up killing him there, and then this Lina does falter a little bit. It feels like her transition out of lane and into that early game isn't as strong as we could have seen.
Yeah, for me, it was the kill on the Lina mid, and then it was like 4 or 5 minutes later when the Lina makes that move bot, and then the tree and the Luna did do that wraparound we saw in the highlights. Invoker got the Sunstrike kill on the Lina. So I think those two deaths on the Lina, the kill on the Invoker was really fixed the early game for Liquid. If they didn't really get those two kills, I could have definitely have seen this like a bit slower game, but a win for...
Yeah, I think one of the things about dominating your lane so hard is it just makes you give so much more gold if you die. And the Lina did die 2-3 times in the early mid game, and even though at 5 minutes Nisha was so far behind, I believe at 20-21 minutes, somewhere around there, he's the highest net worth hero in the game. So you know, he certainly turned the entire game around for himself through those Sunstrikes, through meteor hammering those towers, opening up the map, and just making the game a lot easier for Liquid.
Pretty much. I mean, he has a lot of ways to set the Sunstrikes up. We saw the stats on the screen at one point in the game. He did have over 80%. He had 10 out of 12, and I think you said like he always uses one Sunstrike on a range creep, so might have been even like 100% Sunstrike ratio in that one, because it does feel like whenever you have this hero, you need something on the sides. And I also want to talk about Ace, his itemization. I'm really glad that we're seeing Centaurs not going for straight up heart. It is kind of the most broken item currently in the patch, because of like, if you want to be tanky enough, that's the item to buy. We saw this item being bought on position 5 Undyings as well, and I do feel like in this one he opted to go for the pipe. He also goes for the soul ring in case he doesn't have mana, in case he's playing against Lion. So if his mana gets drained, it is pretty mana intense hero, doesn't have much mana pool to start with, and then goes back to heart afterwards. So I feel like in a lot of these situations, the more experienced players are going to be going for what's needed for the game rather than just going for the meta.
We can talk about this Liquid and Aurora game a little bit more, but I want to divert our attention towards what is also happening on our other streams, because whilst we're having our qualification, you know, a 3-1 team best of 3 here happen between these two, there is also some important series happening in a different way. I know everyone wants to look at who's going to go through between Liquid Aurora. The Nigma Galaxy and Spirit series has also started over on the D stream. That one is unbelievably hype of what's going on right now. I don't want to spoil anything as it is still playing. We got Boom Boys up against Falcons is still going on. They're in their third game. We obviously saw LGD be able to take a 2-0 over VG, and Yandex and Iron Wing just concluded their second game. That one's a 1-1. Now, this is important for a number of reasons. If you're a 3-2 team, you get to pick who you're going up against in the elimination stage. That's the modified version of this Swiss bracket. It isn't done by seeding. So we could have repeat matchups of what happened back in round 1, back in round 2. And you really want to make sure that if you're winning your 2-2 series, you're winning it either 2-0 or the team that you are winning against has better wins as well. There's a lot of different maths and different ways that it can play out there, but you might not think that the 2-2s are important, but they're incredibly important when it comes to potentially qualifying to main stage.
Yeah, being able to pick your matchup, there's a lot of information we don't know as panelists. There's all these scrims that the teams have. You could have some scrim record where, sure, there's a team that in theory is the best team in the world, but for some reason you just destroy them every single game in scrims. So you're like, we can take them. So a lot of these 3-2 matchups for me are going to be really important to see. Kind of, I always think it's interesting to see like what they pick and who they pick for if they have reasons or not.
Now, I feel like I didn't really hype you up enough, Lucas. I didn't really get a reaction out of you. It's gonna be picked live with slacks. We're gonna have all
that's
of the 10
why.
teams
Okay,
have a
well now I'm
representative.
hyped up. When you
That's
said
what I
slacks,
thought.
I'm right. Okay, I'm completely down for it. I think it's a very, very good idea. You know, it just brings like another level of hype to it, knowing that maybe there's gonna be some grudges from before, seeing that you know, we can beat this team. Like we want a revenge for certain things that did happen. But definitely, I think that very nice addition, I gotta say, and also. As you said, Gunnar, I think we don't have all the info and some of the matchups as well through like 2026, 2025. When we talk about certain matchups, some teams definitely have it easier than the others. Something might have changed recently in the scrims, but you know, being able to choose and pick who you're going to be playing against is a big advantage.
More importantly, having slacks ask them why.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, I think it's cool because in previous years, it's kind of been between two options. We had like the groups of 4 where the 2 winning teams, the winner would pick from the bottom 2 of a different group.
Sure.
And a lot of the times I think the teams kind of copped out. They'd be like, we'll flip a coin. And we'll just
I don't think some. I think every.
I think it was almost every single team was like, oh, we flip a coin because mentally you're like, oh, I don't want to pick a team and then lose to it because it's so bad for the mental. But here it's like, you got to pick. If you are that first, you have to pick options 1 through 5. So I think it's much cooler because we actually get to see who they think is the bad team, right? That's the point of getting 3-2.
The team that they can beat doesn't necessarily have to be a bad team,
you know.
all right? You're throwing harsh words around,
Correct
right,
me
Connor?
if I'm wrong, Gunnar, but I believe that Team Spirit picked
we got picked
Nouns
twice by
right?
previous
And then
year's
you
TI winners,
eliminated them.
and we did well.
No,
we made them lower bracket.
Yeah, okay, but kind of.
Sometimes you don't want to pick the NA team there. If Gamer Legions ends up 2 and 3, would potentially suggest you do avoid them, especially if you're Team Falcons. Previous year TI winners, not a good track record.
That's true. That's true. Falcons, if you get to pick it up, pick Gamer Legions. Resilience was that other one, Monkeys USA.
转眼已经到至冬了呀，我有种刚刚才离开诺德卡莱的感觉。还记得吗？我们离开我们到诺德，终于要出发去见至冬女皇了。她究竟想干什么？又为什么需要神之蝎？马上就会有答案。这应该也是你的血亲所说的旅途的终点。他想要让你见证什么呢？啊，只要还没到至冬，就觉得路还很长很长，吃喝玩乐的时候也没什么负担。但一想到终点就在眼前，这些问题就都会涌进脑袋里，一下子就紧张起来了。不过现在我也想通了，用这样的心态踏上最后，我们对抗还有什么是我们没见过？嘿，不用客气。
没有想我的。
哎，哥伦比亚，哎，你还是这么神出鬼没。别看我，这次我可没有出卖你。哦，原来是你啊！嘿，好吧，那确实瞒不住。
朋友们都聚在齐，我也邀请。临走之前，他们去至东，也麻烦你转。虽然我们
怎么说
不，我觉得他这段话的意思是，想让只要不做快去旗舰吧。今天，
这种时候还
我。 受到了一股熟悉的力量。
你看，有路，和诺德卡莱见过的有点像，只是没有月举力留下的影响了。这说明我们真的已经到至东了呀！宝箱，宝箱，冒险怎么能少了宝箱呢？吃了一嘴的水，好冷，你快让我蹭蹭，暖和一点。你看那个是熊吗？好大哦，毛茸茸的，真可爱。帮我留个影吧，就在这里，机会难得，再往前可能就要把他们吓跑了。我来看看你的留影技术是不是有进步啦。等等，我好像看见了什么，快来快来！我听说这都，不知道，身体变没有一点点，感觉风雪是不是越变越大了？有点飞不动了。你看那边有个小屋，我们去休息一阵吧。这里是派蒙，得赶快找到他。派蒙，派蒙，奇怪，派蒙不在附近吗？再往前找找。派蒙。那是一节列车车厢，好像可以从车厢里上去。上面写着 刻时拟刻之具，明润规格。打开以后倒是暖和了一些。派蒙，他不会出什么声音？那是个奇怪的。派蒙，是你吗？
检测到接近者，权限。您好，距离上次启动已有，我是，为此必须，我在被造出来的。总之，不过比起那些按被设定好的流程，您愿意接收我吗？啊，您那么，其名为派蒙，哼，如是接收协议。好的，知道完。是的，我能感受到我的现在的关键。现在可以执行指令，拆除，以此证明猎人的伎俩已更新。现在可以执行指令营造，以此创造真兵造物，撑起门扉。检测到周围环境。啊，必要那并不是具备，可以利用那个。造物蓝图已收录，现在可以执行指令，营造暖源，生成临时的热源，以高效融化坚冰吧。根据检测，道路就在前方，推荐继续前行。检索到刚才的造物，只可惜，不过我已经忘了。是的，总之，储备的能量较低，请及时采集克什尼克金矿以补充能量。远处探查到身体反应，是您的旅伴派蒙的可能性很高。去吧，去吧，去团聚吧，一同歌唱。一切人们团结一心，普世众生共欢乐。我们正逐渐接近目标所在地，检测身体反应数量为2。正如你所说，依照实时收集的环境情报。
派蒙。
不用担心，看来初来乍，你们应该是
你的眼睛。
时间在此地是很快。
检测到目标离开，对方似乎来历非凡，可我并未搜索到相关数据。再次便利数据库，万幸之是，您的同伴平安。
行者，你没事，太好了！我记得到处……
没关系。
啊，丑角，对啊，愚人中的
丑角一定知。
他无意演出动静。
谁在说话？看起来像……
赤东曾是妖精的国度。
这样啊。
哦。
嘿，有道理哦。对了，在雪里遇见，可是后来他把我从雪里，应该不，而且他把我救到，我从他的身……
请容我打断片刻。
你居然不……
啊，了解。既然身居高位，常伴神明左右，做事理应体面。另，我与派蒙女士意见一致，未能检测到对方含有恶意。
抱歉，派蒙，我有个想法。丑角提到了眼前的暴雨，
我知道你在为启程的时候。
我们已经在风雪，但如果前进，还记得吗？驾驶列车，前方存在一座……
我觉得眼镜说的很有……哎呀，放心啦，你想想看。
好的，除此之外的事情。如果打算启程，请告诉我。从这里向北，我们很快就会抵达。稍等，有报错提示，无法检测到通畅的铁轨。
什么叫通畅的？
朋友们，真是奇怪。抱歉，把您卷入危险中。我也对你说的对，不过幸运的是，按照数据，
又是按照
这次肯定不会错。请您看向这，从结果来说，我们应获，哈哈，请您。
请问附近有旅店吗？不好意思，都歇业了。打扰了，我们想找个地方住。
自己家都冷得要命，做不了生意。
你好，请问在哪里能住宿呢？
抱歉，去别处看看吧。
只能再等等了，等下一批克什米克金矿送来。你好，请问镇上还……
我想应该都歇业了，每家每户都缺克什。刚刚就留意到你们。
为什么呀？
不仅如此，更重要的原因是严冬计划。既然是女皇，抱歉。即便用上至东所有富，所以
是让大
差不多吧，只是时间长了还能。
为什么这次的金矿价格又涨了1/3，而且限额还变？你们1个月才来2。
克什尼克金矿，我们愚人众
是不是没把我们的死活放在眼里吗？ 哎，我现在哪里还能买得到？
所以，如果只是来吵架的，就把位置……
你，哎，大家都老，我们都知道，其实尽量乐观。这个嘛，不过你也要先要保证最，就像这位，要不然这样，虽然不能，好吧。
原来如此。
我记得
我不是妖精，
我在宁路镇这里有个，但如果不嫌弃的，
真的吗？太谢谢你。
那。你好，我是阿罗夏，一个猎人。当然，如果你去路匪那边打听，就可能会知道我的另一个身份。先把这个当成我们之间的秘密吧。香蛋上膛。
谁要阻拦？
幸会，有很多出道之，不过也不能因此
别吓唬人。
现在不在镇上，我常年在外，在雪变小之前，我理解你急迫的心情。什么？
哎，我们运气。
没想到山里还……我之前在调查的时候，但想要揭发这……就是那个负责打圆场，看来态度很好的吸食精。
居然是他呀！
你也要去？
那我也好吧。
对了，还没介绍过，涂嘉林，进来。
喂，是狗狗。好凶啊，还不让摸。
他是这样的，有点傲，平时和我一起打猎，等会儿会配合我们行动。除了必要的胡萝卜，我们的动作还要避开视线，不能打草惊蛇。否则谁知道兔子会躲回哪个洞里？我们先要想办法去一趟被封锁的车站，看看有没有真实的。然后，
你看这些肉干就是它的胡萝卜。乖狗狗，乖狗狗。
看来你也很喜欢狗啊。
兔子我也喜欢，胡萝卜我也喜欢。
行吧，涂嘉林，吃饱了就要好好帮忙哦。 干得漂亮，涂嘉玲。走吧，绕过去。这边，从车站楼上进去。果然，这里有清单，是纸新的，就像刚印出来。有这个就足够。涂嘉玲是非常可靠的猎犬，抓。煤炉子，但有气味，那就不对劲。找到了，果然有条地道。
谢谢你能帮我们打。
没事没事，咬咬牙。
别人不知道。
啊？
我只是想问，这里的箱子全都是这一批运过来的，并没有被拿到这里卖，而是被私藏了起来。请问西什金先生，你知道是怎么回事吗？
啊？我不知道啊，怎么会有这么多金矿？这是好事啊，这样大家都有金矿可以用了。
这些金矿都是在阿罗夏先生举报之后，从你住所旁的地下室里找到的。这里只有一部分，更多的正由我们清点，稍后会统计出正式的数量。我很感谢你每次调解。
没想到你会
亏我们这么相信
我抱歉，但请你们相信我。你们也知道，我从小在一个叫苍石村的小村子里长大，那里不通列车，现在金矿根本送不进去，大家都要动，你们买不到，能源只会唉。我这里也另外，
也不
认错就行了，别再演了。为什么你的地下报告长官？你根本就不是第一。列车站长期这些工人 因为不能调用列车。
原来
这种事，你有什么证据？
很简单，列车运行消耗的能源和总重量有关。眼下每一份能源都很宝贵，列车理应将总是对不上，有少1车的、2车的，这一次甚至少了
这么大的雪。
不打猎的猎人，
情况已经基本。
该死！
感谢你的协助，真是个勇敢的。西什金这个人很狡猾，他演苦情戏的时候，要是没有你提供，你叫阿罗夏对吧？
去有动物的地方看。
没有怀疑你的用表面的身份伪，虽不是暴力组织。
是吗？我只知道，我只是看不惯西什。当然，
原来如此，我会向至东宝方。
别客气，打扰了。回去之前，先陪我绕个路吧。我要把这份金矿送去给一位老人。请在这里等我一会儿。
啊，是
老太太，
阿罗夏，
就是今天。
想不起来，孙子。
您休息就好，我没事的。
你说你呀，多回来看看，不是挺好的吗？宁路镇是个好地方，热闹，什么都有，当官的也负责。哎，你坐。
您休息就好。
就在门口。孙子，好吃吗？
很好吃，老太太。下次别给我。
我不用，没事的。你要是觉得好吃，下次还回来啊。
估计是好心人送来的，但这种东西，老太太都不舍得吃。在市场上认识的，苍石村不是个出名的地方。就算有人知道，现在村子宁路镇的能源镇子每况愈下。即便是这样，没事，在之东有这样的，可是脸是模糊的，怎么都看不清，死神就会出。他还能叫我孙，走吧。
点燃吧。
我们回来了。已经，
感觉他的气色也恢复了不少。
比起
我来讲吧。
居然发生了这么，大家都有金矿可以用了，车站也马上就会恢复。
但毕竟还是有严冬计划在，大家还是要勒紧裤腰过日子。不知道，可是关键在于
延期。
虽然越来越多的人，他是皇都评议会的主持者，
怎么到了
话也不能这么说，但这不代表他们不。愚人重视兵役，只是这些大人物在奢华宫殿中看到的世界，和我们总归是不同的，产生矛盾也在所难免。普通人很难在呼啸社为这些，当然，但只谈现状，你不也参与了吗？
因为是冒险家嘛。
如果不是为了带他，
我要去见女皇。女皇的目标。
不会吧？
看来你听说过我们。嘿嘿，
说实话， 但想要见到他并不容易，普通人没有与他会面的资格且不说，他现在应该前往东方讨伐魔物了，不再知东宝。看来他还能将周遭的所有物体都吸入体内，每时每刻都在生长。所幸，以女皇陛下想要见他，等车站恢复了，整件事于人中也不算干净，我们还帮了他们的忙，这件事应该不难谈。我听说这些手有了列车就简单，我在城里认识靠谱的医生，到时候帮你们介绍。
谢谢你，那就休息一。
动力全开！
下次小心点，这是什么新制式？只要你们在行驶，车况，
这个我们自己来处理。
那就预祝你们。
烈日随我。
这样目的地应该就设置好了，出发之前再检查一下吧。眼见眼见，轮到你登场啦！
收到。
这是什么？
确认完毕。
好方便啊，这么好用的。
生活在之东这么……
严格来说，好了，设置也全部。
发车喽！怎么回事？